Hi, and welcome to the final chapter of the 2025 LA Times Festival of Books livestream. We have a full day of live coverage for you, kicking off momentarily with Jenny Slate sitting down with Tracy Thomas. It's going to be a real page-turner, so stick around.
Hi, I'm Jenny Slate, and these are very important questions. What's your weirdest writing habit? I mean, I've heard it, many people do it, but I write best in bed, like an old dame. AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or sometimes helpful research tool? Can't it be both? If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? Oh, it's so hard because there are all those like weird fake synthesized scents that are like laundry on a line, but it like doesn't smell like that. Let's just go with cedar. Honestly, that's great. What book did you obsess over as a kid? Oh my God, so many. How could I say just one? I liked all the John Bellairs books so much. I really loved like the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler. I love The Borrowers. I like things about little things, The Cricket in Times Square, Stuart Little, all the Barbara Cooney books. I loved like the Miss Nelson is Missing picture books, George and Martha by James Marshall. There's a lot. That's not everything at all. What's your favorite word and why? I guess my favorite word is fresh. I like that word. When I hear it, I feel good. But it's upsetting when it's used for stuff that's obviously not fresh. You know, like when it's a lie. How do you procrastinate when you're supposed to be writing? Tidying. And it's really, really bad because it kind of feels like I'm imposing like a gendered prison on myself, like a decade, millions of years of women are supposed to be cleaning kind of thing. But it's more of an animal thing, like a bird like getting stuff out of her nest. Nobody likes it, nobody wants me to be that way, and it makes me uptight. It doesn't chill me out. So I'm working on it, and I think it's a problem.
Thank you for waking up and coming out on a Sunday morning. This is Jenny Slate.
Hi, everyone. This is Tracy Thomas.
Thank you. Okay, guys, you could have cheered louder to make me feel slightly better, okay? Okay, so we're gonna get started. I wanna start where I like to start whenever I get to talk to someone who is beloved for many facets of their work. So this is audience participation. How many of you came to Jenny's work as from stand-up comedy? Okay. How many of you came to Jenny's work from her time with SNL? Okay. How many of you came to Jenny's work from Marcel the Shell? Okay. How about from her acting career broadly? Okay. And then how many of you are the book people? How many of you came to her from the book? Okay. Okay. I just like to get a sense what's going on. Do you have a sense of where people come to you from?
From everywhere. Yeah, I feel like those are pretty equal cheers. I mean, how loud you are is also like about who you are. Do you want to be yelling into the air at
You do.
at 11 a.m. or is it 11? Is that someone? Nope. Okay. Well, we'll get there. Eventually, it'll be 11. I'm a hopeful person. Yeah, I just have a sense of one of the lovely things about my work is that it allows me to think that that people come from everywhere. Like nice people seem to be kind of like coming from everywhere. Yeah, I don't. Whatever, I do so many different things. It's lucky that so many different things connect.
Yeah. For folks here today at the book festival, do you want to give them a little taste of what Life Form is about? Who's read it? Okay, so that means a lot of you have homework to do after this today. But want to tell people a little bit about this one?
Sure. Life Form is a book that I wrote that makes its way through the form of my life, about 5 years of my life, starting right before I met and fell in love with my husband, going through a period of like true love that's in the 5 phases. So the first is single, the second is true love, the third is pregnancy, the fourth is baby, and the fifth is ongoing. And the forms of the pieces are really various. I tend to write often like lyrically. There are a lot of letters to an imaginary doctor because I started to become obsessed with wanting to be in like a different type of conversation than I've ever been with any provider before, which is not a criticism of my own doctors or anything. It's just always wishing that I could speak more about everything to all people. And anyway, it's like a journey of the psyche, an expression of feelings. Maybe it seems surreal. To me, it seems like just the only way that I can express myself. But I think I tried to be succinct enough that any person could click into the feelings, and it's meant to make me and other people feel good and less alone. So hopefully you'll enjoy it if you read it, if you want to.
How did it compare, since this is book 2? What was the process like? Did you find it harder, easier? Were there things that you learned the first time that you put into use? Were there things that you were like, never doing that again?
The first book I wrote, Little Weirds, was like a big weird leap for me. It was like it came from becoming a pretty consistent journaler and realizing that the way I wrote in my journal was really a very personal dialect, a really personal language, a really like personal song, so to speak, and that I was doing something. I was not just processing my feelings, but I was making something. And every morning when I would return to my journal, I realized like something was coming into form, and it wasn't just the pieces that a lot of went into Little Weirds, my first book, but it was an understanding of, like imagine if you've never sang before and you didn't know what singing was, even though you heard songs, you didn't really connect to it at all. That's what it was like for me to write. Like I just was like, oh, I do write. I absolutely have a full and constantly replenishing tank. And so the first book was me just kind of like playing around with understanding a power that I had, I guess. And then the second book was much harder, not because I lost the voice, but I was really tired. I signed on to write the second book at the exact same time that I became pregnant, which was the exact start of COVID. And I just didn't have anything to say, or I wasn't able to. And I really write to hold on to something that has a pulse and an energy and a truth. And there is something really, really essential inside of me that won't compromise on that. And I'd rather just not write at all than have it be contorted and like kind of crammed in and rushed, because the process of writing is so important and obviously not like flawless or stress-free, but I can kind of tell when it's not supposed to be happening, and that's really a sad time. But anyway, it took me like 2.5 years until I could start. And then I looked back into, like, I'd sort of been sending notes to my future self. Like, anytime I was like, that seems like a sentence, I would like just like email it to myself or put it in my little notes app on the phone, and I have like scraps of paper everywhere in the house. And there was like this one thing, and it was weird, but I woke up in the morning and I was like, it's that thing now, that thing. And when my daughter was napping, I was like, just mess around with it. Just kind of fuck around with it. Doesn't matter. No, you're already 2 years late. Whatever. And I remember like opening the computer and being like, ew, the computer. And like just being like, just do it. And it is this exciting thing. It's like instead of pulling a string to unravel a sweater, like pulling a string to make the rest of the sweater like roll down like a scroll, like and it just like came out of my mind, this thing that ended up being a piece that's like in the center of the book. And after that one piece, I was like, okay, so anything can either try to gather around this piece or be in conversation with it or be in opposition to it, but everything has to like go with this.
Is that different for you than from how you write when you're writing like for television or where you're writing a script? Do you approach it different? Are you thinking about it different, or is it all writing?
I think it's different. I mean, I don't write very often for TV and film because I find it to be annoying.
That's a really good thing to say here in LA. Just remind all of you screenwriters, it's annoying.
It's annoying. And the reason why it annoys me is not because, like, I don't at all, like, everybody in the entertainment industry who's there doing a job needs to be doing that job.
Yes.
And I respect that. I understand it. And also, like, I don't have a sort of like upstart personality where I'm like, don't you dare give me a note. Like, I want to know. I want to know everything. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's not going to erase me to get a note from a director or executive or whatever. But I do think that just that there's so much money in the entertainment industry at stake, and there's so much fear and I don't really like working with people who are driven by fear rather than driven by appetite. And so I would rather like be the actor in something that's like already set to go than write TV or movies. But in the chances that I've had to write television and movies, I like to write with other people so that I can be in the process that I'm kind of describing of just like pulling ideas and feeling free. And then I like to usually write with like 2 other people who can be more responsible for structure and for being respectful of like the norms or expectations that come with film and TV right now, so that we can create something that, if we really care about it, will actually be bought or, you know, produced and put out there.
Yeah. As an actor, there's a level of vulnerability because it's your body. You're sort of the person that the audience sees and thinks about as part of the thing. And as a writer, there's a similar kind of, like, as an author, there's a similar kind of vulnerability because your name is on the book. Like, people don't know who the editor was or who acquired it or whatever that looks like. But do you find the relationship to be different for you when you meet people or they tell you how your work has affected them? What's the impact like for you with it acting versus writing a book?
I guess I'm always glad to hear it. If anything I've done has made someone feel well or good or happy or less alone, because I'm I really prize those things. I'm always in the experience of trying to feel all of those different ways, plus more. So it doesn't exactly matter to me what the material is. But I do think that with my own writing, with my books, there's a real, I think the gratitude for me, if someone is to respond positively to them, is deeper, because I do have a sense with my books, and I was saying this before, like, nobody is asking for this. Like I'm doing what I want to do. I'm not doing what someone has asked me to do. I'm not doing it because I think that everyone else needs it or something. It's like I'm doing it because I need to do it. Just in the same way that when you wake up in the morning, you like have weird feeling in your body and you do like a weird stretch, like you're just like, I had to make that shape right now. Like otherwise I don't feel good. And when I wrote my first book, I completely understood that people might not like it or want it. And I didn't really imagine the people that would, except for myself. And so when people do respond to my books, and I feel that I am part of like a cohort of readers and feelers that I can sense around me, but that are really differentiated from me, it just makes me feel less alone in the world. And I try not to think too hard on it. Like you don't want to crush the fragile thing, but I just love it so much.
One of the things I really appreciated about your book, and I felt like it let me in to know you in a way, was that you strike me as a person who really likes things or is like interested in things.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious, what are you really into right now? What's keeping you going these days?
Ooh, what am I into right now? It can get pretty random pretty quickly.
This is what we want.
Yeah.
We want random for sure.
Right now, I'm really into like a Dutch and Swedish textile art that was like kind of like in style during the really the 40s through the 70s, like lots of like embroidered heart stitch work, like weird people, bright colors, and also decorative ribbons. And I find myself like making weird troves of them. I've started sending some to my mom's house, so she doesn't know what they're for. I like the idea of being someone who's always prepared, but not like a prepper, but someone who's like, oh yeah, I do. I have a lot of different wallpaper like squares that are like old salvaged wallpapers, and you can put them in your underwear drawer at the bottom to make it prettier, or like baskets of ribbons and different buttons, like old French kitchen linens. I've started to collect things from the world from before that are from people's houses, and it makes me feel really soothed. And I'm also really into bathrobes. Okay. And it's like a big moment. Everyone knows it in my family. When my bathrobe is on, it's like...
Do you have multiple?
Yeah. I do. I also I think one of the biggest luxuries in life is to not have like worn out or dirty pajamas. Okay. Which is something that really comes from breastfeeding and just being like, I can't believe what I look like right now. I'm splattered. I like nightgowns, so I'm wearing like a nightgown covered in breast milk. Like this is genuinely $15.98. I just feel so crazy right now. Why am I wearing this? It's disgusting. Even though breast milk is like, a lovely, holy thing. It's just like, this is milk and it's old and it's gross. Yeah. And so I asked, if anybody was going to give me a present postpartum, please just give me like a simple cotton nightgown. And I have like a trove of nightgowns. And then I let myself get like a new bathrobe every 2 years. And then I have a side bathrobe that's only for when the current bathrobe is bumming me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you think you were going to get bathrobe content today? Okay. This is the LA Times Festival of Books. We do it a little better, a little different here. We give you bathrobes for sure. Yeah, you're not getting this elsewhere.
Yeah. Beautiful cotton bathrobes.
Bathrobes. And nightgowns and ribbons.
Yep.
So much stuff. This was a question that I was once asked on a panel last year, and I'm so obsessed with it that I've started asking everyone else. If you were a punctuation mark, which punctuation mark would you be?
The colon. I think the colon.
You think?
I mean, I know everyone's like, the exclamation mark, Jenny, of course. And it's like, yes, but the colon, yeah.
I was going to say the question mark for you.
Oh, yeah.
I
That's
feel
cool.
like you're very inquisitive. I feel like you're always like
Oh.
asking, like the book feels like a series of questions that you're sort of answering for
For
yourself.
sure. For sure. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't really I can't, it's like always like really hard to choose like one thing, like what's your favorite thing or what are you? But I do think the colon seems right for me because it's like I'm never quite done or like I want to like frame things up like, and I use the colon a lot. I also love a dash. I'm kind of a dash, because a dash connects things that like oftentimes were just separate before. And I like to use dashes to create new descriptors. And I get really annoyed at copy editors when they're like, these are two separate words. And I'm like, no, they're not. Like, not in the mind of me, Like, it's weird to say that you can't make new words. Like, oh, now in 2025, we have to stop after, like, all this time of having language. Now we're finally done. I guess I'm actually a bit pissy about the dash.
Okay.
I like the
this.
dash.
I like this. Okay, I want to ask you, so you famously have a husband who's also a writer.
Oh,
And you both had books come out last year.
Yeah.
And I'm curious about your processy. Do you all share your work with each other? Are you all writing at the same time? Like, get out of this room, I'm going into the writing room. What's the vibe two writers together in the house?
we're so different. Like, we might as well be a capybara and a stallion, him being the stallion and me obviously being the large marine rodent. I write in our bed. I like to write in bed. He made me like a little cabin for writing, and I do go in there, but when it's time for me to write, like I wake up and I like have my coffee and listen to NPR and do like the preliminary journal dump out. And then I like stay in bed. I can't move. Otherwise I will become distracted. Whereas Ben, he goes to his studio, which is like adjacent to our house. And he also needs to write in the morning. We're sometimes writing at the same time. I don't tend to share a lot while I'm writing. And sometimes he'll come to me with a question. Like he'll be like, I have the father is like this is the predicament with the son. It doesn't feel exactly right or something. But mostly we do it privately, I don't think we're like keeping things from each other, but like our writing is incredibly different. And I really, really like it that way. And yeah, I also kind of like to surprise him. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
As far as your process, something that I always ask people on the podcast is about snacks and beverages. Do you have them in your writing routine? Do you have rituals? Are you lighting candles? You said you're in the bed. Are you pen and paper? Are you typing? Tell us like how the magic happens.
Yeah. Okay. Usually at 6:30 in the morning, my mother-in-law comes over and she hangs out with my daughter Ida. And then when Dee Dee, my mother-in-law, comes, I get my cup of coffee. I go into the room. Ben, my husband, goes into Ida's twin bed, even though he is very tall, but that's what he needs. He needs more sleep, so he goes in there. And then I light an incense that like my dad gave me, and I drink my coffee and I listen to Up First from NPR, and I really like that. And even with scary news, I gotta hear it. And then I set my timer for 8 minutes and I write in my journal, pen and paper in like a black and white speckled journal. And then I open up my computer and there will be like 38 open documents and I choose one that seems interesting. I have no plan. And I write in that until I feel like I've completed the work or I'm like, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. And then I just put that over there and let it sit. And then I go into something else. I have a 32-ounce water bottle that is filled up with half warm water, half cold water. I drink 1 cup of coffee a day, and that's it. And then I just sit in that bed until like noon with like maybe a couple pee breaks.
Okay.
That I'm like, God damn you that you have to pee, and I go and like pee, and I'm like, get back in there, and then I go back in there, and then at noon I'm like, and then I feel kind of like stupid, and
because of it.
I do the laundry or I decide what I'm gonna make for dinner.
Yeah,
And
there's
no snacks. I didn't hear a single snack.
No, I like when
Jenny.
I'm like on it, I like I'm not hungry at all. I don't wake up hungry, but it's not great. And then noontime, I like to have like a kind of like Norwegian weird kind of like plate of stuff.
Okay. Say
Yeah.
more.
Like
I'm
a-
interested.
Yeah, like a pickled, smoked or tinned.
That's when the idea for the book sort of came together in my mind, and that was the framework that I adopted, that we saw during that first year of the pandemic in particular, when, politicians were going on air and kind of urging us to reopen everything before we even had vaccines available. I wanted to write about who is taking the most risk, who is in the most danger, and who is dying at disproportionate rates. It's people of color, people with disabilities, seniors like my grandfather, people who we treat as disposable in the United States. So I was very honored to get to tell their stories in Disposable. I am happy to talk about that in more detail as the panel goes on, but that's the idea, and that's why I wanted to write this book, and I'm so honored that I got to be able to do that, and I hope I was able to do my sources a measure of justice that they were denied in life.
Thanks so much. I think that's a great segue to kick us off into hearing about, Bernadette, can you tell us a little bit about how you came into your project and when you were first like, this is the first nugget where you're like, oh, okay, this is a book project.
Yeah. So all my work deals with land stolen from Black people. And I do ethnography, which means I live and immerse myself in the place I study. So my first ethnographic project was actually in South Africa. And I did an ethnography in my first book, We Want What's Ours, about the South African land restitution program. So during apartheid and colonialism, well-documented theft, and it was about the post-apartheid government's quest to provide a remedy. And it looked at the political, economic, psychological impacts of getting something back. So, the project was wildly successful. At the Johannesburg book launch, the Deputy Land Claims Commissioner came and announced that they plan to adopt 90% of the book's recommendations. So although the book was wildly successful, it was actually really uncomfortable for me in many ways because it looked at Black people as the victims. So for my next ethnographic project, I wanted to lift up Black agency, and so I decided I wanted to study squatting, which is when vulnerable populations are taking land instead of being stolen from. And the last largest squatting phenomenon in the US was really on the Lower East Side of New York, but what's currently happening in Detroit far outpaces anything that happened in New York. And so that's how I got to Detroit. I won this big NSF grant to study squatting in Detroit. And in the law, there are two kinds of squatters. One is a takeover, and that's what normal lay people think of as a squatter, someone who comes onto a property with no prior legal relationship to that property. But I'm a property law professor, right, literally across here at USC Gould School of Law, and I teach my students about another category, which is called a holdover. And that's someone who did have a legal relationship to the property but fell out of it. And so basically, I had to interview both for my sample, but when I was interviewing the holdovers, one after the other said that they were the owner, they were tax foreclosed, and they stayed waiting for the new owners to arrive. Now, as a property law scholar, I knew a lot about mortgage foreclosure, but I knew almost nothing about property tax foreclosure. So I started doing my homework, and my first study really showed that between 2009 and 2015, in each of those 7 years, anywhere the city of Detroit was over assessing its homeowners, 53 to 84% of its homeowners, in violation of the Michigan State Constitution, which quite clearly says no property should be assessed at more than 50% of its market value. So, when you do ethnography, this is not theoretical. These are my actual neighbors. Since 2009, 1 in 3 properties has been confiscated through the property tax foreclosure process in Detroit. Let me let you sit with that. 1 in 3. We haven't seen this number of property tax foreclosures in American history since the Great Depression. And my work shows that the majority of these property tax foreclosures are due to these illegally inflated property taxes. So at that point, after the first study, I called NSF and I said, look, I know you gave me money to study squatters, but I actually found this other thing that I need to my neighbors are losing their homes. NSF gave me their blessing, and I was off to the races writing, and I wrote about 6 different kind of quantitative and qualitative articles. And Plundered is really my attempt to pull back from all of the data and talking to other academics to really tell a narrative and talk to a wider audience about what's happening in Detroit, because it's really important to understand what's happening in Detroit not as some anomaly, right? This is, again, part of a larger history of racist policies. And as I explained, starting with racial covenants and everything I talked about at the beginning, right down to what's happening now with racialized property tax administration. And the last thing I'll say is, this is not a Detroit problem. This is a national problem. Recent research by Carlos Avanasio Leon and Troop Howard, I'm still salivating. I don't know how they got access to this data. It's just like amazing. But their study shows that Blacks and Hispanics, on average, pay a 10 to 13% higher property tax rate than whites for the same bundle of goods, which equals $300 to $400 more per year. So inequitable property tax administration is a racial justice issue that our nation has not yet even begun to address. And Detroit is ground zero for the injustice. But the good news is Detroit is also ground zero for the fight back, which we can talk about later. But I'll stop there.
Okay. All right. So my study of food and race began when I was a law school student, and I took a class called The Suburbs with Angela Harris, who is an incredible Black feminist author and teacher. And I decided to write about fast food and the way that it has harmed people who have been forced to live in deserted cities, so there's a kind of some overlap there. And I called it fast food oppression through poor nutrition, and then I graduated, but this had inspired a passion in me for looking at the intersections of race and food. So I continued researching, writing papers. One is called The Unbearable Whiteness of Milk, which looks at the connections between milk and white supremacy, as well as the way that milk creates or feeds into racial health divides. And I kept waiting for this to kind of take off in the legal field or elsewhere, but it never really did. So I was kind of just on my own in the corner doing this work. And I think a lot of people don't realize how important food is to racial justice. And I think that's because of the way that food is framed as a personal choice, personal weakness, personal responsibility, when in fact what we eat is almost completely circumscribed by policies and circumstances and laws. So I wanted to spread the word about that. I'm very alarmed by the way corporations determine almost everything that we eat, and the fact that people don't really realize that. So one of the things that I've highlighted in the book is the way that students and young people, if you try to teach them about nutrition, they really don't care. They don't do anything. But if you teach them that food corporations are trying to manipulate their minds, then they change their eating habits. And I think we're all like that. Like, nobody wants to be told by the billionaires what to eat, right? But we have a whole society that is framed around the idea of choice. Like, we get to choose to have terrible chemical dyes in our food, but I don't want to go there because of RFK Jr., but you know what I'm saying. So I'm really, really excited that people are reading the book now and seeing how integral food justice is to racial justice, and that, you know, if you're sick, if you're dying, if, you know, you just can't function in society because of bad nutrition, which is now the #1 source of preventable deaths in the United States, then you just can't achieve your full life.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think each of your books shed light on egregious forms of systemic inequality, what the late feminist scholar Lauren Berlant has dubbed slow forms of killing. So I thought I'd kick off our discussion by asking each of you to break down one of these for us. Sarah, you wrote of how the CARES Act benefited the wealthy, and I'm wondering if you can explain that for us briefly.
Yes. So it did benefit the wealthy. As I write in the book, during the pandemic, we did see glimpses of a new political order that could be. There was this stimulus payments that were given out. There was the CARE Act. There was these kind of, you know, attempts to sort of ameliorate what was going on in people's lives at the time. In my view, they certainly did not go far enough. I worried at the time that they would not be permanent. And unfortunately, that's largely been the case. And that there wasn't the political will to, like, think about making them permanent, what that would look like, what would go into it, and who would benefit from it. And unfortunately, in my view, and as I write in the book, the sort of inequality that we experienced going into the pandemic is very much still with us as we're, like, transitioning to this new phase of the pandemic where it's kind of become more endemic and we have vaccines that are available. So that was my concern when I was writing the book, and I was thinking about the effects of that law. And it wasn't so much to, you know, dismiss the help that was given, but to think about kind of critically why it didn't go further and why it didn't help more people than it did. And unfortunately, I think the sort of flaws that were inherent in it are fairly typical for legislation on this topic historically.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Andrea, while reading Ruin Their Crops, you wrote of the Americanization movement, specifically an ad that Post Cereal Company took out in 1908. It was at the New York Times, and it was described as a letter. So I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about that. I was fascinated.
Thank you for asking about that, because no one's ever asked me about that before, but it is quite astounding, and it is a great example of corporate manipulation. So a lot of this campaign against immigrants was centered around food and myths about what Mexicans eat. So just before this in the book, I write about how there was an article that came out that said railway employees had to guard the grease they used for their car wheels. So strong was the temptation to Mexican immigrants to steal the grease to cook their beans in. And then the Post Cereal Company, they put into the New York Times, it was an ad, but it said it was a letter to the editor, and said, after about 13 years in Mexico, where I was on a Mexican diet, into which coffee and greasy food enter largely, I found that everything I ate distressed me. Nervous breakdown with pain in the heart caused me to give up mental work. After trying various stomach remedies without benefit, I found relief at last by eating grape nuts and cream.
Cream. I mean, it seemed a solution for anything, but thank you. Okay, so speaking of cream, I was also like surprised. I had never thought about this before when reading your book, but like, how did milk come to enter our schools? Like, that is just a given beverage that you got at public school, and I was wondering if you could speak to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, milk is so fascinating to me anyway, because it's a food that is sold to us as something essential, but that has, since its creation, been like killed so many people, right? And so when people first started drinking it, especially in cities, and it had to be transported from rural areas, it was contaminated. Millions of infants were dying from drinking this milk. Then it got pasteurized, but then it would have the hand, foot, and mouth disease, tuberculosis. So instead of abandoning it, the government just kind of doubled up on efforts to show, or to lie, basically, about what an essential food it was, how great it was. And the advertisements and the propaganda around this were saying, well, the Aryans drink the most milk, and they are the highest intellect and the strongest people. So this connection between whiteness and milk covering up for its actual health effects was, that's over a century old. So people have never really wanted to drink it as much as we have produced it. So there have been a lot of efforts to keep that industry going by taking the unwanted surpluses that we have and giving them to poor people or, people like school children. So milk became one of the big impetuses for the government to create school lunch programs as a dumping ground for milk that nobody wanted to buy. Mm-hmm. And so it's continued that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember all those ads of milk doing a body good, and now all the cheese ads that we have. Bernadette, I did want you to speak to us, but you kind of already did talk about the over-taxation, the practice, but if you wanted to speak about that more, or even just the yellow bag flagging on homes, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so the yellow bag on the book cover here is basically the bag that they put on homes that are in danger of being in tax foreclosure. And one of the main characters of the book, Myrisha Brown, who's Grandpa Brown's granddaughter, had one of these yellow bags placed on her door. And when she looked up, the yellow bag was on almost every door on her block. And that was her first sign that something was wrong, right? She didn't know what it was, but she knew something was up. And nevertheless, and again, I told you, since 2009, 1 in 3 homes has been subject to property tax foreclosure. But Myrisha's understanding of, she eventually loses her home to tax foreclosure, but her understanding of why she lost her home, she said, when I asked her the question, she said, Prof, clearly I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing. And these are called what I call narratives of personal irresponsibility. And it wasn't just Myrisha blaming herself, others. So as I started my research, I interviewed every government official who touched the tax administration in Wayne County and Detroit. And I heard different stories, but the same theme, right? One told me, these historic numbers of tax foreclosures is because people in Detroit just don't want to pay their taxes. Another government official told me, well, the problem is people in Detroit bought houses they could not afford. And another government official, I'm gonna name him by name, Dave Szymanski, had the audacity to tell me, well, Professor, the problem is that people decided to buy purses instead of paying their taxes. So no matter how you wanna articulate it, these are all narratives of personal irresponsibility. And these narratives do very important discursive work because they they move society's gaze from what's really going on, which are these systemic inequalities. Again, my study shows that between 2009 and 2015, anywhere between 55 and 85% of properties were assessed in violation of the Michigan State Constitution. Yet no one is talking about these structural issues. Everyone, including the people who are being victimized, are blaming themselves. And those of us who love justice, our job, and this is not just a move here in this book or the area of Detroit or property tax foreclosure, this is a narrative that's powerful in dealing with and explaining with inequality in general. And so our job as those who love justice is to always shift the conversation in every space we're in from these narratives of personal irresponsibility to identifying these narratives of structural injustice. Right? So when you look at a Black community and you find disorder, right? A lot of the narrative, our societal narrative is, oh, there's something wrong with the Black people. Because that's what's visible. What's invisible are the layers and layers of racist policies that made the community like that. The racially restrictive covenants, the redlining, the urban renewal, the block busting, the predatory mortgage lending, the discriminatory property tax administration. All of these racist policies have no shoulders on which to carry the blame. And so it's what's visible that carries the blame. It's the Black people in the communities that carries the blame. And so when we have, again, this story about these two grandfathers, when we look at Grandpa Brown, who's the Black grandfather, and Grandpa Bucci, who's the white grandfather, when we look at Grandpa Bucci and his descendants, our society explains their success is because they're successful because they worked hard. I'm here to tell you, Grandpa Brown and his descendants worked hard too. Right? But what's invisible in these stories are, again, the layers and layers of racist policies. And again, the last thing I'll say is those of us who love justice, our job is to raise up and to make the invisible visible. To start talking about these layers and layers of racist policies anytime we come into a conversation about inequality.
Thank you so much. And one thing I really appreciated most about these books is that they're actually forms of solutions journalism, that each of you has done the hard work of outlining these forms of economic violence, but then also point to organizations. Some you've started or are active in yourselves. You, Bernadette, I know have started your own organization that offer replicable solutions. So if each of you could speak about an organization you came across in your writing that works to upend these disparities, or the work they do, and how people here can get involved with them. I mean, you said yourself, this is not just a Detroit issue. I recall when reading your book, there was, I don't know, it was a while ago, I think Eric Garcetti was running at the time, and we penned this, we had this campaign called Banks Make Bad Neighbors, and it was about bank-owned homes in blighted neighborhoods in South L.A., and we surveyed all those homes, and they did write a blight ordinance, but then it was never enforced, which meant if you had a bank-owned blighted home in South LA, you would own the city $1,000 a day for its work. But it was never really enforced, or the ordinance didn't have teeth or something of that nature. So we went out and we reported on them, and we took all the folks who were running for office on a tour of bank-owned blighted homes in LA. And I just think there's, and that was with ACE, I think, that we did that work. So I guess there are organizations doing this good work, and I'd love to hear about some of them.
So, you know, when I came across this injustice, again, since 2009, 1 in 3 properties being subject to property tax foreclosure, I couldn't just, let me just say the Academy, which I'm part of, is fundamentally extractive. So let me talk about universities for a minute. What do I mean by that? A lot of times when scholars study impoverished communities, they don't even go back and give the study that they did the interviews for back to the community, doing presentations in the community to spread the knowledge that they had. And it's not because they're bad people, it's because the Academy does not does not reward people for that. When you do dissemination, that takes a lot of time and energy, and in nowhere are you rewarded. So a lot of times, in like the work I do, you have to do it on top of your teaching, your research, and your service. You don't get less teaching, research, and service to do these this work of dissemination and this community impact work. So again, the Academy is fundamentally extractive, but I have decided not to be part of that. And so when I came to find these shocking findings, before I went to law school, I'm from L.A., and I was a community organizer right here in South Central L.A. at COCO. And so I got to work.
Community Coalition.
That's
yes.
it. And I got, you know who my executive director was? Karen Bass, right?
Oh,
Full
yeah.
circle.
I worked with Anthony Thigpen, so
and I love Anthony. So the point is we got to work, and we created the Coalition for Property Tax Justice. You can all Google it to find out more about the work we're doing. And we have 3 goals. The first is to stop these unconstitutional tax assessments in Detroit and throughout the nation. Our second goal is to stop these ongoing tax foreclosures, because you won't believe me when I tell you that they're still going on despite this evidence of illegally inflated property taxes, though we have been able to, through activism and organizing.
I show you salad starters, mains, cocktails, and then I show you how to take your leftovers and turn it into something you want the next day. Because the bummer about dinner parties is you get stuck with everything in your fridge, and when you're cooking all day, you're tasting. By the time I get to dinner, I don't even want to eat it because I've already been eating it all day. So I show you how to take your leftovers and turn it into something that's going to take like one dish, 15 minutes, bam, you're back on the couch watching Severance or whatever you're into. So today, I'm going to make a couple fun things for my chapter that is the dinner party called Southern Tapas. So it's little like handheld, dainty bites of Southern food. Southern food is mac and cheese. It's big, it's heavy, but I wanted to do like a chic little play on that and make it a little lighter. Also, if you have any questions during this, fire them at me. Gal with the mic. Respect the mic. Okay. So first, let's make a cocktail. I mean, it's 11. It's a little overcast. It's a Sunday. This is my church. So I call this a Goodbye Earl, and it is an Earl Grey infused bourbon cocktail. And I got to this name because originally I called it an Earl Grey Old Fashioned, and then I was at a cooking weekend with, does anyone know Vivian Howard, the chef? Yeah, she's a baddie. You have great taste. And went and cooked with her, and I made these for everyone, and then we ended up at karaoke screaming the Chicks song, Goodbye Earl. So it was renamed. So for the bourbon, all you do is you take some Earl Grey tea bags, about 4 to every 16 ounces, so it'll make about 8 drinks. You put them in there, you let it steep for like 3 hours. Now, I love to use tea in cocktails because it's like such a cheap way to make a drink unique. I absolutely hate when you get a drink, or when you get a cookbook, and all the cocktail recipes are like, and then you're gonna need this $60 liqueur, and this $70 liqueur that you're never gonna use again, and it's just gonna be on your shelf going bad. So I like to use tea, and then you can like make it beautiful flavors for just how much you need, right? So, to a shaker full of ice, I've got some, okay, here we go. I'm gonna put in a couple ounces of my Earl Grey tea. Like I said, it's been like 2.5, 3 hours, and then you can fish them out. There's a fine line when you're using a tea like this that if you leave it too long, it'll get like tannic and bitter. So I'm so sorry, you're gonna have to taste test as you go. All right, I don't have a measurer, so let's just do this. A little Earl Grey tea. Ooh. You're gonna do like 2 parts to 1 part lemon juice. Gorgeous. And then honey simple syrup. Just like regular simple syrup, except use honey. This is great to keep around if you're like an iced tea person, and when you put the honey in there and it's just a glob lava lamp. Am I on screen? Yeah. I didn't realize we were getting close-ups. Okay. Matt, I just do the buccal fat thing all day. So anyway, thank you for coming. So we're gonna add 1 part honey simple. We're gonna shake that bad boy up. Ooh. Here we go. There we go. Oh my God. This is not my at-home shaker. Michael! Thank you. So this is my bar back, Michael. We'll just strain it like old school. All right, here we go. Listen, I have my ways. Look at that. Oh my gosh, you can smell the bergamot. It's like so floral and beautiful. I like to garnish it with one of those good cherries. A little lemon. Ooh, a Goodbye Earl. Oh my God, it's perfect. Greg Varley, my loyal listener, come taste test it. This is Greg. He comes to all my stuff. He's not a stalker. He's a lovely human being. Once came to a show dressed as us. As Grace. Okay, here you go. Now be honest, but also.
Not being fake, incredible.
Say it into my face, Mike.
It's not being fake, it's incredible.
There we go. Thank you, Greg Varley. Okay, well, this has me feeling really good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make broccoli salad summer rolls. Do y'all know like the old school Southern broccoli salad? Yeah, it's like the raw broccoli, but usually it's covered in a ton of mayonnaise. Not my thing. I wanted to make it lighter, brighter, a little more fun. I'm not a big mayonnaise fan. I am a big raw broccoli fan, though. It's like, for some reason, one of my go-to things that I eat on the way home from the grocery store. I always say at a red light, if you pull up beside me, I look like a turtle at a petting zoo. Just down in some florets. It's not good. Okay, so we have our raw broccoli, couple cups here. I am going to add a little bit of olive oil, a couple tablespoons. And here's the thing. I don't think it's just kale that should be massaged, you know? Or my shoulders, okay? I am a little tense. I've been flying a lot. But so, raw broccoli, I feel like if you're gonna eat it raw, you should still get in there and massage it a little bit. Go ahead and break down the fibrousness. Give it a good start, because sometimes it also helps to not get stuck in your teeth as much when you have a little olive oil to coat it. So we've got our little shiatsu'd broccoli, feeling so relaxed. And then the rest of this is kind of cuppa. If you've seen Steel Magnolias, you know the reference. Dolly Parton says her recipes, cup of sugar, cup of flour, cup of butter. And that's what we're doing here. So we're gonna do a cup of shredded cheddar, a cup of minced craisins, you could do dried cherries, whatever you're into. Some celery. If you have the leaves, use them too. They are the best part. And then a cup of fried onions. Y'all, they're not just for Thanksgiving. You gotta please keep French's in business year round. They are delicious. I cannot have them stop making these. They're delicious. I keep them at home just to put on salads and whatnot. So we're gonna stick that in there. Add a little bit of red wine vinegar, some salt and pepper. I'm feeling very emerald. Here we go. And then let's mix it up. Look at this. Everything's here, Michael. You did a great job. Okay. Give it a little mix. And then we have the base of our broccoli salad. Now, you're like, this is dry. Yes, because we're gonna turn them into summer rolls and we're gonna use a dipping sauce. So for right now, that is good as is. We'll let it marry for a few minutes. Now it's time to do the scariest part of my presentation, and that is roll a summer roll. I'm being very vulnerable right now. Okay, you can take some hot water. Thank you, Eden! This rock star. Oh, man. Y'all go buy her book, Tahini Baby. It just came out last week. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You're kind of stalking me on my book tour, though. I was in San Francisco yesterday, and I was like, Eden's here. And now you're here? Move over, Greg Farley. I got a new stalker. Oh, man. Okay, so summer rolls. It's so funny when they told me, they were like, we chose these recipes. I was like, okay, let's get into it. If you haven't, who here has worked with rice paper before, like a summer roll? Okay, well, first of all, don't judge me. Second of all, if you see you're better at it than me, just come on stage. Just come on stage. No, we all have our strengths. It's not Michael. Come on up here, bud. Okay, so you have your rice paper. We all know it. We all love it. You're just gonna put it in some warm water, not boiling. I enjoy my fingertips. Haven't committed many crimes lately, so I'll keep my fingertips on. And you dip it in the warm water. Make sure you keep your hands kind of like 10 and 2 when they teach you how to drive, because as soon as it softens up, it just wants to bundle all together. So once it's feeling soft, ooh, there we go, see? Nice and ready to roll. So you put it on. I like to use a damp surface. It can be like this, it can be a tea towel, it can be a paper towel, whatever you need. Michael, where are you going? He bails on me at the most nerve-wracking parts. No. I just need his love, his proximity. Okay. So you're gonna take a little bit of your broccoli salad, stick it in the summer roll. Again, these are dainty. They don't have to be crazy big. The cool part is if you get tired of rolling this, you just add the dipping sauce to it, and it'll hold in the fridge forever. For 2 days. Don't get sick. Oh, lawsuits. Okay, so you're gonna roll it up. You're gonna take the side, pinch it in, like you can, little burrito style. You know what I mean? Do your best Chipotle impression. I usually do this on a paper towel, so it's sticking quite a bit. Now, what I like to do is I like to get one roll in, and then you go to the herb section of your grocery store where they have the edible flowers, and you see it, and you're like, oh, excuse me. Do I feel like being fancy tonight? Oh, wait. Cute. So much more chic. So I get some edible flowers or violets or whatever, and then I make, once I have it tucked in, I take some petals, I lay them out, and now it's almost like you're gonna have your, your stained glass effect, right? So now it's going to be, roll it up, roll it up. Now you've got this beautiful little floral summer roll. I got a thumbs up from the lady in the hat. Now, to me, perfect portion, one and done. I serve this, in the book I say either a poppy seed dressing, which I think is really nice, or a tahini dressing. Where's Eden? I'm coming for your bag. Like a, lemon, honey, tahini dressing, whatever you like. If you're a ranch person, the heir to Hidden Valley, everyone. But so this is, a little dipping sauce, a little plate of these, gorgeous. I'm gonna take a bite because I think you're supposed to do that. You got the bright, oh God, I hate when people do this. You've got the bright poppy seed dressing. Your base is celery. Oh my God, I'm disgusting. The creamy cheese, it's perfect. I absolutely love it. And also, once you get the hang of it, you can use it for anything, like BLT, summer rolls, other types of sandwiches, summer rolls. If you got a friend who's gluten-free, this is perfect. If you're trying to cut back on a little garbage for the summer, get into it. Give it a roll. Thank you. Do I need to make one for everyone? Okay. Okay. How are we doing on time, Michael? Do we have any questions so far? Yes, I did get my shirt off Etsy. It just says food. It's custom. Okay, no one? Well, let's keep going. All right, next we're gonna make, you know what? Let's do it. Audio? gonna get weird. Are we back? It's memory, bitch. Okay, I needed to do it. I had to do it. Okay, next we're gonna make, oh, we do have a question. God bless you.
All right. For vegetarian cooking,
Yes.
what's like a solid go-to staple that you always have in your pantry that's versatile? Like, what's your go-to? Got to make sure I've always got it because you use it in so many different situations.
Okay, so my go-to, it's not exciting and it feels like every answer you would have, but it's a variety of beans and legumes. They're so versatile. I don't know why I turned into Christopher Walken. Legumes. Listen, if there's like the easiest thing to do, if you're running late or whatever, you know, if you're making a meal for one and you don't mind what it looks like, always have beans in there, always have some onion, and I am like such a fan of tomato paste because I feel like with some herbs, a little bit of broth, a little bit of tomato paste, you can turn anything into either a beautiful pasta sauce or like a Moroccan tinged kind of broth for a gorgeous stew. So I would say those are my go-tos. Is that the most exciting? No, I say right before, I'm just saying this in front of beans. It's not the most exciting, but I do think it's very fun. And also in this book, I love to celebrate vegetables that you might be overlooking, but are at every single grocery store. I have a chapter called The Underdogs, and it's just that. It's things that I love that I feel like, you know how chefs have the trendy vegetable when it was like Brussels sprouts were in Dumas, you know what I mean? It was just like, everyone was like, oh, cauliflower, woohoo! You know, but there's so many things that I think are delicious that haven't been celebrated, like fennel or celery root, which is so delicious. I do like a fried celery root like you would brined in pickle and whatnot. So I would say beans, and we're gonna do a lima bean hummus for our next one. Listen, we love hummus. I didn't know it existed till like 2001, and now I cannot go anywhere without eating hummus, especially, who here's a vegetarian? Okay, you eat a lot of hummus when you go to a party, don't you? Like, it's the go-to, and it's great protein source, whatnot, but it can be a little boring, and I don't know why chickpeas have to be the bean we always use, okay? We need to mix it up a little bit, and I, for one, I love lima beans. I know I might be in a minority. No, stand up and do that little clap for everyone. There we go. I love lima beans. I was one of those kids who welcomed lima beans. I think they're delicious. We call them butter beans in the South, which is just adorable. Very cute name for a dog. Ooh, a dog. But so I'm gonna make some lima bean hummus. If you have fresh lima beans, like, good for you. You've made great life choices. You're friends with a farmer. Love it for you. But if you're not that lucky, I say use frozen lima beans. They're always gonna be fresher than canned. Canned lima beans can be a little too soft, a little too chalky. So get the frozen ones and then give them a nice quick flash boil. Michael, anything to add?
Doing great.
Cool. Let me know if you have any questions. What's up? Emotional support. I said he's my emotional support. He doesn't have a vest. I do have some forged papers, if anyone asks. Okay, so to a food processor, you're gonna add about 3 or so cups of lima beans. I'm gonna save a little bit for the topping because I feel like every hummus needs a topping, or else it just starts to feel like baby food, and I need some texture up in there, all right? So we've got our lima beans and a food processor. We're also going to add some red wine vinegar or apple cider vinegar, whatever you prefer. Oop. Some olive oil, a couple cloves of garlic. Give it up for garlic. Bucket list, check. A little bit, oh no, that's for the topping. I'm using jalapeno. I like a little spice in my life, all right? I was raised on the Spice Girls. So, we're really filling time here. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a chop. Give it a, if you want it spicy, if you really like spice, obviously leave the seeds in. I'm a big hot sauce girly, so I try to keep my spice at a normal level because then I'm just gonna douse it in whatever hot sauce is nearby. All right, we've got tahini, like any good hummus has. That's gonna make it delicious and creamy, add a little bit of nuttiness to it. And then this isn't traditional, for a hummus, but I'm adding feta cheese. You know what? It's officially not vegan, sorry. And add a little feta cheese there. I'm gonna save a little for the topping. A little cilantro. I'm just gonna grip it and rip it. Now, I know cilantro can be controversial. Who here thinks it tastes like soap? Y'all are my people. Wait, someone did? Oh, sorry. They're like, go to the cooking tent where you'll be called out mercilessly. So anyway, we're gonna add a little cilantro. And then we're gonna add the juice of half a lemon. And I should have done this first, but oh well, we're doing things different. A little bit of zest. Zest is so underrated. If you're not zesting before you're squeezing, you're leaving like half of the goodness. Okay, we got that going on. And really, this is like the baseline recipe for any hummus, right? It's gonna be lemon, it's gonna be a little vinegar, a little olive oil, some type of legume, and tahini. Okay. Whew. I said I was gonna use one machine. Don't do me dirty. I'm in front of people. And then you blend it up. Yeah, pretty good so far. That's high powered. You guys have a pretty good generator here. Now, people have their own textures for hummus they prefer, right? So I like mine a little chunkier. I don't want it like silky smooth. If you want it a little smoother, you can add more olive oil, more tahini. That's feeling good. Just want to make sure no one bites into a garlic clove on its own. Maybe a little more. No? Okay. That's looking good for me. I like it. Now, like I said, I like my hummus to have a little bit on top. You know when you go buy a certain brand of hummus and it's like pine nut hummus and it's like 3 pine nuts on top? Are pine nuts illegal? What's happening here? I want like a whole, basically a cowboy caviar or a salsa on top, or like a nut crumble or like a dukkha. Like I want something to get that texture in there. And I want a lot of it because people are gonna be fighting for it, right? So I'm calling it a little like succotash salsa. If you know like the succotash with the lima beans. We're gonna take lima beans. I'm adding a little more feta to it. Let's ride. A little diced red onion. Am I the messiest person that's been up here? Hell yeah, okay. Not even close? Amazing. Okay, we did have some feta on the side. Good, good, good. I'm gonna do some banana peppers. I love banana peppers. You could also put jalapenos at this part of the recipe. A little jalapeno, banana pepper brine. Y'all, don't sleep on a banana pepper martini, okay? I know everyone loves a dirty martini, dirty this, dirty that. Brine of anything is delicious. A little banana pepper martini. You take the full banana pepper, put a little cheese in there, garnish it. I see you nodding. She's making that later. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of halved grape tomatoes. Again, let's give it some more salt and pepper. Screw it, we got a little cilantro left over. That's feeling good. That feels good. Give it a little mix. Again, this is one of those things that, like, if I was making at home, I'd probably make this earlier in the day so all the flavors can marry. Right now, they just got to the party. They're awkward. They don't know what to do. Later, they'll be loosey-goosey, having a good time, making out, and all the flavor. I don't know what kind of parties y'all go to. Okay, so we've got our little succotash salsa. Again, you could add whatever you like in there. And we have got our lima bean hummus. I kept it a little chunky. Again, you can add even a little water if you want to thin it out. Sometimes, depending on what tahini you're using, it might be thicker, and sometimes it can like coagulate and get a little too thick. Michael, got it. Thank you so much. The bar is in hell. They're like, okay, she's not bleeding. She crushed it. Okay, let's get this. Ooh, this is always the scary part because it's the sharp part. I'm just gonna stick it right there. We're gonna scoop out our hummus. Again, this is a chunkier dip. It's how I like it. Has anyone here experimented with other beans and hummus? This is my crowd interaction portion. Oh, we got a question? She says, when is it over? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I hesitate asking this question because you seem like a really nice person.
Oh,
but,
Jesus.
But I don't like cheese.
Okay. Get out. What? Okay, is that a statement?
No, my question is because a lot of vegetarian recipes have some sort of like vegan cheese or something like that in it.
Right.
What would be a good substitution if you really like the recipe?
Yeah.
But it's got cheese.
Well, listen, something like this, it truly is a leave out scenario, right? I mean, I know it's giving there's probably a lot of cheese in this book because I chose fondue as the cover. I'm like, barely any cheese, swear to God. But really, there isn't a ton of cheese in this. I feel like when people just make it a cheese-forward dish, I'm getting full too fast. Like, I want vegetarian cooking that is actual vegetables. And another thing about this book is there's also no faux meat in the book. There's not even tofu. There's no tempeh, there's no seitan, because I like to cook for my friends. None of my friends are vegetarian. So when they're coming over, they don't want me to make them something that I'm like, isn't it kind of like chicken, sort of? You know, because they'll leave and go right to Chick-fil-A. Just kidding.
I'm very passionate to show up and say, hey, you know, if I never was able to wear the uniform when I came, when I was really young, how can I serve those who serve us? And I've done almost 60 USO tours. I've been to every, thank you. It's a lot of traveling. and I've been to every base you could think of, you know, from Iraq to Afghanistan to South Korea, Germany, Bahrain, Djibouti, Africa, Norway, Poland, Lithuania. I mean, you name it. I've been there visiting our brothers and sisters and saying, you know, thank you on behalf of all of us, saying we miss you, and until you come home, we'll continue to think of you. And I heard hundreds and hundreds of stories. I met thousands of soldiers, and in the hundreds of stories that I heard, it really kind of changed my life in many ways, and it made me so grateful to the opportunity this country had given me. And I wanted to write a book of service. You know, what can we do when we show up? What can we do when we lock arms and we create a little bit of unity? It was a very broad idea. So the more I started telling the story of all these trips, the more I started reflecting on the trajectory of my family, the sacrifices my parents made in order for me to have the education that they never had. All of these things started kind of coming forward, and as an adult, reliving my parents' sacrifices was different. And if you all know, if you remember, you know, when you're a kid and your parents were going through things, you knew a version of that story, the version that ultimately felt the one you could understand, but not the way they were experiencing it. So having that moment to talk to my mom and my dad and ask them questions as an adult now, as a father now, made me really realize, you know, what had to break in them in order for us to be possible. And so the more I told that story, the more it became like, I guess this is a memoir. And, you know, my publisher, Harper's Select, they were so graceful. They're like, yes, this has been a memoir from the beginning. Let's do this. But I wanted it, you know, look, humbly, this book is something that I felt I wanted to do, not just as a love letter to my younger self, to say, hey, thank you for not being scared to say what you wanted to be, or a letter to my parents for their sacrifices of bringing us to America. But it was also kind of a love letter to all my fans and everyone that supported me, and I wanted to give them a little bit more context of how Fez was possible and how all these opportunities that came to me was possible. And I thought it was important to just say thank you through that book to all my fans as well.
So you mentioned your service for the USO, and in your book you talk about your sense of identity, your sense of self, right? Obviously you your dad is Venezuelan, your mom is Colombian, and those are very much part of your identity. But something that struck me was a third of my heart also belongs to this country, right? So talk to me a little bit about how you started getting involved with the USO. What was the impetus for you to decide to give back?
Yeah, absolutely. I had, I think I was about 3 years into that 70s show, and I was walking through an airport, and two young men wearing uniform, they were on their way overseas. And they came up to me and they said, sir, permission to, talk to you. And I was like, okay, granted. And I was just like cracking jokes already, And so they were like, hey, just wanted to say that after a long day of everything that we do, and when we have to do it, when we have to do, he's like, we trade the 70s show DVDs and the bass. And like we trade them around like baseball cards, So like, okay, I'll give you season 1, you give me season 2, and those DVDs, when we're in the base and when we're hunkered down, it really kind of makes the time go by, and just having a laugh at the end of the day. I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I was like, I was so shocked and shattered by the fact that they were thanking me for something that I felt was just so fun, but the fact that they were thanking me felt so wrong. I felt like, no, hold on, I gotta, let me thank you, man. Like that's crazy that you're saying that, but thank you for what you're doing. So I had this crazy idea. I called my agents and I was like, hey, so I heard that the soldiers like watch our like the 70s show like out there in Iraq and all that. So like, wouldn't it be funny if like Fez goes and like all of a sudden it's like, hey, I'm in Iraq, what's up? And like, and my agents, there was a moment of silence and they're like, I don't know how funny it would be, but what do you want to do? And I was like, well, I heard about the USO. I grew up watching Bob Hope doing these trips and bringing all these artists. And I just said, oh, this would be cool. And so long story short, they called the USO. Within a week, I was booked to go to Germany. And I went on my first USO tour. And I said, well, at the time, I was producing a show called Your Mama on MTV. Some of you may remember it. Some of you chose to forget. I unfortunately lived it. I cannot forget it. But I created this show that was like the 8 Mile of Your Mama So Fat jokes. And it was on MTV. And like the kids loved it. The teachers hated it, right? But so I was like, oh, I don't want to just come and handshake and like do handshakes and take pictures. I was like, I want to come and I want to bring a comedy show. So can I do an East Coast, West Coast battle of Your Mama So Fat jokes? And USO was like, sure, okay, sure. And they sent me out, and there was an audience just like this. Like the configuration was like this. And the battle started, and there was 4-star generals and 3-star generals in the front. And they were not laughing. But everybody else was dying, laughing so hard. They were on their chairs or whatever. And it's like, oh, I get it. I'm here for them. Like, this is what I'm here to do. And that's how it started out. I just was hooked, and then 60 tours later.
Yes, definitely. Feel free to applaud. So what I really loved about your book was how much you center your parents, not just their stories and their journeys to coming to America, but also the lessons that they imparted on you, right? And specifically your dad, right? You talk about your dad in eras of abundance, he always picked up the tab, right? And that to me feels like it's been core to your decision to give back. Can you talk to me a little bit more about the lessons that your parents taught you that you see shaped who you are now?
Absolutely. My parents had a major role in not just the values, but in the practice. And seeing your parents, kind of embody the messaging, you have parents that tell you what to do, and you have parents that show you that that's what they do too, And my parents were those parents, my dad, my mom hated this part, but every time my dad would have people over, or we'd go to dinner, or, we go to an event or something, he will always pay for the tab. And she's like, we cannot afford to be paying for this tab. Like, what are we doing? but there was something that there was a level of joy and achievement that it made my dad feel by doing this, you know. So I realized very quickly that like blessings are not meant to be held. Blessings are meant to be filtered out, right? The more you hold your blessings, the less you'll be able to receive, right? The more you give, and the more you give it back, I would say, to the universe, the more room you make for it to continue to flow through you. And it's true, and it really is in my heart. I've felt that quite literally and quite physically. You know, the transfer of that energy. And my dad collected the fruits of so many people that he cultivated and provided so many great times for. So yeah, so definitely those lessons were important. My dad never taught me to save money. He just was horrible at it. But my mom taught me how to, like, you know, have a secret stash somewhere, you know? So like I learned so much from them about who I was gonna be as an adult.
So I don't know if you people know this, but he is an actor. So why don't we talk about your craft, right? Obviously, you're a big role. Is that 70s show? As I was preparing for this interview, I remember when it aired. You know, I was of the age. I'm 39, so I was like right in that high school era, and it felt so true to me. And so I hadn't seen it in a while, and I started rewatching it, and I gotta say, it holds up. It's so funny, you know, and it's just so genuine. But can you talk to me about booking that role? I know that it was the journey to getting to Fest was so treacherous. And then let's talk about how that role changed your life.
Absolutely. You take me back to those moments. Those were moments where my family, well, all of us as a family, we were struggling a lot. You know, my dad had to kind of jump into spending all the savings because we couldn't find the right place to live and all that stuff, and couldn't buy a car and all that. So we were kind of we had like a really early start to what we needed to do, and we weren't able to save our money. So we were living check by check, and occasionally we would be late to rent, or about 3 months or 3 to 2 months, always late. And at that time, when I was going to high school, I didn't know how to speak English at the age of 14. I didn't even know how to count to 3. So I basically, decided to go back to what I knew, which was dancing, singing, and acting, and that felt very universal. Also, as an actor, as a kid, you're performing things on stage that you don't even know what meant. Like I know how to speak English, so I was doing English plays, and I was doing sentences that I had no idea what they meant. But the idea was that the more I did this theater, the more that it taught me how to speak English, and that's right. I mean, I was carrying all these fake conversations on stage that I didn't have the courage to have outside of the stage. So the more I did theater, the better my English became, the more bold I became with communicating. And then the more I was sharpening these tools, and I was such a clown, like I was such an idiot that I just like making people laugh. So at that time, a teacher said, hey, you're pretty good. You're kind of funny. You should try to see if you could do some commercials. And long story short, I told my dad, I was like, hey, Dad, I heard that, like, I'm pretty good, and I'm kind of funny. And they're like, maybe I should do some commercials. My dad said, what is a commercial, And I said, oh, it's this thing on TV, da-da-da-da-da. And then he's like, well, let me see your report card. And I was a pretty good student. I was kind of a teacher's pet when it came to drama, so I was very good. Teacher's pet, woo! So basically, I decided to, okay, I'm gonna try to give it a try. And my dad invested a little bit more because I had really good grades. So my dad invested a little bit of money in just getting me a couple little, like, this little acting little class, which was kind of such a ripoff. They were just getting kids to, like, sign off and the parents' money. But I took it so serious that I actually learned something from this little acting academy. And then I got an agent. And I remember this very clearly. It was a moment where my family was, struggling, and my dad's car had been stolen, And when you're struggling, your card is your lifeline. This is how you get through life. This card allows you to take mechanic parts from one garage sale to a mechanic shop, and it was just a really, really bad week. And they had sent me on this audition, and I auditioned, and then they called me 4 times. My dad had to borrow gas money from the neighbor so they could end the neighbor's car to also take me to these auditions. And I remember on the last audition, they make you sign contracts. You don't have the part, but they want you to sign contracts right now. And you open the contract, and the contract said that I was going to make $15,000 for the first episode and $10,000 per episode after that. And I looked at my dad, and I was like, Dad. And it was like a joke. I read that. I was like, this is hilarious. Like, this is obviously not for me. But I looked at my dad. I was like, Dad, imagine if I get this. Like, could you imagine if I get this? And my dad, without hesitation, said, Mijo, my dad always sounded like he was drunk. He's like, Mijo, if you get it, at the very good. If you don't get it, at the very good. And I said, okay, very good. So I went in there and I auditioned my ass off. And I was just like jazz hands, back flips. I was like, we'll see. And I went home, and my agent at the time, who was not representing me, he was just sending me on auditions to see what kind of feedback I would get. He called me. He says, hey, you remember the times when you pick up the phone and you can go in the other room and pick up the phone and you could hear the conversation from the other room? Well, that was my whole family in every room, So I got the phone, and he's like, hey, so listen, good news. They want you to come back tomorrow. So I thought, oh, my God, I got another call back. And they said, they want you to come back tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. And my entire family is crying, and I'm freaking out. I'm jumping. I don't even know what it means. All I remember is like $15,000. I was like, I think we just won $15,000, and all I have to do is not get fired. And then they, that's, you wrote it like a movie. I looked outside the window, and in that very moment, the neighbor had the American flag waving. And that's when I knew that is what this is about. I knew that that's what this country provides all of us. It gives us a space for us to dream and think, and have the audacity that we can be something greater than when we ever were predicted or stereotypically given, or somehow your family ever believed that you could get to. And that is, brings me full circle to why I love, representing and standing up for our veterans and our troops and their families. So much has been sacrificed for us to have the freedom to dream. So then I went and did the thing, and then they called me like maybe a month later. I remember we went from the 99-cent stores for the groceries to like Ralph's. And we were killing it. We didn't have to do like cola. We could do Coca-Cola now. We didn't have to do a Crunch. We could do Captain Crunch. So, but then a couple, like a month later, they called me. He goes, okay, good news and bad news. I said, oh, okay, what happened? So they said, bad news is they changed the name of the show from Teenage Wasteland to That 70s Show. And the good news is you're officially going on television. Your show has been picked up for 13 episodes. And then thank you so much. And that was the moment where I felt, wow, anything really is possible. And I made a promise to myself, and I made a promise to every single one of you that everything I said on camera, everything I did on that screen was going to be hilarious. I became a scientist of laughter, and I created an accent that you couldn't even phrase where he was from. I combined accents from different countries, and all of a sudden it was like, what the hell is that sound? And build a character that you welcome into your homes, and some of you might have grown up with, and some of you enjoyed as an adult as well. And it changed my life. It introduced me to the world, and it gave me a career, and all of a sudden, my American dream is that I could be an entertainer and that I could go into your homes and give you a half hour of laughter, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said earlier, the show I feel like still holds up, right? And was so well crafted, and obviously your character it's become a memorable character, right? And I know that in your book you talk about, as the show was winding down, your fear of spending the rest of your career being pigeonholed, right? So clearly your post that 70s show life, you know, there was, what I really appreciate about the book was talking about your journey there. Can you talk to me about finding your next role or your next step of your career?
Yeah, no, I kind of realized there was a page in the book, no pun intended. That's a metaphor, by the way. There was a page in the book of all of my colleagues from the 80s and the early 90s. If you played a character like the one I played on TV, that's all you did. Nobody else could imagine that you could do something else. Nobody could see you beyond the accent or the pants or the suspenders, right? And so I realized very quickly that if I was going to have a shot, whenever the show was over, is that I slowly had to build this character to show things that you wouldn't expect, you know? They asked me, hey, do you know how to dance? I'm like, yes. Do you know how to unicycle? Absolutely. Like, I was saying yes to everything because I realized I just want to show as many things that I can do. So when this is over, then I can have a shot. So the first thing I did is I started working out, right? I was like, I got to look like the guy who plays the parts that I want after this. So if you remember, halfway through the 70s show, all of a sudden Fez had shoulders and he had a harder ass, you know. All of a sudden you realize very quickly that, oh, okay, this guy's not looking as scrawny as he used to be. And then I was relentless to just work all year round. So every time we finish the season, I'll go do a movie. And I went on and did, Summer Catch, then I did Party Monster, then I did Fast Food Nation, and then The Dryland, and then, I just went on, and every summer I would go do something and do a character that was so far removed from who I was that the industry could say, I can trust him at the very least to audition for parts that normally we wouldn't bring someone who plays Fez into the room. The more I did those independent films, which, by the way, unfortunately, independent films that weren't like mainstream films, they weren't like national hits, right? But they were a chess move. These independent films were playing at the Sundance Film Festival, the Tribeca Film Festival, at the Cannes Film Festival, where the industry, directors, studios, and producers were attending. So these performances kind of got to enough people that eventually, when I would go into the room, they said, oh, okay, let's give them a shot. And I started, and then as soon as I finished 70 show, I was able to, sort and do other things that I was fearful that I couldn't do. And then almost 30 years later, I'm still in your home, so.
So I know we're not supposed to talk about Bruno, but I am going to ask you about Encanto, which is
go ahead.
Obviously, as a new father, it's a film that I'm looking forward to introducing to my child. So talk to me about the journey in booking that, and being part of an iconic Disney movie like that one.
Yeah, so I had done some stuff with Disney. I did. I developed and lent the voice for Handy Manny on the Disney Channel. Thank you. I knew some of you definitely were. So Handy Manny was this thing that really worked. It was the first bilingual character on Saturday mornings, and it was for everyone. It wasn't just for Latinos. It was a character that, without him, Sheetrock Hills would fall apart. And, every time he pick up the phone and be like, hola, Handy Manny's Repair Shop. You break it, we fix it. This is Manny. So this character introduced me to a whole different level of entertainment, animation. And I fell in love with animation that, like, in the comfort of your own sweats, you can go and tell stories around the world and be part of children's upbringing. And hopefully, Brian, I had a 6-year-old nephew at the time. So I was in conversation with Disney and all that stuff. And then I've done a bunch of stuff with Disney since then. And when I got the phone call for Encanto, they said they're putting together like the Avengers of actors of Latin American descent to bring this story to life. And I knew nothing about it. And they said Lin-Manuel Miranda is doing the music and all that stuff. And, Jared Bush, who's like a brilliant writer-director for Disney Animated Studios. I just jumped. I was like, of course, yeah, whatever you want to do. Absolutely. And this was literally at the peak of COVID. So I had to record this movie by myself through Zoom meetings, and all of us did. None of us met. The cast of Encanto never met until we were at the red carpet at the Capitan. We've never seen each other because we only worked through these Zooms, So, but Encanto was something they're like, hey, can you sing? And I'm like, of course I can sing. And they're like, send us a clip. On its way. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't even know how to memorize a song. I don't know. By the way, if it's not for karaoke, I can't sing. Like, I don't forget my lines. But anyways, long story short, I sent them a little clip. Like, I forget what I sent them. I think it was like, and I got something new for you.
The Xerox Palo Alto Research Center and the New Dealers. So I guess we can think of those as biographies of more than one person or of groups of people. Biography is the most varied and I think challenging genre of nonfiction writing. Some biographies are acts of devotion, some are acts of destruction. Some biographers fall in love with their subjects and others grow to detest them, but all seek to understand their subjects and communicate that understanding to their contemporary readers. Whatever their choices, we know that biographers must portray not merely the lives of their subjects, but their times, their politics, economics, society. So we should thank those who have taken on the multiple challenges of biographical writing and have met it as superbly as the three writers who are joining me on my left for this panel discussion. Of the three works at hand, I would think of one as a traditional biography and two that take interesting or new approaches to their subjects. And we'll start, next to me on my left is Christopher Cox, who many of you may remember as a Republican congressman in Orange County, and for 17 years, and a former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission under George W. Bush, and who now hangs his hat at UC Irvine as a senior scholar in residence. In his book, Woodrow Wilson, The Light Withdrawn, deals oddly enough, or curiously enough, with the president who was perhaps the most important Democratic Party leader until FDR, who actually got his first job as a federal official from Woodrow Wilson, who appointed him an assistant secretary of the Navy. Next to Chris is Max Boot, who is a fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and a columnist for the Washington Post. And his book is what I would think of as the most traditional biography of any of our panelists. This is his life and legend, Reagan, which came out last year. November, was it?
September.
September. And is a soup to nuts biography of President Reagan. Goes back to his childhood and brings us up to his decline and death. And next to Max is Michael Vorenberg, a history professor at Brown and an expert in the Civil War period. And his book is Lincoln's Peace, The Struggle to End the Civil War. So I'd like to kick off our panel by asking a question that I think bedevils those of us who take on the task of writing nonfiction histories, which is how one finds a new approach to subjects that have been covered at length by previous writers and historians. And this is a challenge I know firsthand because I faced it myself in trying to gin up a new proposal after my last one. So, Max, why don't we start with you? One would have thought that Reagan's life and career had been pretty thoroughly excavated, most recently, I think most recently by his official biographer, who was Edmund Morris. So what told you that the time had come for a new treatment of Ronald Reagan?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, in part, I decided that the time was ripe for a new biography of Ronald Reagan because Edmund Morris didn't actually do what people thought he was going to do, what Nancy Reagan and others who commissioned him to write the official biography thought he was going to do, because he did not produce this definitive doorstop type biography. He produced, I mean, Edmund was a very good writer, but he produced a very odd book in which was a combination of fact and fiction, in which he inserted himself as a fictional character in Ronald Reagan's life. So, you know, the sort of breakdown that Edmund had in the course of writing this book, I think left an opportunity, an opening to write something that was more traditional and that would provide a more comprehensive and balanced treatment of President Reagan's long life. And so that's what I set out to do. And obviously I was very cognizant of the fact that there's a lot that's already been written about Reagan, a lot of it very valuable. I mean, I can't count how many books about Ronald Reagan I have on my bookshelves. There have been a lot of them. But again, there has not been, at least until the point when I started this book, there had not been a commonly accepted definitive biography. And I think one of the reasons why not is because I think to write a definitive biography of a president, you really have to have the passage of time in order to be able to see them in historical hindsight. And I think, you know, looking at Reagan today, a lot of things about his presidency look quite different from the way that people perceived it at the time. I mean, for example, I'll give you one example of many. What was the biggest Democratic attack on Ronald Reagan in the 1980s? The biggest one was probably his budget deficits, the fact that he did not balance the budget as he promised to do. And Reagan himself, this was the one regret he expressed about the presidency. And yet, looking back, you have to say, like, you know, we have much higher budget deficits today, so the ones in the 1980s don't seem nearly as catastrophic, whereas there are other things that happened. For example, the fact that President Reagan all but ignored the AIDS pandemic as tens of thousands of Americans were dying. Democrats were not criticizing him for that at the time, but in hindsight, that looks like a much more substantial failure than the budget deficit. So that's just one example of many. I think you really have to have the passage of time to really figure out where a president fits in American history. And so I was blessed with that passage of time, but also close enough to events so I was actually able to interview a lot of the people who worked with him. And so I feel like I kind of hit a sweet spot in terms of being able to write about him.
Okay, Chris, sort of the same question. In the very introduction to your book, you mentioned that more than 2,000 books have been written about Woodrow Wilson in English, not to mention those that have been written about him in German, French, and other languages. So how did you work around all of that verbiage to say something new about Wilson, who died in 1920?
Well, it was easier because I didn't start out thinking, how am I going to write a story about Woodrow Wilson that has a new angle? I started out writing about why it took so long for women to get the right to vote. And I backed into Woodrow Wilson as a result of that. My interest in women's suffrage and in how long it took, more importantly, went all the way back to when I was in law school. The very first piece I wrote for the Harvard Law Review was about a 1971 Supreme Court decision that was the first to apply the 14th Amendment to what was then called sex discrimination, what we now call gender discrimination. I had a conversation with my grandmother about the same time during the summer while I was a law student, and I asked her, just offhandedly, what was the first presidential election you voted in? And she looked at me crosswise, and she said, 1920 is the first time we could vote. And I realized what an uneducated question that was. But it got me very interested. Then, fast forward to the years that I spent in Congress. I was there 17 years. For 10 of those years, I was in the elected leadership in the House of Representatives, which meant on a daily basis, I would walk from the House floor to the Speaker's conference room and back. And that round trip, both ways, took me past a sculpture that sits in the rotunda of the Capitol, and many of you have seen it. It is called the Portrait Monument, and it's Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, and Lucretia Mott. And I did some arithmetic. How many times did I walk by that statue? It was literally thousands of times. And so it just was this reminder that I really wanted to dig into this someday, and I finally had the opportunity to do that 14 years ago when I started what became this book. What happened is that first I discovered that at the end, when I had thought Woodrow Wilson was the guy who got it across the finish line and was the hero of the story, wasn't so much a hero in this particular story. And then I found out, furthermore, that the reasons for Woodrow Wilson's opposition to the Susan B. Anthony Amendment were founded in his views on race. He didn't want black women to get the right to vote. And the second section of the Susan B. Anthony Amendment is an enforcement section, same as the 15th Amendment, which the Jim Crow states hated, and his sympathy for Jim Crow in the South and his views on race, ultimately animated what he was doing. That was such an interesting story that I then had to go all the way back to the beginning. Even before we get to chapter 2, when Wilson is born, there's a chapter that starts, in 1776. Women were voting in New Jersey at the beginning of the history of America. So that's how it happened, and that's a part of the Wilson story that his biographers have not told. At the millennium in 2000, Gallup did a poll. What was the most important thing that happened in the 20th century? 66% of the respondents chose women getting the right to vote, ahead of a man landing on the moon, ahead of World War I, ahead of the fall of the Soviet Union, and so on. The only thing that beat it was World War II, and yet this is more than a lacuna in the Wilson biographies. It's a gaping hole.
Right now, Michael, the Civil War may be the period best known to American readers of history, and I think the most interesting periods, at least the publishers tell us, are the Civil War and maybe World War II. So what challenge did you face in trying to find something new to write about that needed retelling, or at least telling for the first time?
Well, first, thanks to the organizers of the festival for having this panel, for having me here, and thank Michael for the question and for serving as moderator. I didn't set out to write a presidential biography about Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln is in the title. Lincoln's picture is on the cover of my book. I came at this because a question haunted me really beginning in the early 2000s. I never thought I would write a book about it, but the question was, how do we say that a war is truly over? And the question was informed at the time, we're now going back more than 20 years, by President George W. Bush's now called Mission Accomplished speech, 2003. He didn't use that phrase, but the banner that said Mission Accomplished was behind him when he declared that combat operations in Iraq are over. And it struck me as very odd, just slightly odd, that a president could just end a war by declaration, although I don't think that would strike us necessarily so odd at the current moment. But and then a couple days later, I was in the archives working on a different project, and I learned that a different president, not Lincoln, his successor, Andrew Johnson, had made a similar proclamation in 1866, saying that the insurrection is at an end, meaning the Civil War. And I knew about that proclamation, but I didn't know that that actually was the legal end of the war. And it is. The Supreme Court affirmed it as the legal end of the war. In the standard narrative of the war that I knew, and I think most people who grow up in America know, there's a really important sequence of events. There's a surrender at Appomattox of Lee to Grant, April 9, and then a kind of coda to that, which is Lincoln's assassination 5 days later. And the story in that sequence is that the war comes to an end, and there's this great tragedy. Lincoln has gotten to see the end of war, but then he dies before he can oversee Reconstruction. Seeing it through the eyes now of the 21st century, as I was doing, everything changed. And so it wasn't that I set out necessarily to write a biography, but I realized that the story could be told a different way, in many ways had to be told a different way because of events. Lincoln did not live to see the end of war. And then when you look closely, as I did, it's clear that Lincoln himself understood this. When you see the speeches he gave, and he only gave a couple short speeches after the surrender of Robert E. Lee, never do you see him saying that the war is over. He congratulates the Union troops and so forth, but he never says, isn't it great that the war is over? Other people say it at the time, but not Lincoln. And so that made me look at Lincoln differently. It also meant that I had to give a lot more attention to Andrew Johnson, his successor. So my book, to the extent it's a presidential biography, I guess I should come clean and say that the president that maybe you might think I'm writing about dies pretty early on, I'm sorry to say, in about first 80 or 90 pages. But then you get Andrew Johnson, so you kind of get 2 for 1. Not that you necessarily want Andrew Johnson, but he's really important, as much as he's always ranked like the worst or second to the worst, and usually in terms of the rankings. But like I said, he is the president who declares that the war is over, and that declaration actually matters. And Johnson, this issue of presidential biography, what happens, do you love your subject? Do you hate your subject? Everyone who's written a biography of Johnson hated their subject. So and there aren't too many biographies written, and nor will there be in the future. But he's a fascinating character nonetheless, and incredibly relevant. But I'll stop there just to bring it around and just say the last thing I ever wanted was to write biographical things about Andrew Johnson, but it turns out, like so many people, when you press closely, you find amazing things and amazingly relevant things about a person. Lincoln's relevance to today is certainly true. At any given moment, Lincoln is relevant. Johnson, rarely do we think of as relevant to any moment, but turns out to be very relevant to the current moment.
Right. Well, that leads very conveniently into the next question that I want to ask, and that is, since I mentioned at the outset that some biographers fall in love with their subjects and others grow to detest them, and I guess still others fall in between. So I'd like to ask each of you how your impressions of the people you were writing about may have changed over time. And I'll start again with Max. Correct me if I'm wrong, and you may very well want to do that, but my impression from reading your book is that you came to consider Reagan something of a fraud. The word that I kept circling as I read through your book was the word false. You would refer to Reagan's false statements in his campaigns and even in his presidential and gubernatorial speeches, the false premises of his economic policies, his detachment from supervising his aides and cabinet members, and so on. So can you talk a bit about whether how you felt about Reagan when you started your book, and how or whether that changed as you continued to research it?
Well, I certainly never called Reagan a fraud in the book, and I don't think I honestly don't think that's an accurate summary of my assessment. I do think that he was, I think an accurate summary would be to say that I think he was a deeply flawed but still great president who has been rated, around 8 or 9 among U.S. presidents in polls of historians, which I think is an accurate or is a fair judgment. And I think, what I concluded in the book was he had 2 great achievements that left his mark on history. In the first term, kind of helping America to get its mojo back after the very dark days of the 1970s, Watergate, stagflation, Vietnam War, Iran hostage crisis. Reagan kind of made Americans feel good about themselves again, made them think it was morning again in America, and helped America to overcome the very difficult and tumultuous days of the 60s and 70s. And then in his second term, I think his great achievement was working with Mikhail Gorbachev to peacefully end the Cold War, which is not something that people expected of such a hardline anti-communist. When he came into office, a lot of people thought Ronald Reagan is going to start World War III, and in fact, he pivoted once Gorbachev came to power in 1985, and working with the world's #1 communist despite a lifetime of anti-communist rhetoric. So I think those are great achievements, but I think they're also great failures. I alluded to one of those earlier, the fact that he all but ignored the AIDS pandemic, the fact that his economic policies widened income inequality, not intentionally, but I think they did widen income inequality. The fact that throughout his political career, he appealed to white backlash politics, going back to his days running for governor of California in 1966, campaigning against the Rumford Fair Housing Act, which forbade discrimination in housing in California. And also, of course, as you alluded to, what I would say about Reagan is that I think he was a great leader and a great communicator, but a very poor manager. And so he was very dependent on aides to make up for his deficiencies. And if they didn't, the result could be something like the Iran-Contra affair. So what I tried to achieve in the book, I think, and as I set out to do, was to write a balanced portrait of Reagan that was neither hagiography nor hit job, but rather something that showed both his successes and failures, strengths and weaknesses. And to come back to your question, in terms of how my views changed, I think I was able to do that because I was able to, overcome my initial instinct about Reagan, which was I grew up in L.A. in the 1980s, the son of Soviet refugees. I was very pro-Reagan. I was a young Reaganite, became a young Republican, young conservative, and so forth. And I think if I had maintained that perspective, it would have been very hard to write as balanced a book as I tried to write. So I am very grateful to President Donald J. Trump for making me an ex-Republican. And I think that actually gave me the perspective on Reagan, on the Republican Party, I think, to write a much more balanced and objective book. But again, the intent of the book is not to show that Reagan was quote unquote a fraud, which again, not a word I use. It was to show that I think at the end of the day, as I said, I think he was still a great president, but a flawed one. And so I was able to see, I think, his flaws as well as his strengths because I was able to kind of move away from my youthful infatuation.
Right. It's certainly true, as you brought out, I think, very well in your book, that Reagan was much more flexible than he would appear to be if you just listen to his rhetoric. I mean, we've certainly heard from the people who dealt with him when he was governor that they could do business with him and find compromises that at first John Burton, notwithstanding, they didn't expect to find him that way. So
yeah, no, I think that was the biggest, for me, that was the biggest surprise of the book. And I think the most important takeaway, which is that while Reagan was an ideologue on the campaign trail and could certainly thrill the Republican base, in office as both governor and as president, he pivoted to the Senate and was able to do deals, whether it was with Jesse Unruh in Sacramento or Tip O'Neill in Washington or later with Mikhail Gorbachev in Moscow. He was surprisingly flexible in the application of his principles, and he was actually in office kind of the ultimate pragmatist. And one of the most fascinating interviews I had was with Jerry Brown. And remember, of course, that Ronald Reagan became governor by beating Jerry Brown's father, Pat Brown, in 1966. And I asked Jerry Brown, I said, what did you think of Reagan's performance as governor? And his answer surprised me. He said, I think Reagan was a pretty good governor, which is not something you expect a Democrat like Jerry Brown to say, but I think that was an indication of the fact that he actually pivoted to the center as both governor and president to a surprising degree. And that's, I think, what ultimately made him successful.
And you quoted Jerry Brown to that effect in the book itself. And Michael, you alluded to this already, but although your book is titled Lincoln's Peace, almost all of it deals with the period after Lincoln's assassination, when the question of when the war ended remained live. And I think that's probably true even today. Did your sense of Lincoln as a leader, I think we can take it as read that your opinion of Andy Johnson didn't get any better as you looked into his tenure. Did you come to feel that maybe Lincoln should have taken the bull by the horns, declared the war over, and would that have made things better if he had done so?
The question of, what would Lincoln have done had he lived remains, of course, one of the standard classic questions, whether it's a high school history exam or a movie like Steven Spielberg's, because Spielberg's Lincoln of 2012, that answer hangs over the film. That is, thinking about what Reconstruction was to look like once Lincoln was dead. So I engaged quite a bit with the issue of, in the book, of Lincoln and how he approaches Reconstruction. It's something I've been thinking about a lot, I guess, my whole career, since my first book was about the 13th Amendment, which is Lincoln's worked hard to get that through Congress when it finally passed. My view of Lincoln evolved a bit. It's funny, if I say anything negative about Lincoln, immediately I'm assumed to be a hater of Lincoln. That's the kind of reverence that remains for the man. I think Lincoln was our greatest president, and I don't think there are many that come close. So let me say that as first caveat before I say something negative about the man. And that is that from the very beginning of the war, Lincoln had an understanding, a kind of vision of the war that went like this, that the war was being led by the most upper crust white Southerners, the slave owners, the wealthiest, who had basically hoodwinked the masses of whites in the South to go along with them, to think that the war was a good idea, that secession was a good idea, that having their own country was a good idea, and that slave owning was a good idea, even though the most white Southerners didn't own slaves, of course. And so for Lincoln then, the game was, how do you separate the masses of those whites from the leaders? How do you convince the masses of the whites that they're acting against their interest when they're following the elite slave owners? So in that vein, during the war, he's doing all kinds of things to try to drive a wedge between those. Now, when we get to the end of the war, and the question is, who in the South is going to be allied with his party, the Republican Party, a different Republican Party than exists today? Sorry, I believe it is. Okay, and I hope I'm okay saying that, but it is. And that's a really fundamental question as he's looking forward. And Lincoln still holds on to this notion that the masses of the white Southerners can be brought to the side of the Republican Party, which is, after all, starts as a Northern party only. And that's the key. And he says, even close to the end of his life, in one of the meetings, that the key to the policy is to get those Southern whites who have been duped by the elite Southerners away from them and to the Republican Party. Now coming back to your question, I think on this issue, while I can absolutely see that at that time that made a lot of sense to Lincoln, but it was actually a problem. And it's a problem that we understand better now as a problem, especially because we face the same issue today, where I think a number of people who do not support Trump are waiting expectantly for that moment to come when, whatever it was, the 45 or 46% of voters who voted for Trump wake up, scales fall from their eyes, and they say, oh my God, I've been duped. But that moment's not coming. It wasn't coming in 1865 to Lincoln, and it's not coming now. The popularity polls, of course, are going down for Trump, and they were going down for the elite Southerners in 1865 as the war was going badly for them, but not by much. Not by much, and you can see that after Lincoln's death, the ease with which former Confederates are able to marshal popular support for white paramilitary action against black Americans. The far more logical constituency for Lincoln to reach out to wholeheartedly were black Americans. If you're looking for loyal Southerners to be part of the Republican Party, obviously black Americans in the South were the most likely to be loyal. Now, Lincoln did reach out to them to some extent and said they would be soldiers in the Army, and does in his very last speech go public with something he believed privately, that there should be limited black suffrage for men. But he never had the notion that there should be this wholesale kind of reversal of who the Southern constituency would be in the Republican Party, that it should not be whites, period, but rather, or whites could certainly be there, but that the focus should be on Black Americans. And asking him to have taken that position is asking a lot of that moment, definitely.
Okay, why don't we hold that thought there? I want to give Chris a crack at this question as well. As you mentioned, if I heard you correctly, you really started your book as an inquiry into women's suffrage. But Wilson, who ended up being sort of the trademark subject of your book, was lionized as a peacemaker and a humanitarian during his life. And I think really that was the impression held about him until very recently, when the reality of his racism really came to the fore, prompted Princeton to eradicate his name from campus institutions and buildings. So did you come to the book with a different impression of Wilson that you ended up with, and how did that evolve as you looked further into his role in fighting women's suffrage throughout his entire term?
Yeah, it's a great question. The idea that I had at the outset, because as I said, really was not focused on Wilson at first, was that to the extent Wilson was involved in women's suffrage and the Susan B. Anthony Amendment becoming part of our Constitution, he was the president when it happened, and certainly took credit for it. And I knew that he had come to it belatedly. You know, there was plenty of information out there about the National Women's Party, you know, protesting him and so on throughout his entire 2 terms. But you know, belatedly, the story that I understood was that he came around. And so it was surprise after surprise after surprise to see in his private writings, to see in his personal correspondence, his meetings with people, you know, off the record, as it were, although it's clearly on the record since we can find it 100 years later, that his views were so very different than what he was trying to portray publicly. You know, to take a step back, Woodrow Wilson is a consequential president and will forever be, because not only of what he did, but when he was president. I mean, during a very formative time in American politics, not to mention World War I, you know, he gave us in his first term the Federal Reserve, the Federal Trade Commission, the National Park Service, the Clayton Antitrust Act, the list goes on and on. You know, he had a very successful legislative term.
It's the 30th anniversary of the LA Times Festival of Books. I'm here to chat with some people and find out what books you should be reading.
For any rom-com lovers, Lila Sage's Rebel Blue Ranch series, the new one, Wild and Wrangled, just came out.
Children of Blood and Bone by Tomi Adeyemi. We just got her book signed, actually. She was here today, so that's super sick.
This Girl's a Killer. Pride and Prejudice.
1984. Danez Smith's Bluff.
Night Crawling by Layla Motley.
Nightingale by Kristen Hanna. It's a historical fiction.
The Secret History by Donna Tartt. It's like a psychological fiction. The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. If you like social justice of any kind and decarceration efforts.
Salvation, Black Love and People by Bell Hooks, about Black love in the Black community.
The Song of Achilles. I read it in one day.
The Letters of Virginia Woolf.
The book I like is called Doomsday Camp. The book I like is The Ghost in This House.
Yellowface by R.K. Kwan. It is hilarious.
The September House by Carissa Orlando. Good horror fiction. Just turned the concept of a haunted house story and took it in a wildly different direction.
Murder in Mahim by Jerry Pinto. A really, really, really gruesome murder in a train station.
Before the Coffee Gets Cold. It's a translated work.
Anxious People by Frederick Bachman.
A book from the Canary Islands, La Sirena de Famara.
The Parable of the Sword. The Picture of Dorian Gray.
The Opposite of Loneliness by Marina Keegan.
The Traitor Baru Cormorant, a fantasy book about an accountant for like an evil empire.
Mona at Sea. Support indie presses.
James by Percival Everett.
The Blood Trials by N.E. Davenport. It's a fantasy series. Blood, Bones, and Butter. If you love food, it's an actual biography from Gabrielle Hamilton.
Petrie, this is my favorite book of all time. Hope that one was a real page turner for you guys. Thanks for watching.
And they're here today with their new book, Uma. So please welcome Namsoon and Sarah An.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out. It means so much. We're really excited to present to you guys 2 recipes. I texted Michael this morning, and I was like, I don't think this one recipe is enough. We have more time to do more. So my mom's going to present to you her angel hair bibimbap, which is angel haired cold mixed noodles, because yes, Koreans eat our noodles cold, and so we're going to show you the entire process. My mom used to own a noodle restaurant, and so her specialty are the noodles. Right, Oma? Mm-hmm. Yes. This is my amazing mom, by the way. I love her outfit today. If you guys follow me on Instagram, I showed our getting ready with us this morning, and her New Balance shoes is these cute polka dot shoes. So check my Instagram stories out because we filmed the whole behind the scenes of our outfits and whatnot. I just love her outfit, and she's getting shy. Yes! And I wanted to quickly actually discuss the front cover. She's wearing the same apron that she's wearing there and here. It's a custom apron that America's Test Kitchen made because with Asian cooks, particularly Korean cooks, that's the only cuisine I can speak for, they wear H aprons like this because they're in the kitchen all day. The U aprons kind of hurt their neck. So ATK made a custom apron to reflect the Korean apron that Korean moms wear, which I think that's how much detail the book has. And then after we finish the angel hair cold noodles, angel hair bibimbap, we're going to move on to cilantro kimchi. This is a recipe you can probably only find in our book and Korean websites. It's a recipe that comes from Northern Korea, so you have to have that connection, that grandmother and ancestors who came from Northern Korea to pass this down. All right, so first my mom's going to start with the angel hair. She's going to go ahead and boil it, which we have here. And if you're wondering why are we using angel hair when this is a Korean dish, the original noodle that you use is somyeon. Somyeon is wheat noodles, but my mom realized she doesn't always have this on hand. And for us going to the Korean market, as many of you guys know, it's a trip. You kind of have to make a drive out there. So she had angel hair on hand. And she realized this tastes just as good, if not better. And so my mom has a very open mind when it comes to Korean food to adjust what you need. If you don't have somyeon, which is a very specific ingredient, use something similar like angel hair. Oh yes, and my mom just told me to put on a timer. You're just gonna cook your angel hair as is and then put on a timer for 4 minutes. 보일 했다 아니야?
보일 했었어.
Okay, so we're gonna put on a timer.
보일 할 때다. 지금 보일 하잖아.
Yeah. All right, so let's put on a 4-minute timer. Okay, and now we're gonna go ahead and make the sauce. I have my book here. It's on page 291 if you guys have it on hand. And we're gonna go ahead and make this very, very simple sauce. We're gonna put it in this big bowl. We brought this from home. We really wanted to share this recipe with you guys, and so we swapped out some ingredients because we really want you to taste it the way Oma makes it, because she is making it, so I want you guys to taste it today. If you guys can get your hands on this, because it's so good. So we brought in our ingredients from home, the best ingredients, the best gochugaru, red chili flakes, and whatnot. I'm going to go over the ingredients first, and then my mom will mix it. I'm going to translate. 나 ingredients 먼저 얘기하고 그럼 엄마가 mix할 거야. So we're gonna mix the sauce. It's a gochujang-based sauce. This is a spicy mixed cold noodle dish that my mom developed. We actually talked about it on our website. The video went viral when I uploaded it maybe in 2023 because it's such an easy recipe. Basically, you make the noodles, make the sauce, mix it together. That's it. So the sauce is gochujang. This is gochujang. It's red chili pepper paste. It's different from gochugaru, which is the pepper powder or flakes. They're always different, and I always have to make that distinguish those two differences because I've noticed if I don't, people will confuse the two. Our favorite brand is Sempio. You can find all that information in our book to get that same taste. And after that gochujang, we're going to put in mesirchong. That's a Korean word, but does anybody know what that is? It's plum extract syrup. So this is a sweetener that we use to put into the sauce. But we also use sugar as well, but this adds in the liquid that we want in that sauce, and it's multi-dimensional. This is everything my mom taught me, by the way, so I'm speaking for her. And then after that, we're going to put in some tuna extract sauce. Tuna extract sauce is a type of fish sauce, but my mom put that in the book because she wanted to show other ingredients that you could use beyond fish sauce. And you can find this at the Korean market. It adds like that smoky flavor. And then we have good old white vinegar, some sesame oil, nutty sesame oil. It's commonly used in Korean cooking. Garlic, sugar, 고춧가루, and sesame seed. So 이제 소스 만들어래?
이거 다 해야지.
Okay, she's gonna let that boil. So that's going to be the sauce, and then after that, we're going to go ahead and strain it, just to give you guys a heads up. We have about 2 minutes left. So I think we can start the sauce. Sauce 일단 시작하자.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna grab a spoon, and she's gonna put the 고춧가루 in there.
세라 스푼 여기 있어.
Oh, thank you. All right, 고춧가루 goes in.
엄마 고추장.
고추장.
고춧가루.
I'm confusing myself too. This is the paste.
그다음에
All right, and then we're gonna add in the plum extract syrup. Again, this adds the multi-dimensional sweetness, and it's the liquid. If you go to the Korean market, you'll see a lot of Korean moms put that in their cart. It's just an essential thing because sugar wasn't available until the 1950s with Koreans, so this was a very traditional ingredient that we used. All right, and then next is going to be the tuna extract syrup. Here's what it looks like so far.
또
Vinegar. This is just good old white distilled vinegar, but you could use whatever you have on hand. Sometimes we use apple cider vinegar, apple vinegar, which is different. You can find at the Korean market, along with some sesame oil, toasted sesame oil, garlic, minced garlic. We always have that prepped, and we put it in the freezer, so it's always ready on hand because Koreans love garlic to the extent where it's a lot. We love it too much. And then some good old white sugar. This adds the one-dimensional sweetness without making it diluted, like the plum extract. And then some gochugaru. We use the flakes. You want to use the very fine powder if you're making something like gochujang, the pepper paste, or excuse me, the pepper paste. Yeah, the pepper paste. But for anything else, you could just use flakes. So we're going to give that a quick stir, but we're going to move back to the noodles now. And we're going to go ahead and strain it. Now, usually you bring it to the sink and you rinse it until it's cold to touch. The noodles need to become cold. But I was told this is actually a prop sink, so it doesn't work. So we're going to go ahead and transfer it here, and then they're going to rinse it for us. But it's a very special technique where you rinse it into the point where it's cold to touch because the noodles should be cold. So we're going to go ahead and give this off to them, and they're going to rinse it up for us. Thank you. Okay. And then 여기 다는 놨지 여기 뭐? 다 놨지 sauce?
세사미 씨만 넣으면 돼 이제.
Okay. The sugar, the 고춧가루만 놨어. 여기 다 놨어. Yeah. So I'm just saying, did we put everything in here? My mom confirmed that everything is in here. 이거는 엔드나.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what it looks like so far. Just your standard sauce mix here with gochujang and pantry ingredients. You're gonna go ahead and whisk it up until everything is incorporated and the sugar is dissolved. Any questions so far? We have a microphone if you have any questions. All right, it's a pretty simple recipe, so it makes sense that you guys don't have any questions. All right, and so we're just gonna mix that up, and then we're gonna go ahead and prep these other ingredients. 이거 이제 준비해줘.
Okay.
I want to actually talk about the prep because if you guys notice with Korean cooking, a lot of the produce that we cut, it's cut very thin. And when I was working with America's Test Kitchen, they had my mom develop the recipes, and then they tested all the recipes to validate it because they are America's Test Kitchen. And then they sent it back to me, and they said, Sarah, now you cook them as a home cook because your mom was a professional owning a restaurant. We're professionals. We want you to cook them to see what it looks like as a home cook, which is like everybody else. And they had me test all the recipes, and I realized that the knife work in Korean cooking is so precise. It's very, very commonly used to make very, very thin julienne. And it was a kind of a thing that I discovered with American cooking because knife work like that isn't as common. We would often have to send back like these julienne cucumber to make it thinner. So we want to show you guys how my mom cuts this up, which we also show in the book. So this is Persian cucumber, and we also put in cabbage. That's going to go into the noodle dish for a little bit of color and touch. So my mom's going to cut it into diagonal planks that you see here. And this is thin. And when we worked with America's Test Kitchen and other American cooks, it would be matchsticks where it'd be much thicker. So you want it thin because the whole point of this dish is that it should be harmonious. And this is very, very common, like bibimbap. You guys know bibimbap? It was the most Googled recipe in 2023 in the world, which is amazing. If you guys notice that, or japchae, are you guys aware of that? Glass noodles. They need to be julienned because if not, that one ingredient, whether it's carrot or bell pepper, it's going to stand out. But you julienne it so that everything is harmonious, so no particular ingredient stands out. And that's why knife work is so important in Korean cooking. So you can see here, my mom cut it into planks, and then she shingled it, and then now she's cutting it into those julienne pieces.
We do have a question.
Yes.
What's the origin of you guys eating your noodles cold?
Oh, that's a good question. 저 사람 물어봤는데 history가 뭐야 이거 차갑게 먹은 거?
한국에는 이제 그 여름에 먹는 건 덥잖아. 그래서 이제 주로 여름에 많이 먹어.
So this is a dish that Koreans eat a lot in summer because summer gets really hot to the point where I don't recommend going to Korea in July because it's like the type of hot where you get kind of agitated with your family members.
Stick around for more interviews with authors, books, cooking demos, books, compelling cultural conversations. Oh yeah, and books. Wherever you're coming from. Thanks for joining us. Books.
And I said...
forgot the book. All right, there you go.
There it is. So I said, I would like to try this. And my coach goes, why? You're not a writer. And I said, I know, but I want to challenge myself to be one. And so I wrote an oratory, and I won the national tournament. And then I came back the following year with an HI and oratory, and I won both HI and oratory. And to this day, kids will stop me, and they will say... I love you, and I think it's for like Frozen or Book of Mormon or New Girl or whatever, and they have watched my speech in high school, and that is so crazy to think that like kids are watching me as a 18-year-old and appreciating what I did at their age, and it's the coolest thing ever. So that was very much the catalyst for sort of the rest of my career.
Now, I want to come back to this later, but that teacher, a lot of people didn't like that teacher, right?
He was a hard ass. He was the first teacher in my life I ever said, are there kids here?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're the little
good.
people.
He's the first, hi guys. He's the first teacher I ever said, fuck you to.
All right, we're going to return to that.
So we constantly butt heads, and the reason we butted heads is he knew what I was capable of, and he was trying to get it out of me, and I respect the fact that he never coddled us as students. He always pushed us, and a lot of times that was uncomfortable. He made me Tevye as a sophomore in high school, and then he would basically tell me, you suck. And I'm like, yes, I've never lived in the shoes of a man with 5 children, let alone 1 child, being chased out by a pogrom. So I don't have these experiences.
Man, that pogrom scene, I just think every Jewish child that saw that pogrom scene, wherever you saw it, I saw it on Broadway. I didn't see your
I saw it on Broadway too.
Yeah, it's really remember
with
it.
Topol.
Yeah, really screwed me up.
It's a rite of passage for Jews.
You gotta go see Fiddler. You gotta go see Fiddler one time. All right, we'll get to your successes. Let's talk about failures. You were rejected by Juilliard.
Yep.
You submitted tape after tape to SNL.
You rejected every time.
Yeah, you weren't on SNL.
No, I know. I'm well aware.
And now, you were also very close but unsuccessful at getting cast on the show Punk'd with Ashton Kutcher. You didn't get on Punk'd.
No, they brought me in. But let me tell you something. You really have to find your inner asshole to be on Punk'd. And it was the single worst experience because I'm genuinely like, I like to be a nice guy.
I see you more on Punk'd than as Tevye.
And the audition process for Punk'd was be as cruel as you can be to as many people as possible. I knew it was not going to be for me, but that's when I met Ashton for the first time, who would later
play Steve Jobs.
Please, Steve Jobs.
And you played Wozniak.
I did.
And the year where there were 2 movies about Jobs.
We were the Armageddon and Deep Impact of our generation.
I think of it more as Dante's Peak and Volcano. But that's like a sect thing, you know. That's an Episcopalian, Presbyterian thing. All right, Groundlings didn't advance you.
Nope.
Wow.
This is really fun, John. Keep telling me about
I'm almost done.
all the people who hate me.
I have one card with notes. This is a half a card. The woman you loved at first thought you were, and this is a quote, both
Jesus
arrogant
Christ.
and gay as hell.
Yes, that is true.
And you really did give up and decide to go to law school.
I did. When you are told by the woman you love that you're gay and arrogant, there's no choice but to go to law school. And so I went to apply. I was going to take the LSAT. Both my brothers are lawyers. And I told my mother that I was going to go to law school, thinking, this is you tell your Jewish mom you're going to go to law school, outside of telling her you're going to medical school, is the greatest day of her life. And she started crying. And I said, why are you crying? And she said, I am so disappointed in you. I said, you're disappointed? She goes, you have been dreaming of being a performer for 15 years, and after 2 years you want to quit? That is an act of cowardice. And I was stunned. And also I was like, fuck you, Mom. But thank you. And I had gotten a call from my best friend Seth Gable and Bryce Dallas Howard, and they said, we saw a show on Broadway called the 25th Annual Putnam County Spelling Bee. Thank you, people in the way back, for cheering. And and
fucking nerds.
And there's only one person on earth who can replace the star Dan Fogler, and that's you. I didn't even get into musical theater at Carnegie Mellon, so I was like, not a chance. And
I missed that failure. That's a mistake on my. That should have been here. I'm sorry.
Next time.
I forgot it.
And so I auditioned, and that was my first break. And I wouldn't have gotten it had it not been for Mom pushing me.
What I was thinking about when I was reading that is there's a certain percentage of people who give up, not realizing that they would have made it. But then there are a percentage of people that never give up, and they never make it. And it's impossible to know. It's impossible to know whether you should be worrying more about a false positive or a false negative in that situation. But how soon after you? So how soon from I think I'm out, I'm gonna go on law school? Go to law school.
3 months.
3 months later. 3 months later.
I mean, it really was miraculous, and the whole thing, as I write in the book, was like a series of fortunate events. Like, it was the craziest path that you could imagine of me getting that job.
So now, you had been kind of grinding it out, trying to make it in television, but actually to get back into television and film, Broadway became your way in. I want to run through some funny moments from your success. We've reached the success portion of the card.
This is the worst game of life I've ever played in.
Talk about the moment you came to a door, and behind the door was Jeff Goldblum in a bathrobe.
There was a girl at Carnegie Mellon who I knew, and I had just come out here having graduated, and she said, hey, will you come over to me and my boyfriend's house for dinner? And I was like, yeah, of course. Back then, how many of you remember the Thomas Guide? Okay. So before there was GPS, we had large books. And we had to drive with this large book and basically not die driving. And so she told me that this boyfriend of hers, who she didn't name, lived in a place called Mount Olympus. And I'm like, yes, I know it from the movie Hercules. I will go there.
It's like, you may be picturing like the Parthenon. Now replace it with the ugliest McMansion you've ever seen in your life. Go on.
It's true. So I'm driving up this very steep hill. I get to this large gate. It looks like it's out of Jurassic Park. I get to the front door. Standing in a bathrobe is film star Jeff Goldblum and this girl. They invite me in. They're both in matching robes. And Jeff invites me to sit down. And I'm like, you are Jeff Goldblum. What's happening right now? And he sits and he goes, what do you do? And I said, I'm an actor. He said, oh, so am I. I said, no, I know. That I know. And he said something to the extent of, are you happy? I said, yes. Are you happy? I said, yes. I don't know why my Jeff Goldblum is turning into Captain Kirk, but so and then I figured out that we are playing an acting exercise game called the Meisner technique. And it is the most surreal experience of my life. And at the end of it, he asks me if I would like to audit his class. And I was like, why do you have you're Jeff Goldblum. You have Jurassic Park money. And suffice it to say, I didn't audit his class, but that was week 1 in Hollywood, which was also when I met Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, yeah, you met him at a Coffee Bean.
At a Coffee Bean.
Kenneth Branagh, you show up in, I want to say Budapest or something?
No, London.
Oh. Was it in Budapest?
I've never been to Budapest, John.
So you meet Kenneth Branagh in London, and you're there to do Murder on the Orient Express. He's playing Hercule Poirot.
Yeah.
Poirot. And what happened when you walked in to meet him? You thought you were just going to say hi.
Well, I had just landed, and if you fly to London from L.A., you are properly jet lagged. And my driver tells me that we are going straight to set, which is very unusual. And I was like, oh, okay, great. And I figure they're going to do like a hair and makeup test. And I show up, and we are in they take me to, we're shooting in a place called Leavesden, which is like a former artillery hub and like airplane hangar, very industrial. And we go to like one of these empty warehouses, and inside is like a little train caboose with Sir Kenneth Branagh to you.
I didn't fight a war to use their phrases. We beat those people, so we don't use sir, damn, dame, captain, duchess. I don't care about any of it.
So
it's Judy and Ken to me.
Sir Kenneth Branagh is in full garb with his mustache, and he starts interviewing me as a suspect. I had just gotten off of a fucking plane, and I am already in character with Sir Kenneth Branagh, and it was one of the most incredible exercises I've ever done, because when you are so unprepared, you have no choice but to be in the moment. And I was so terrified. I was terrified that this man was going to fire me for not being prepared, and he knew that, and it played beautifully into the character and the relationship with Poirot. And it was actually like an exercise I was so grateful for.
I would like to read a quote from the book, In God We Trust. I feel blessed to have worked with Judi Dench twice, although not as blessed the second time, which involved me eating through the earth while shitting the remains out my asshole like a fire extinguisher. Does Judi Dench have gambling debts? What? How do the two of you? How does she end up in a film we all love, Artemis Fowl?
Oh boy!
And what was
the title of my next book is "You Win Some, You Lose Some." No, it was one of those things where we had both worked with Ken. We loved working with Ken. He was adapting this very famous book, and making movies is hard. You go in with the best of intentions. Scripts often are excellent, and then when you're making the movie, it doesn't come out the way you intended it to come out. But as we were on set and we were working through the scene, and I was literally being told how the CGI of shitting dirt was going to look, I looked over at my co-star and I was like, I know how I got here. How did she get here? My first encounter with Dame Judi Dench, quick side, we were on the set of Murder on the Orient Express. Everybody was terrified of going up to her. It was like 5 a.m. in the makeup trailer. And I saw this fear, this communal fear, and I said, I'm going to break the ice. I walk up to her. She's got like cucumbers on her eyes. She's laying back. And I lean down and I whisper to her, Dame Judi Dench. More like, damn, Judi Dench. And she looked up at me and she's like, you and I are going to be fast friends.
But she got you a present. Some sort of pillow. What did the pillow say?
Back up 6 inches, Josh Gad.
So, I think that gives you a flavor. All right. Now we're gonna get to the poignant section.
Oh, boy.
That's where we're at. I'm keeping us on track. So you have this really intense relationship with your high school debate coach, really instrumental. Then when you make it to Broadway, you're in this role. You're finally having this experience of going out on stage and performing night after night. You audition for James Lupine, who gives you a really hard time, but keeps moving you further along in the process. And it never stops being a really hard time, right?
Does it ever?
Well, I think jobs can be hard. Doing something well night after night can be hard. But it sounds like Lupine was a jerk to you.
He led with a cruelty that I think made sense for him. And we have since talked about the process. And at the time, it really messed me up because I felt very scared. I felt scared going on stage. I felt like I was constantly at risk of losing the job. I felt like I was letting them down. And what he did do that was very valuable, like Pasola before him, was he pushed me in a way that made me have to be okay being uncomfortable in my own skin. Be okay dealing with adversity in a manner in which I think prepped me for this career that I chose. It's not an easy career. Even when you get, more and more success, then there's another tier that you're fighting to be in, right? And there's always that. I think everybody, I was going to say in this room, this is not everyone on God's earth is dealing with that in one way or another, where you're always setting goals for yourself and you're always coming into conflict with obstacle. And James prepared me for that. Granted, he took an unorthodox approach.
But I don't know. Is that right? Is it maybe there's truth in that, but also isn't that the kind of thing a jerk says as you run out of the room crying, if you can't handle me, you won't be able to handle this business. And it's not like he ever pulled you aside and said, hey, I think you're a little arrogant. I think you're coming on too strong.
No,
I think
that's fair.
He just seems like he just treated you terribly.
He did. He did. And I called him out on it. After I did my last show on Broadway, Gutenberg, I went out to dinner with him one night. Thank you to the one person who saw that. And I actually said, he said to me, he goes, what did you think of working with me? And I said, I hated it. You were a dick. And he started laughing. And he said, yeah, I guess I was. But it made you better. That part of it is true. I can't debate that. I choose when I'm working with people not to lead like that. For me, it's not. I think that you can achieve the same kind of success and the same kind of outcome, and probably more so by leading with kindness and respect than leading with aggression, cruelty, whatever you want to call it. And I choose to live and practice a different way, but I continue to work with others who don't. And you have to be amenable to both, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't Barack Obama hard on you, John?
No. No. Barack Obama, there were moments where he would be dissatisfied with a speech, but it was always with respect. Barack Obama as a public figure is not that dissimilar from Barack Obama as a person behind the scenes, which is he doesn't go off he's very measured and contained.
I can't imagine.
And I've worked with I think I think that's actually, even if he weren't, and I've worked for a bunch of different people over the years, and I think that there are ways in which people can be not their best selves in moments of anger. They can be frustrated, they can be upset, and they'll say something they regret, and the rest of the time you understand that they're trying their best. They feel guilty after they come up to you. They say, oh, I went a little too far there. I was frustrated. It was this other thing. I'm sorry it came out that way. But this is somebody that seems to have been, like, you were afraid of the days when he would be there because he'd keep giving you notes. And it's not as though you weren't doing well. You clearly were, because you go from there to Book of Mormon. You go from Book of Mormon to Olaf. You go from Olaf to Gutenberg. Like, you've had an unalloyed series of moments where you are a singing performer of being extraordinarily successful, and yet whenever he comes to the show, he's telling you, he's trying to drag you down a little bit. And I guess, the reason I bring that up is because I was thinking about the distinction between that and your forensics teacher, who also was hard on you. But I do think there's a difference, right, between people that are hard on you where you know they love you, and people who are hard on you where you think that they hate you.
I think that that's very accurate. I think that that's very fair. And I was a mess. I started to have anxiety attacks. I started to fall into a deep depression. It's also very hard, if you've never had the experience, replacing a Broadway performer who originated a role, who's a Tony winner. It's very hard coming in and assuming that position. You feel like a fraud already, and you feel like you don't belong, and you know that you're the odd person out because the rest of the original cast is still there. So all of that was weighing on me, and I would come home from shows and people are like, wasn't your Broadway debut the most incredible thing ever? And I would say, no, it was probably the lowest I've ever been, because I was so scared. I had imposter syndrome. I didn't believe in myself. And that was really scary. And I would, whenever I would see him, I would be fearful.
Can you talk about what it was like then? So that is sort of the beginning of an ascent for you. And there's, ups and downs throughout, but you come back to you do that show. You originate the part in
Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon. There it is. And you then come back to Broadway for Gutenberg, where now it is a show built around you. When you did Spelling Bee, you were on a couch. Now you are the star of a musical that people are coming to see. And then your dad comes to see the show. Your dad, who you're estranged from. And can you just talk about what that was like?
Yeah, so my father, when I go into detail in the book about my relationship with my dad, my parents got divorced when I was around 6 years old. And, my dad not only cheated on my mom, but had another family. And then let me know that by introducing me to a brother I never knew I had at the age of 7, which will mess you up.
Timothy Chalamet.
Correct. I'm very proud of him now, but it took me time to get there. In part because he was always far more handsome than I. And I hadn't seen my dad in 20 years. We had spoken here and there. And I get a phone call saying, I'm in New Jersey and I'd like to come see your show. And I realized my dad had never seen me perform on stage. Not as a child, not as a high schooler, not in college, not in professional life. And I was very torn, and I said, okay, you can come, but it's got to be on my terms. You come alone, and I'll send a car for you. Why don't you stick around after, and let's chat. And I was very nervous, and my co-star Andrew Rannells was incredibly supportive and was just talking through it. And I was like, how is your hair so beautiful? And he's like, what? And my dad came backstage after. It was Halloween, and Andrew and I were both dressed as Mommy Dearest. What's her name?
Well, it's Faye Dunaway.
Faye Dunaway and the daughter.
It's Joan Crawford, right?
Yeah, No More Wire Hangers girl. And my dad was so confused. And I brought him back to my apartment, and we just sat for 3 hours talking. And it was one of the most cathartic experiences I've ever had, because I finally... You guys know the song Cat's Cradle? And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man on the moon. When you coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. And then what happens? The son is in the same position, and he doesn't have time for the dad. And I was the son. And I had moved on. And it was both like a moment in which I realized, holy shit, I no longer long for this love and affection that I had so desperately needed growing up, because I had an incredible stepdad who took that place. And at the same time, I learned to love him again on my own terms, in my own way. And that felt powerful. That felt good. And it felt like I had closure, and it was a profound evening, and I was happy that I did it.
So, has there been a moment when you really felt like, will it ever happen, where you think, all right, I did it, right? Whether it's Spelling Bee, Book of Mormon, Olaf, Gutenberg, is there a moment where you could say, I'm good now, I don't have to feel afraid all this can go away? Or just even now, do you feel, because like when we did 600 Pen together, there was always a feeling with you, and I think it's part of your success, of an impulse to keep working on it, because if it's not good enough, they're all going to laugh at us, but not in the way we're trying to get.
I'm still that guy. Now, having said that, how many of you have seen Frozen? So here's where I can sleep at night. And I talk about this in the book, is a part of what we do is about legacy. It's about what will I leave behind. And knowing that a movie like Frozen will be generationally shared long after I'm gone is really beautiful. It makes me feel like, okay, this one thing at the very least is a gift that I've been given that will live long after I'm here. And similarly with Book of Mormon, I don't even understand how a show in which we talk about fucking frogs is now in its 15th year on Broadway. And you never know where it's going to come from. You never know when those things are going to fall into your lap. And at the same time, I can never rest on my laurels, and it's why I always keep challenging and this is why I love you. You do the same thing. It's never good enough. It's always...
No, there's a hole in our buckets.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a hole in there.
That's right.
Got to keep putting more water in.
You got to put more water in, and I think till my dying day, I'll be looking for more challenges and more ways of proving not only to my audience, but to myself, that I can do something I was too scared to do.
Well, that's a good place to leave it. We have time for a few questions, I think. And so if anybody has a question, raise your hand.
Sure, let's do that. I'll come to you. I'll hold the mic.
There's a gentleman right over there who...
Right over there. Okay. Can you come close to the hedge? Hi, your name and your question.
My name's Edward.
Hi, Edward.
Josh.
Hi.
Recently saw you at Knott's Berry Farm with you and your lovely family.
Yes. Great question.
I hear you've been working with Mel Brooks on a sequel to Spaceballs. How's that experience been?
One of the greatest experiences of my life. Mel is 98 years old, 98 years young, I should say. And I have had the fortune of doing this sequel that has been prophesized since 1987, and being able to engage with him on a comedic level has been one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. I wish I could tell you more.
Well, you told me backstage that one of the most interesting parts was taking his hand like Lex Luthor and signing the contract.
I never said that, Ethan. I never said that. You're so fucked up. But Mel is incredible. I've told this story before, but I can tell you, the first time I ever pitched him on the movie, I sort of had to catch him up on the last 40 years of Star Wars. And so I'm like walking him through all. I am sweating. I am running through everything, trying to explain Rey, trying to explain Kylo, trying to explain Reylo, all of it. And then I finish, and I'm waiting for a reaction, and he goes, well, it sounds like you really have your finger on the pulse.
That's in the book. It's very funny. That got me.
Thank you.
All right, someone on this side, and then I'll come back to this side. I need to be fair to this side. Come to the aisle if you can. Yeah. By the way, guys, your buckets look pretty full to us, so...
Oh, thank you.
Oh, hey.
We appreciate you.
Hi. So you've been in projects that are kind of telling stories that are really iconic, like Murder on the Orient Express and Beauty and the Beast. And I just wanted to know, did you feel a lot of pressure going into that because there's so many people that kind of grow up loving these stories, and it's just something you want to make sure you're doing justice to?
That's a brilliant question. I turned down Beauty and the Beast because I was so scared about. That is a perfect movie. That is the first animated movie ever nominated for Best Picture. And what I had said is, unless there's a different way in, which, by the way, just full disclosure, I asked to bring in some writers to help me rethink the character of LeFou, and one of those writers was John Lovett, and came in, and we talked a lot about how do we take this guy and make him less of a buffoon and more of a three-dimensional character who's got an arc. And out of that came that character, and I'm so proud of that character and the love that people have. Same with Orient Express. It's how do you live in the shadow of not only one version of that movie, but multiple versions of that movie. And so you try to find your own way in. And
That's why the Josh version, it's all on a boat.
that is not accurate at all.
What if it's on a boat? Have we considered a boat? I will say when I occasionally get invited to go to table reads or script reads like for Beauty and the Beast, and little does Josh know, at every single one I pitch making at least 3 characters gay. It's my move. I've read your script. I think it can work. One problem.
No, yeah, that answered the question. One last thing. I'm obsessed with Emma Watson. I just want to know how it was working with her.
Oh, Emma is incredible. She was like a little sister to me. She is so good. My greatest frustration is that she chooses not to work more, because I think that she is spectacular, and I'm equally a giant fan of hers.
Thank you for that question. I promised someone over here. Yes, in front. Hi, tell us your name and your question.
My name is Nora, and I'm wondering, if you weren't here right now, if it was just a normal day, what would you be doing?
My dog died yesterday, and you're an asshole for asking that question. I would be holding my girls, which I did last night. Raise your hand if you've been in the situation where you've had to put a pet down. It's the hardest thing I think I've ever had to do. We sat with her yesterday and we sobbed, and each of us, including my 2 beautiful girls, said their goodbyes, and we told her how much she meant to us and how she changed every part of our lives. And we held each other and we cried in each other's arms, and we got home and we started sobbing again. And it's been really hard. And at the same time, I would do it all over again because it was the greatest gift to have that dog. And when I woke up this morning and I knew I was coming here, I was really grateful because getting to talk to people like you, getting to have moments like this, it allows you to retain the love that you have for these amazing animals that we have in our lives, but it also allows you to remember that life moves on and that they stay with us. I did a movie called A Dog's Purpose, which I really, really, really do not recommend you watch after losing a pet. But it's cathartic because, especially for my kids, we have something to look at to say she will continue to be with us. And so if I weren't here, I would be sitting home crying. So I'm grateful to be here.
It also, by the way, speaks to what a generous and good-natured person Josh is, because like I'm the person that hit the dog with my car. and he was just like, we're not going to talk about it. We got to get past it. I got to bring the mood up. We're almost at the end. You're like, one last thing. My dog died. We were having such a good fucking time.
It's not my fault. It's her fault.
Her question is, what do you like to do on the weekends?
I like the...
You're like, oh, my dog died. That sucks.
It's making me long for the non-question about Knott's Berry fucking Farm. I want to go back there.
All right, one last
By the way,
non-death question.
Ethan, when you were at
please.
Knott's Berry Farm, did you go on Hang Time? That's the most evil ride I've ever been on in my life. You're in a, okay, they don't even put a harness on you. You're in a seatbelt with this thing I've got. And you go up vertically like this, John. So when you're going up, you feel like you're about to fall out. And then it does this evil thing where it's about to go down, but it's like, nah, I'm going to stop for 5 seconds. And you are hanging like this. And then it goes like this. The most evil ride imaginable. Go on it.
When I was there was a ride called Montezuma's Revenge. And I don't know if it's still there, but it's pretty strange to name a ride after... diarrhea.
Hi.
Is it not there anymore? They closed it?
I didn't go on that.
It's a tough name.
Hi. Your name and your question, please.
Hi, I'm Gia.
Hi, Gia.
I am a student at Fullerton College, and I am a musical theater major, so this is kind of a big deal for me. But recently, I've been taking a sabbatical because of bad people and just bullying, and I wondered if you ever went through that, and how, if you did you deal with that?
Fuck bullies. Truly. I hate bullies. Let me tell you something about bullies. I'm a byproduct of bullying, and I am so much more successful than any of my bullies. Okay? Don't ever let them get to you. You know why they're bullies? Because they're jealous. Because they're insecure. Because they don't have what you have. And there's this narrative lately that empathy and sympathy are bad things. Fuck y'all who believe that. Empathy is what makes us who we are. Kindness is what makes us different than any other species. That we have the ability to choose to be kind, to choose to be generous. And so I have no tolerance for bullying. I have no patience for bullying. And I will tell you right now, you, my dear, will be whatever you want to be. And don't let any of those bastards get in your way.
Thank you so much.
All right. Speaking of bullies, we are out of time.
You son of a bitch.
Yes.
Well, this was a lot of fun, everybody. Thank you so much.
You
And by
guys
the way,
so much.
let me just say, it's a really fun and entertaining book. Really worth reading. Everybody, get a copy of In Gad We Trust. Josh is going to sign them, probably.
I will.
All right, great.
Thank you, guys.
Get
Love
over
you guys.
to Vroman's and pick up your copy of
Thank you.
In Gad We Trust. Once again, big hand for Josh Gad and John Lovett.
Stick around for more interviews with authors, books, cooking demos, books, compelling cultural conversations. Oh yeah, and books. Wherever you're coming from. Thanks for joining us. Books.
My name is TJ Kloon, and these are very important questions. AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or a sometimes helpful research tool? Oh boy. Okay, to me, the whole point of AI should be that it should make our jobs and our lives easier. So let AI do math and taxes and all of this other stuff, leaving us open to be able to create more art and beauty and joy in the world. Other than that, we're all dead. Next question. What's your favorite word and why? I am well known for being a children's author, and my favorite word is fuck. If your book was a scented candle, what would it be? My most recent release was The Bones Beneath My Skin, and a big portion of that book centered around bacon. As a matter of fact, on the hardcover, imprinted on the cover, is bacon, so it would smell like bacon. What is your weirdest writing habit? Oh no, secrets. No matter what time of year it is, ever since I first started back in 2011, no matter what time of year, I have to edit my books listening to Christmas music. It doesn't matter if it's July, it doesn't matter if it's actually Christmas, I have to listen to Christmas music while editing. The last question, what book did you obsess over as a kid? There's a book that I reread every single year just to make sure I'm not dead inside, and that is Where the Red Fern Grows by Wilson Rawls. If you do not know that book, just know that it is the saddest dog book ever written, and it is written for young people, and it is the most devastating piece of fiction that I've ever read, and I still obsess over it to this day. Again, I reread it once a year just to make sure I can still cry. And I'm TJ Kloon, thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Berner.
And I'm Paige DeSorbo.
And we're the authors of How to Giggle.
And this is Very Important Questions.
If your book was a scented candle, what would it be?
Hannah's vagina. In a very Gwyneth Paltrow goop way.
In a very
nuanced.
Yes.
Yeah.
And aren't vaginas nuanced? What's your weirdest writing habit?
Oh.
I'm not going to give Paige away. We know hers.
My weirdest writing habit is I need to be horizontal.
Yeah.
Like we're laying down. We're laying down authors.
Mine also, I won't write for a week and then I'll write the whole book in 2 days.
Hannah wrote the whole book in 1 weekend. And I added on.
You can't force creativity.
That's
I
so
wait
true.
for it to come.
That's so true, Hannah.
What's your favorite word and why? We don't like words.
Mm-mm.
We're more about vibes.
Yeah. Our book is more of like an experience emotionally.
Yeah.
It's a religious experience.
People don't remember what you say, they remember how you made them feel. So let's not get involved in the details here.
Yeah.
AI, the end of humanity as we know it, or sometimes helpful research tool. Well, that's Paige's best friend you're talking about. I've been replaced. Folding pages as a bookmark. Good move or pure evil? I like it. I want to doodle on it. I want highlighters. I want to make it my own.
I was just gonna say, make it your own.
This isn't a textbook that I'm like handing down to like an 8th grader.
I'm not giving it back.
No, make it your own. Rip out
Eyes
a page.
on your own paper, also.
Whatever you do, just don't burn them.
In 2011, Amanda Knox was exonerated for the murder of her roommate, Meredith Kircher, after she spent 4 years in an Italian prison. She had been wrongfully convicted of that murder, and now she's detailing her story in a new memoir. It's called Free, My Search for Meaning. Amanda Knox will be at the L.A. Times Festival of Books this weekend and joined us to talk about her journey. Amanda, I am so happy to meet you. I can't tell you how personally touched we all are, I think especially us moms, by your story over the years.
Yeah, I mean, and now as a mom, I can appreciate it even more. I think I intuitively knew, I feel like my mom should write a book, honestly, because I intuitively knew, even as I was going through it, that her experience of it was worse than mine because she would have traded places with me in an instant. And she couldn't. She had to just come and visit me and leave me in prison every single week. And I don't know how she survived it, but I'm excited about this book. It's very different from my first book, which was very much chronicling just what it was like to be in the center of this firestorm and trying to, as a 20-year-old, just survive it. And which was my first memoir, Waiting to Be Heard. And this rather is more of that journey that comes on the opposite side of it. It talks about what I had to do to survive prison, but also how I attempted to reintegrate into society, how I tried and failed in a lot of ways, and how I rediscovered my purpose in life, my sense of who I was. And even though I was in the shadow of the worst experience of my life and defined as the girl accused of murder.
Amanda, you and I spoke before we started rolling about forgiving yourself, giving yourself some grace for the fact that you were a kid. You were 20 years old, under a microscope. How have you, now that you've had all these years, and again as a mother, how do you look back and see that girl with grace and understand what she didn't understand?
Sure. I mean, I look back on my 20-year-old self and I recognize that she was a very naive person who had been raised to never quite like to obey and respect police, to always do as she was told. I was very much in over my head and not understand, also in shock. I think one of the things that a lot of people forget is that even just coming home to discover that my house had been broken into and my roommate and friend had been raped and murdered would have been a traumatic, like a defining traumatic moment of my life. And had I not even gone through the whole imprisonment and wrongful conviction experience. And I think the thing that I think of when I look back on that time of my life is it's not even forgiveness so much as like grieving, because I didn't get to go back to the life that I had been living before. I didn't get to go back to being that girl who nothing bad had ever happened to.
So are you excited to go visit where you're going to live in Italy?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually getting a place to live. It's the big thing that's on my mind right now. It's actually
that girl did not survive her study abroad experience. And so as much as I'm trying and over the years working to grieve the loss of my friend, the loss of my freedom, I'm also grieving that young girl who I was and who didn't get to come home.
Amanda, you talk a lot about reintegrating, trying to find your feet again, right, on solid ground. I want to ask you about what's going on, though, when you close your eyes at night. Do you
for the homeless from 1989 to 2018, first as New York director, then executive director, then president and CEO. Kevin Fagan is the author of The Lost and the Found. He is a longtime award-winning reporter, having spent over 3 decades at the San Francisco Chronicle. He's covered homelessness, serial killers, California's wildfires, and more. Jeff Hobbs is the author of Seeking Shelter, A Working Mother, Her Children, and a Story of Homelessness in America. And he's the author of The Short and Tragic Life of Robert Peace, which won a Los Angeles Times Book Prize. He lives in Los Angeles. Carol Mithers is the author of Rethinking Rescue and a journalist who has written about Los Angeles, women's issues, and extraordinary women for over 30 years. Her work has appeared in the L.A. Times, yay, the New York Times, and L.A. Weekly, among other publications. She lives in Los Angeles, where she has raised 3 demanding rescue dogs. So thank you. Welcome, all of you. So, Jeff, let me start with you. Your book focuses on 2 women, but in particular, a woman named Evelyn. When we meet Evelyn in the summer of 2018, she is 29, she has 5 kids. She's also working as a waitress. She's ambitious and determined to get her kids into the best public school system she can access in the LA area. She even has about $4,000 or $5,000 saved. So why, at one point, does she end up living in her car?
Thank you, Carla. And I'm so grateful to be here with you and everybody up here. And as to your question, yeah, this story, Seeking Shelter, is about a mother of 5, and she is from Lancaster, California, where she is taking care of her 5 kids and working and doing all right, but living in a situation of generational poverty. And she has this big idea that she's going to come to Los Angeles and put her kids in a better school. And she has $4,000 and some of the math worked out, and she has a job, and she gets here, and just by the disparity of this city is very quickly overwhelmed with the math of the rental market and domestic violence. And within 3 months of her kids starting school, they are her savings is exhausted, and they are without a home. And she makes another decision, which is to choose stability in education over housing stability. And the story is about how she keeps her kids in school while trying to find a home.
Kevin, in your book, we follow 2 people who end up living on the street. You have extensively covered unhoused people, and these 2 people were a woman named Rita, who was a Golden Girls surfer and gymnast in high school in Florida, who then married young and had kids. Tyson, the other person you follow, was smart, popular, a football player in high school in an affluent San Francisco suburbs. Talk a little bit about how these 2 people who seemed to have a lot of promise ended up literally on the street.
Yeah, thanks for having us, for me. I appreciate the panel here. These guys are great writers, I'll tell you. The thing that brought Rita and Tyson down was they rattled down what I call the ladder of life. Like you said, they both had really good, promising upbringings and could have gone, the stable way. But with Rita, she liked adventure. She liked bad boys a little bit. She started chipping a little bit of heroin when she was married with a guy named Diver Doug, who was this great fisherman. They had a beautiful life just off the coast of Key West, where they'd dive for their dinner, living on a boat, and going onto the island to get food. It was idyllic, but drugs is pretty much what brought them down. You do a little bit of heroin, and then they got divorced, and then she did a little more heroin, and then started going heavy into booze, more bad boys, more bad boyfriends, wound up out here in San Francisco, got abandoned by the latest bad boyfriend, and bam, she was on the street addicted. With Tyson, he had a bipolar condition he didn't know he had. And you got to read pretty deep into this book to find that out, so that's a little bit of a spoiler. But he couldn't stick with anything. And that's a big trouble. He tried college, didn't work. Tried different careers, didn't work. Tried acting, and he was a pretty good actor, but he started developing a taste for cocaine. It was pretty much self-medicating. Cocaine led to meth, which led to heroin, and then as he was sinking into this, like Rita, he first turned to family, then you turn to friends, then you turn to government, then you couch surf a bit. Pretty soon you've used up all your resources, and boom, there you are outside. And that's how he wound up in San Francisco.
And Carol, your book follows Lori Weiss, who was working at, and still is, at a furniture store, Modernica, their factory, in the warehouse district outside Skid Row in downtown LA. And she saw all these stray dogs wandering around. She and a coworker started leaving food for them. And she meets a man named Benny at one point who's living on the street in a cardboard box, and he emerges one day with a pit bull named Ironhead and the dog's litter of puppies. And you write that years later, if she had to point to the one time in her life, the moment when her life changed, it was when she met Benny and his dogs. Why did that moment start her on a journey toward starting this organization called Downtown Dog Rescue?
Hi, and thank you to everyone for being here. I think everybody on this panel will tell you that there was one or two people that they met who were unhoused, who sort of made that world visible to them and made it comprehensible. And Lori at the time wasn't looking to get involved with homelessness. She was trying desperately to establish her own life. She was kind of a lost soul herself. And she cared about the dogs. And when she started trying to help the dogs, she started to realize that some of the dogs she was trying to help and feed actually belonged to people. They belonged to unhoused people. And Benny was the one person that she set up, that she started a relationship with. And Benny made that world comprehensible to her. He laid out its rules. He was not threatening. She could talk to him. She could also identify with him to some extent because their shared love of animals provided a bridge for them. And I think that has been true for all of the people she's dealt with since, that you find something that brings you together, and it's the dogs. Anybody here who has a dog knows that if you walk on the street and somebody says to you, "God, your dog is adorable," you will immediately smile and talk to them. And the same was true downtown. And so Benny took her on a progression of understanding. She started first seeing these dogs and thinking, I want to take those dogs away from the homeless people who can't take care of them. From there, she moved to, I want to fix those homeless people and get them off the street, to, maybe I should listen to what they actually want and need and see what I can do to help. And I think that understanding was what, in the end, did and continues to set her organization apart, which is finding a way to make dog ownership for unhoused people and also for poor people doable in a way that is not condescending, that is understanding, that comprehends the very real obstacles that people face and doesn't say they are bad, they are challenged and they need help, and that has stood against a more common rescue world paradigm, which is dogs and cats will be happier if we can just get them into more affluent homes. If you can't afford to take care of an animal, you shouldn't have one.
And by the way, I'm that person walking down the street going, oh my God, your dog is so cute. Can I pet your dog? Mary, you talk about the 15 myths of homelessness, and they are all so on point. But let's get to the one that's on the cover of the book. Homeless people just need to get a job to lift themselves out of homelessness. Turns out a lot of homeless people did have jobs when they became homeless, or they have jobs as they are already homelessness. Talk about why working doesn't mean you can afford even a one-bedroom apartment.
Right. Well, thanks so much, and for everyone here, thanks for showing up today. I'm going to give you a few statistics, but I just have to take 1 minute and tell you in a nutshell what we're up against. This is the most pervasive myth, I think, that people have, that people just aren't working hard enough or long enough to try to get out of homelessness. And I took a short Uber ride yesterday to meet some friends, and when I got in, the guy was wearing a Dodgers cap, and I said, "You're a Dodgers fan?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "I just got in from New York." And he said, "Oh boy." And we started driving, and he asked me why I was here. I told him about the panel, about homelessness, and he said, "You're really lucky to live in New York." And he said, "You know why?" And I said, because we have Aaron Judge, and he said, that's cute. Maybe he'll show up for the playoffs this year. And I said, no, why am I lucky to live in New York? And he said, because we have a whole different kind of homeless people out here. We have the people, his sister lived in New York. I've seen on the subway crazy people and drug addicts. But the people here really just don't want to work. They don't have jobs. You know, we call them bums. And this kid was 25. I asked him, because I have a kid in college, how old he was. So I just wanted to throw out a few statistics to get us going here. A wonderful organization, National Low-Income Housing Coalition, every year does a study. And they try to figure out, if you're figuring that 30% of your wages should go to housing, how many Americans can actually afford a rental, 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom. You would have to make, and I had to update this from my book, so these are the 2024 numbers. To afford a 2-bedroom apartment, you'd have to make $32.11 an hour, and for a 1-bedroom, $26.74 an hour. So that means that if you want a 2-bedroom at either federal minimum wage, local minimum wage, you would have to work 113 hours a week. And that's 2.8 full-time jobs to get a 2-bedroom, and 95 hours a week, or 2.4 full-time jobs to get a 1-bedroom. There's no state or metropolitan area in the nation where a person earning minimum wage can afford a 1-bedroom apartment. More than 40% of people in the US cannot afford a 1-bedroom apartment. And I just wanted to end with this groundbreaking research 2021 out of the University of Chicago, Bruce Meyer. And it was a shock for me even to read this, that more than half, 53% of people living in homeless shelters are working, and 40% of people who are unsheltered, living rough on the street, are employed either full or part-time. So it's not that they're not working, they just can't make enough to make ends meet. And I'm sure we'll talk more about this.
And which is just stunning. And also, you write a lot about how housing has become a commodity, meaning it's just an investment, it keeps rising. Well, you all know this. It keeps rising and rising in price, and it makes the people who live in it wealthier, and it means that the people who are already poor have even less of a chance of affording any version of it, which is something you all are dealing with, and something that, you know, Evelyn had to deal with. Let me go to another myth, because I think you can all speak to this. Most homeless people are mentally ill and dangerous. And I will, with your permission, Mary, extend that to, there's a belief that most homeless people are mentally ill and substance abusing. And studies, as you said, Mary, since 1980s have shown that 1/4 to 1/3 of homeless single adults suffer from mental health illness. So that's not higher than 1/3. If you do have a mental health condition, it can be exacerbated by homelessness. But not everybody who's homeless is mentally ill. I've written that over and over again, and people don't seem to believe me. But, I mean, in your book, Jeff, Evelyn is not mentally ill. She doesn't abuse substances. In your book, Kevin, both Rita and Tyson were stuck in a horrible downward spiral of multi-drug use. But, I mean, Kevin, do you in particular come away thinking everybody on the street is mentally ill and or substance abusing?
Oh, hell no. No, the stats show that too. Just like you said, about 1/3, maybe less mentally ill. And drug abuse is not universal either. Maybe, you know, 30, 40%, depending on the area and the poll that you're taking. Now, when you're talking about the chronically homeless who have been on the streets for a year or more, or collectively, you know, there are a bunch of different ways to look at it, but long time. Often there's some kind of disability, as they say, a mental illness or drug abuse, and that traps you. And the reason well, there were two reasons why I focused on Rita and Tyson. And one is, as a reporter, I covered homelessness for decades. It's not very often you get to deep dive into people's lives and they resonate back with you. Both these people let me into their lives in a comprehensive way. Not everyone wants that. You get a reporter sniffing around about your life, it can be a little freaky. You don't want your dirty underwear out there in the world. And these two families are just lovely. They fortunately like the book, even though it's warts and all. But the other reason is that they represented for me the most acute examples of what happens when you become chronically homeless. And as a reporter, I did a lot, you do a lot of stories. People in shelters, a lot of them are self-resolving, as they say, which is terrific. You're domestic violence, you lose a job, something bad happens, boom, you're down. Then you can work your way out. For someone like Rita and Tyson, you're stuck. You're not going to work your way out. And that's what I wanted to focus on because it's the hardest of the hardest. But they're, and that's what they represent. But they do not represent all chronically homeless people, or certainly all homeless people, because homeless people are stratified like our society. You got your middle class homeless, you got your upper class homeless, and you got your chronically homeless.
Wait, who's upper class homeless and who's middle class homeless?
Upper class homeless, I would say, and these are loose terms that I just pulled out of my left ear many years ago. Staying with friends, couch surfing, staying with family. You got a room in the back that Uncle Joe is graciously letting you stay in for a while. Middle class homeless, you got an RV, you're in a shelter, you're basically got your stuff kind of together and you're just en route to becoming more stable. And the chronically homeless people are the ones in the tents. And we didn't see tents until Occupy brought them around. But before that, it was tarps and cardboard. Same thing. On the streets, stuck, no way out.
I think the problem is we don't see the middle class and the upper class homeless. Is that when we drive around L.A., the people that are most visible are the ones who are in the tents or who are in the middle of the street with their pants falling down, screaming. And so that becomes our sense of what that world is. And it's the people who are not disturbed in that way are hiding. They don't want us to see them. They're trying to get back on their feet.
It's like in suburbs, you see it a lot. In the more upscale suburbs, there are homeless people, but they're hidden. They learn how to hide.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. And I mean, in your case, Jeff, you specifically were looking for people who are not mentally ill or substance abusing. You write about that in the book. And why were you looking for whom you were looking for?
Well, I didn't have exactly like an ideal story I wanted to tell, but I will say when I first sat down with Evelyn, this was in an office of a service provider where she found some transitional housing, and the first time we spoke for about 2 hours, and all she wanted to talk about was her children and Little League and math, and I'm sure exaggerating some accomplishments and understating some others. And I thought there was this very profound normalcy, like she cared about the same things that I cared about, which I think is lost as to your
It'll
question.
It'll be okay, right?
Do you want me to confirm that I'm childless?
I'm just want you to confirm that they'll survive this.
Yeah, yes, she will survive. I don't know if the little boy in the front will survive it, but the adults will. He's like, no, don't look at me. Don't worry, I didn't see you.
Well, we talk about your accomplishments, the 6 New York Times bestsellers. You read big books with big themes from an early age, since you were 8. Anna Karenina, East of Eden, Moby Dick.
Well, my father thought I was trouble because of my personality. He thought I was going to be bad news and that I talked too much and I had a problem with him and authority. So right away, he made me read really big books because he wanted me to keep me busy. And so he made me read Anna Karenina, by Tolstoy, I was 8 years old when I read that. That woman ends with a woman jumping off of a train because she doesn't have a boyfriend. And I had to read Moby Dick, East of Eden, when I was 7 and 8 years old. So I really hated my father. You know, I mean, I didn't have anything in common with people at school. They'd be like, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. And I'm like, China or Berlin? What are you talking about? And then I'd come home, I'm like, I can't even relate to my colleagues at school. Stop it with these books. But he gave me a lifelong habit, you know, by torturing me in that way. In that moment, it was torture. But because of that nice instilling that habit of reading and learning about completely different ways of life and the escapism that you can find from disappearing into a book is the best gift I've ever been given, is my passion for books.
Mm-hmm. Did you think then, I want to someday write a book? What do you think your younger self would think of this moment?
She would be like, what? No, I don't think I ever thought about becoming an author. I didn't even know that was possible until I read, David Sedaris, I think, reading his books and his collection of essays that didn't necessarily have a through line, but they were funny and they were short stories. And I'm like, oh, I can do that. That's what I do on stage. I can tell funny stories. I have so many stories. And then my friend, I was at a dinner party and I would tell all these stories about, I was in my 20s and I was having a lot of one-night stands and I was just telling everybody about all of them and about all of the idiots out there, you know. And my friends were like, you need to write these stories down. They're pretty ridiculous. And she's like, you should write a book. And I was like, I don't think I can write a book. I didn't even go to college. How could I write a book? And then I read David Sedaris. I read Barrel Fever. And then I read all of his books, and I was like, I can do this. I can, you know. And so I did write my first book called My Horizontal Life, a Collection of One-Night Stands. Mm-hmm. And it was so fun and so me. I could completely be myself in the way that I can, you know, be myself in stand-up and be myself when I'm playing myself, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm not playing myself. I'm being myself. I don't have to play a character. And that's why writing is so joyful for me, because I get to share the good, the bad, the embarrassing. You know, I don't take myself too seriously, so I will share the embarrassing stuff. And I think people appreciate that. You know, you realize you're not alone.
How do you think you've evolved as a writer?
My writing used to be a lot more jokey than it is now. It's still funny stories, but there's a lot more depth and heart. I'm older, more mature. I have a lot more wisdom rather than just, oh, this is a funny story, you know. Silly stories. There's more weight and heft, and there's more messaging, especially with this last book, I'll Have What She's Having, which is what we're talking about. I wanted to inject optimism and the kind of confidence that I have felt since I was a little girl. I want to spread that to every woman and young person. I want everyone to feel self-assured and confident and not take yourself so seriously, and kind of demonstrate throughout the book what the pitfalls I've experienced have been, how I picked myself up, the biggest influences of people in my life and the way that they've made me change, and kind of really reflecting on who you want to be as an adult person, and in my case, as a woman. As a little girl, I had this idea of this woman that I would turn into, and I think we all have that idea when we're little about the kind of person we're going to become. And somewhere along the way, we kind of forget to check in with that little person of ours, you know, to say, wait, am I on the right track? Is this where we wanted us to go? Am I doing the right thing? And many times in my life, I've fallen off that track and completely lost my way. But I've always managed to kind of come back and be like, wait, who am I and who do I want to be? I want to be strong. I want to be a sister. You know, this book is about sisterhood. It's for women. You know, it's kind of like my love letter to women to have, to love yourself more.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, the book, as you say, opens with you sort of reflecting on your younger self and the kind of woman you wanted to be. And it ends with you reflecting on the woman that you turned out to be. And as I was reading it, I thought, I can do the first part. I found myself reflecting on what I thought of as a young girl, what kind of woman I wanted to be. But the last part, I was like, I can't do that part. And I wonder what that was like for you, sort of. It felt like a journal entry of you talking to yourself about what you've accomplished. Can you unpack that for me?
I think for all of us, you know, you go through your year, you go through your life, you go through your weeks, and you kind of forget all of the things that you've accomplished. You forget all of the things that you've survived, that you've been through, that you've raised children, that you got a new house, that you've changed jobs when you were unhappy. All of the victories in life that we don't really celebrate ourselves enough for. It's nice to make like a list of all the things, like, okay, here I was a year ago, and what have I accomplished this year? Or what have I survived this year? What have I been through? It doesn't have to be an accomplishment. It's like, I was here for my friend, I got her through her divorce, or I was here for my other friend who went through a really difficult time. Like, all of the ways that you've been purposeful in your life and had meaning and been able to share your joy or spread joy or comfort to anyone in your lives, like all of those things count. And we don't really kind of take stock, like, you know, it should be like your taxes, I think. We should all be reminding ourselves of how much we've endured and how much better we're hopefully getting at being alive and as like as a human being. Like, I want to be more present, so I decided to take the steps to make that happen. I want to get off my phone. I've decided to take the steps to make that happen. All of those things matter, I think.
Was it an emotional experience doing that? And did it feel different writing that part, especially the final chapter? Did that feel any different than saying it out loud for the audio version?
Yeah, I mean, they both were. It was emotional. I mean, I don't know that I was, you know, crying in that sense, but I was very prideful. Like, look, you set out to do what you wanted to do, and you're still willing to learn, and you're still willing to grow and be accountable for the times where you do screw up a little bit, you know, to take stock of it. It's okay that we all mess up. We all are going to, but to like not take yourself so seriously that you self-immolate after that. You know, you're like, okay, I messed up. Now here's another opportunity to do better. And so it's very uplifting, and it was very uplifting to even have that self-reflection about myself, because now I'm in a place in my life where I do feel pretty solid. I do feel like I've been through a lot of, you know, stuff that I wouldn't necessarily, I don't have to go through again. I always say, like, I like to learn every lesson, like the first time, I want to make the first time the last time. I don't want to go to summer school. I want to go to Mallorca. So like, I'm trying to always, if there's a lesson, it's like, bring it on, welcome the pain, bring it on the pain. I want to, the quicker I move through this in a really healthy, honest way, then the quicker something beautiful is around the corner. And that's life. You know, and we sometimes get so mired in the everyday that we forget about all the beauty that is surrounding us and all the beautiful people that are surrounding us.
Well, originally you were approached about writing a book about falling in love in a very public way with comedian Joy Coy.
It's Joe Coy. No one can say his name. Joy Coy, people call him. That's because his name is together. It's Jokoy, so you have to say Joe Coy.
But then you guys broke up and things shifted. And I'm curious, does the you part of the story feel the same without exploring yourself in a relationship?
Sorry, say that part again?
Like, does the you part of this chapter of your life feel the same even if you're not exploring what it meant to fall in love publicly?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. I mean, that book was going to be about falling in love, and then we broke up, and I'm like, they're like, oh, do you want to write a book about breaking up? And I'm like, no, I don't want to ever write a book about breaking up. It's the opposite message I want to put out there. I want to, and then so I was like, let me sit on this for 6 months and think about if I have anything new to say. Otherwise, take your money back. Let's forget about the book deal. You know, like I don't want to just put something out for no reason. So I just, once I was able to reflect and have time and think about that relationship, there was meaning in discussing it without laying it out there, you know, without throwing someone under the bus that I was once in love with. Like, you know, I don't have to tell the details, but I can tell how I got through a really difficult breakup, and it didn't break me. You know, it made me stronger, as it always does. And so that was worth sharing in that regard.
Does writing a book feel any different, or how would you compare it to writing your stand-up?
Well, there's overlap. Like, I just released my latest stand-up special on Netflix. It's called The Feeling. And it goes, thank you. If you haven't watched it, please watch it. Every download matters. And
it's true.
It goes hand in hand with my book, because there's a story in there about Andrew Cuomo that's in the book, that's in my stand-up. But what's exciting about, or what I like about stand-up and the medium of stand-up versus writing in a book. In a book, you can put in details, and you can set a scene, and you can introduce all the characters that were there, you know, and in stand-up, you're going for the jokes and the punchlines and the funniest parts of the story. So it's interesting, like, I put these two projects out together, this book and the stand-up special, because of that overlap and because of the difference in storytelling in those two things. There's a great story about me going to Kennebunkport, playing pickleball with a former president on 3 edibles. I was on the edibles, not him. So like that's in my stand-up too. But so I like both mediums because I can just completely be myself, and I'm always attracted to any time I can just really just be myself. And I say in the book, like this kid once said to me, "Wow, you really just make a living at being yourself." And I was like, yeah, I loved that. I was like, you're right. That is what I do, and I'm proud of that.
Tell me the thought process of, I need to share this Andrew Cuomo story with everyone.
Well, he was such a public disgrace. I thought, why not pile on? I have a story about him too. And when you're a public person, you can't pretend that you're not in. You don't have to protect their privacy if you don't want to. And I decided his privacy didn't deserve to be protected.
For those that don't know, she explains that she had the hots.
I had the hots for him. Yes.
Wanted to do sexual acts with him.
I announced it on television that I was interested in. Well, that kid is still here, so
That's why I'm being very vague.
I want to respect people with their children, even though you shouldn't have brought him in the first place.
Have you heard from him
since the book? No, I have not heard from him. I'm sure he's heard about it, and I haven't heard from him. No, I hope I don't. I would rather not.
There's also the moment where you get into the sort of reality check that you received from Jane Fonda, where you went to her birthday and maybe weren't on your best behavior. And she called you up and said, "Can you come over?"
Yeah, and she read me. She was like, "Listen, you acted really badly." I had been at a birthday party of hers, and she said, "You acted really badly. You were insulting to people. You were really dismissive of people. A couple of people complained about you. You had just really dark energy." And she was right, I did, but I had never thought, I didn't even to think twice about it after the party, And there she had me sitting at her house at dinner telling me this, and I was like, oh my God, how mortifying that I acted like that at Jane Fonda's house. I don't know if a woman I respect more than Jane. And I was like, I'm so sorry, and all you can do in that moment is apologize. There's no defense. I had gone to therapy at this point for 3 sessions for my first foray into therapy. So at least I knew that much. I had gleaned that much that if you're defending yourself, you're usually wrong. You don't have to defend yourself if you're right. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. You will never, ever have to speak to me about this again. And in that moment, even though it was so mortifying and ugh.
How do you go home from that?
Well, I just recognized the sisterhood in that. The sisterhood in the fact that she took her time to call me over to her house to have this conversation with me, which was uncomfortable and difficult. Whereas most people wouldn't even bother. They'd be like, I don't like conflict, or I don't want to deal with this, But she took the time, which made me feel valuable. And I knew she had nothing. What did she have to gain from that? And from that moment on, I was like, that's the kind of woman I want to be, is someone who tells other women the truth when it's not convenient and when it's not uncomfortable or comfortable.
Yeah. What has that friendship meant to you? I mean, that's a big deal, getting sort of that kind of sisterhood from Jane Fonda.
Yeah, well, Jane is incredible. I mean, I'm so inspired by her in every single way. I know her personally. I've been lucky enough to know her for 15, 20 years now, probably more. I have no sense of time. But she just sent me an email the other day because she had read the book, and she was like, wow, Chelsea, you really do the work, And she wrote me this whole beautiful email. She's so incredible. This woman makes 150 phone calls every single day for her climate pack. She busts her ass. She travels all over the country fighting climate change and, talking about it. And she's just incredible. I mean, I've never seen somebody so indefatigable in their desire at her age, and I campaigned with her before the election. We went to Albuquerque together. She's just it's a really meaningful mentor person to have in my life, because she's just a person just like all of us, but she just happens to have done such incredible things. She still has all the issues any of us do,
I know this is a hypothetical, and you talked about how you were maybe 3 sessions into therapy when you got that wake-up call, but how do you think you would have responded to that even 10 years ago?
I would have been like, whatever. I would have been defensive, and I would have probably been like, I don't want to be friends with you, Jane Fonda. Like, that's how I would have, reacted if I hadn't been like, a little bit looking for some self-awareness.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are very open with the work you've done in therapy and how it's, positively changed your life. And something you touch on in the book is the growing pains that comes with that sort of emotional growth. It's a hard thing for the people around you to reconcile with, of like, oh God, you're so evolved, or oh gosh, where's the fun you? Can you talk a little bit about like navigating that?
Yeah. I look at therapy as like, I went for 2 years because I was really angry. I'm like, why am I so angry? I'm like, it used to be kind of like a shtick, like I was a bitch. And then I was like turning into a real bitch. I was like, I'm getting a little razor sharp here. Like, what's the problem? And so I thought it was about the election at the time, and at least that was a place to place my anger. So I went to therapy. I went for 2 years. I went to this guy named Dan Siegel. He's so smart. He's so bright. And he really took me on an intellectual, like I started out from a very intellectual spot because I was not vulnerable. I could not cry in front of people. I had never talked to anyone about my brother dying when I was 9 years old. Like I was just so tough and had such exterior. And he just unwrapped me for 2 years and really like explained to me where my behavior comes from, and honored that little girl in me that didn't have, real time to grieve for my brother when he did die, but also revealed to me like, all of the reasons your personalities. Why are you defensive? Why are you angry? Why do you feel like you have to insert your opinion all the time? Like he breaks down your personality. And so it gives you the gift of self-awareness. And then you come out of therapy. I was never somebody who was going to go for the rest of my life. I was going like I was getting a college degree. I'm like, I need to fix this. Let's go, Hopefully this could take like 6 weeks. How long is this going to take? And then it was 2 years, and I was like, oh, I'm exhausted. And I was also like, get away from me. I'm sick of you too, to my therapist. Like, we had gone through it, and I'm like, how much more, I wanted. The intention of going was to become less self-absorbed, but by the very virtue of going to therapy, you have to sit and talk about yourself. So it's the most self-absorbed, but it's like you have to get through that to get it out on the other side. And when I came out of therapy, I was so self-conscious about my behavior and was trying so hard to I'm auditioning new personalities almost. Like, okay, maybe I'll go to dinner parties and not talk so much, and I'll just be quiet. And then after a while, my friends are like, what's wrong with you? Like, you're not talking at all. And I'm like, I'm just observing now. And then it takes a while for the information that you've learned to really soak into your, to your brain so you can absorb it and then apply it. And actually go out into the world is not getting rid of your old personality, but taking the best parts of your old personality with all the new tools you have and being like, okay, now I'm even more grounded than I could have ever hoped for. I've got this. I understand who I am. I understand this is not welcome. These things are hurtful. Don't do them. Keep your opinions to yourself unless someone asks you. I love to tell people what's wrong with them, whether they ask me to or not, I love analyzing things. And I just really, learned a lot about that. And so there's a period of adjustment after therapy, but I would go through it again. If I had known it was going to take that long, maybe I wouldn't have started in the first place. Because that's a long time. It's almost like 4.5 years when you get through all of it. And now I feel really grateful that I had that experience. And I do my podcast, this podcast, Dear Chelsea, where we have live callers that call in for life advice. Because once I got out of therapy, I was like, okay, this guy's really expensive. Not everybody can afford this. Yes. I remember fucking everything. Sorry. I remember everything because I'm like a student. I'm so curious about all information. And I was like, I can help so many other people. And so what started as a Dear Abby type thing has turned into this really successful podcast where people call in for my advice, and not having someone that's involved in your life give you advice is pretty much the most objective way you can get it. And so I love it. And I'm like, oh my God, I know I'm not a therapist, but I feel like I am one.
Can you dive into more this sort of figuring out who you are in that process when the public knows you as XYZ, or like are going to question what's authentic now? Like, how is that for you, sort of figuring that out while staying true to like how people know you?
Because you're still the same person you always were. You're just kind of like fine tuning the rough edges. You know, you're like, okay, this is obnoxious. You don't have to be like that. When you have to be more mindful about everything and actually doing one thing at a time. If you, like at one point he said something like, if you're walking down the phone and you're texting, you're doing both of those things poorly. And I'm like, I'm only walking down the street texting. What do you mean? And he's like, why aren't you looking around? And I'm like, who's got time to look around? But it's like, no, we actually need to look around, you know? We can't walk down the street texting. So now that I'm very mindful about everything I do, am I distracted? Am I present? Do I take my phone out at dinner? The answer is no, I don't. I don't do that. I don't, you know, when I'm around people, I'm much more invested. I started meditating. I'm patient. I used to have no patience for people I thought were stupid. Now I can deal with them no problem, you know? I have much more empathy and compassion, and I get it. I get everybody's going through something, and I want to be very mindful about everybody's experience and understand that not everybody has the same one you do, for sure.
Has your relationship with work sort of changed in the self-discovery process? Like, are there parts of your life that you feel like you're still trying to understand through your art?
I mean, I think I'm maturing like a fine wine. I think I'm maturing as you should mature as an artist. I'm getting better. I'm getting more polished. I've always been very honest, but now it's an evolution of improvement, you know? You're just kind of getting better at being yourself and at putting out art, and you understand the meaning and the impact it has. I think gratitude has a lot to do with it. I know we throw that word around, but we should be throwing that word around. You know, gratitude is everything. When you're grateful, like, and you're aware of all of the good things that are happening, even when bad things are happening, you really attract a different kind of energy, and we put out a different kind of energy. And just because that's not as easily measured as other things in this world, people they don't talk about it as much as they should. I know here in L.A. we talk about that a lot, but in the rest of the world, like, it is important to be grateful for everything you have and to really remind yourself every single day about all the good things, no matter what our background noise is or what stuff we're going through. There is gratitude to be found and abundance to be found through that. And so I experience that firsthand all the time, and that's why I'm mostly in a good mood no matter what's happening.
How, too, has skiing and Whistler contributed, or what did it unlock for you that you were just not expecting?
Well, I bought a ski chalet in Whistler, Canada, about 4 or 5 years ago, right before COVID lockdown and the election. I just thought I needed I bought it on the phone. I wasn't there in person, on FaceTime. I was like, okay, that's a Canadian house. I think I'll get that just in case I need to skedaddle. And I went up there, and I was trapped up there because you couldn't go in and out of the country. So I had to go up there. I quarantined. And then I had basically 3 months stuck in Whistler on a ski mountain. And I was like, well, I'm going to use this time wisely. I hired a ski guide, and I was like, teach me how to ski. Like, I want to be able to ski off of anything. And I skied for like 50 days in a row. And I now go there every winter, and I spend as much time as I can. But I had a boyfriend once leave me skiing on a mountain with the Kennedys. He was skiing with the Kennedys, and they went off a double black diamond, and I had to take my ski boots off and my skis off and climb up the mountain. And after that, I was like, I'm never going to be left in that situation again. Never mind the boyfriend. You know, I dated him for 2 years like an idiot. But but my lesson that I might take away from that was I'm going to get good at skiing. And so, but skiing is the greatest thing, is this sense of, you know, you're so present because you're trying not to fall or die, that it is the greatest, exhilarating, most, you know, it gives you such adrenaline. And I'm an adrenaline junkie. I love that stuff. So that is my thing. Like, I love to ski. I don't look at my phone. I'm in the moment. I'm outside. It's got all the vibes.
We talked earlier about Jane Fonda and the sort of reality check she gave you. One of my favorite parts, and I don't know what this says about me, but in the book is the letter you wrote to your family while on vacation.
Oh, you want me to read that? That's a good letter. It's pretty long, though. Maybe I won't read it all. I have to find it. Do we have it marked?
I don't have it marked.
Okay.
I can look for it while you...
I wrote a letter to my family because I was taking my family... Oh, here we go. It's right here. This is to all my nieces and nephews, you guys. We were on a vacation in Martha's Vineyard. I've never read this out. Well, I did when I recorded the book, but okay. And we went on vacation, and I take my family, my brothers and sisters all have children. There's 8 nieces and nephews, and I take my family on vacation like 2 times a year for a long time. And I left a vacation, and I wrote this. To all my nuggets, I want to start this email by telling each of you, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that's for the purposes of the book, that I love you for all different sorts of reasons, and that there is nothing any of you could ever do to get me to unlove you. It couldn't happen. So it is with great love and hope that we can use this as an opportunity to get better at being together. Our family is dysfunctional, and that is what families are. What we need to work on, however, are manners. There was a definite shortfall of manners on this trip, and I left the trip feeling embarrassed and taken advantage of. A, say hello to people who are working in the house, who are delivering something, or who work for me. You don't have to have long conversations with the housekeepers or workers, but you do need to acknowledge that they exist out of decency and respect. This goes for my house in L.A. Well, let's not list all the homes. But anyway, I treat my employees like family, and I expect you to do the same, especially in Los Angeles. They do not work for you. They work for me, and this is now a requirement. When someone is carrying a large package or multiple boxes, whether you are a girl or a boy, I would like you to offer your assistance, whether it be opening a door for that person or asking to help with the food being delivered or helping with the packages that person is carrying. It is the nice and decent thing to do to be conscientious of the others who are also on vacation with you. That means not having second helpings before every person gets their first. It means not finishing bottles of Belvedere that I purchased or ginger ale that I flew with across the country that they don't sell on the vineyard. We must all remember that we are guests and we are not at home. Girls, be kind and thoughtful to every guest. Do not roll your eyes repeatedly or even ever. It goes on and on and on. And then there's this list at the end where I said, I do this list, and then it goes on, and I say, I fully recognize my responsibility in this dynamic. The multiple trips where everything is planned and paid for, cleaning service every day, and just an opportunity to spoil you guys without any boundaries or parameters. It is clear now that I have overdone it. And I hope that you are all able to see the reason and decency in these adjustments and are able to implement them. I love you all. You are all important to me. I want to see you do better, and I promise to do better too. I was never exposed to these kinds of vacations growing up. You are experiencing something that most people will never get to experience. I don't need you to thank me all day. I need you to show respect to the situation and appreciate it. I don't care how much our family annoys you. It's the only one we've got, and we are stuck together for life. All my love, Chelsea. So, thanks.
Was it a quiet family dinner soon after?
I mean, that letter was met with a lot of my brothers and sisters were like, who's this directed at? I'm like, all of you. The parents, you're the problem too. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's directed at all of you. And then eventually, their apologies came, and they were like, we're so sorry. And then I realized I don't have to keep vacationing with these people. I've been extending my generosity for like 20. My brother and sister got married to people. I didn't marry those people. I'm like, we're cutting some of these people. Like, I have other people I want to vacation with. I have cousins. I have friends. So, yeah, I'm making some cuts.
The book was released on your 50th birthday.
Yes.
Congratulations.
I'm turning 50.
Yes. I think it's amazing. What has surprised you most about getting older?
I mean, it's joyful. Like, I am not, what's my other option? To be dead? I mean,
but
I don't
but growing
understand.
up, did you have anxiety about it? I did.
I mean, you did about
Yeah,
aging?
I did. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I didn't want to be 50. Like, that's not my first choice, But I mean, I'm gonna enjoy it while I'm here. I feel great. I feel like I wouldn't go back to being younger if I had that opportunity. Why? I wouldn't want to redo anything. I want to be here and now. And like, I just think we all have to get over ourselves with aging. Like, we have to stop complaining about it. It's ridiculous. I mean, we're here, you're gaining so much wisdom, you're gaining so much experience. Like, I'm so reliable. I know I can rely on myself for so much information now because I've been around for so long and I've filled myself up with such knowledge that I'm like pretty psyched to have me on my team. You know what I mean? And we should kind of all feel like that at a certain age. You know, the reason why you're here is because of you. You got yourself all the way up to 50, so you're good. You're solid. You're going to be good, and we should be spreading that messaging. I'm not upset about aging. I feel pretty excited about like the way that my life has turned out and what I'm going to continue to do. Like, I'm excited to see what I do.
How? What are? Maybe this is how I should ask it. Given where we started in the beginning, talking about you as a young girl reading these big books, have you ever thought about writing a children's book?
I have, actually. I wanted to write a book for parents called Hot Parenting Tips. Because I could tell, I living in Los Angeles with my friends and their kids, it's like, oh my God, this is another world over here. But no, yes, I have thought about writing a children's book, but I mean, I don't have any concrete ideas about that.
I want a hot tip.
It would just be, well, that letter, the letter is a lot of hot tips about parenting, the parts I didn't read too. So there's plenty in there.
Well, there are many parts in the book that I've seen, I know I highlighted, and I've seen on TikTok people sort of respond to something that spoke to them. Given that we're at the Festival of Books, what's a book that had a big influence on you, or a passage that really stayed with you or illuminated something for you?
Shit, I wish I could.
Maybe giving a second chance to something that otherwise they would ignore, or they would maybe, talk crap about and be like, oh, I don't like vegan stuff. You actually do. You just ate that cookie. So, lesson learned. Some other fun recipes in this book that I wish we could do all of them because they're so easy and fun to make. I would really like blast through the recipes and you'd be like, that's so fast. Pie dough uses the same technology. I used to be a person that made pie dough by hand all the time and I would brag about it. And then the pandemic happened and I was like, I can't do this by hand all the time. I don't have the manpower. I threw it all in the mixer. I'm a big advocate this summer, getting the peaches, the cherries just came in, the strawberries, the rhubarb, they're all at the market today. We're hitting that peak time. And if your thing is like, oh, I can't make pie dough during summer because it's too hot in my house, or I'm too hot, it's actually no longer a thing because the method that I outline in the book is making the pie dough in the mixer. It literally takes 5 minutes, and then you have pie dough ready to go. It's nice and cold and firm. It reduces the time that it needs to rest because everything stays really cold and we don't introduce the extra element of like body heat. So it's easy peasy, and it is a great pie dough. It's the same recipe that we make at the shop, and it's also the same method that we make at the shop. If you want to take this book and open a bakery, God bless, go do it. It's a very common question. Why would you give away all your secrets? I mean, if you want to do this, go for it. Call me at tax time. Let me know how it's going. Let me know what happens then, and then you'll be like, why did I do this to myself? So basically, these are going to bake for 10 minutes, and then we rotate them. At your house, a lot of people have said, like, oh, mine baked much faster, or mine took much longer. That's not me. That is you. And another way I can empower you is to let you know, just like a lot of words and recipes, the part where it says rotate it and then bake it for another about 5 minutes or something like that, the about is yours. It is yours now. If you're saying, I think they're a little too dark, I want to take them out, do it. If you're like, I need them to go longer because I like them darker and crispier, please go for it. It is a suggestion, not a rule. And I think a lot of things in baking can be suggestions and not rules, and then everyone will be like, oh, this is so fun. And that's the point, is that it should be fun and it should be easy, no gatekeeping, just make some cookies, and we're going to literally watch cookies bake, so if anybody has any questions, now is the time. There's a mic that's going to go around. So are you ready to talk on the mic? Okay, she's coming around. There's one up here in front.
Okay, in the meantime, what was your winning pie?
I don't want to, I'm big timer. I actually won for both the pies I entered. I won 4 out of 7 awards. Oh. Yeah. For the KCRW, it was a long time ago. I swept the comp. Jonathan Gold was the judge, one of them that year. It was a good panel of judges. Jonathan, Evan, Christine from Little Flower, Roxana, Sherry Yard, a bunch of great people were judging. I did a a huckleberry blackberry pie, and then I did a savory pie that was pork and peas. And I think Jonathan chose that one to win Best in Show because it was in the savory category, and he really loved it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's okay. Hello. Hi. I noticed you have quite a bit of vegan cookies in your book.
Mm-hmm.
When do you decide when to veganize a recipe or not? Is it the way the Bob Mill egg mixes with the lavender flavors, or is it something else?
Well, the Bob's Red Mill thing is actually quite neutral. It doesn't have any taste. But I'll tell you, my villain era story, my lore is that when I was in high school, I volunteered at this music venue in San Diego that was all vegan, and that's where I started baking stuff in the kitchen so you could get into concerts for free. So I started, one of the first things I started baking was this recipe that's in the book that is, I think, highly underrated. It's called the Co-op Tofu Brownie Cookies, and they're vegan. So I wouldn't say that I veganize stuff. I think I naturally think in a place of like, if I'm gonna make a vegan product, I'm intending for it's from the start. You can veganize things pretty easily, especially cookies, but for me, what I do is I see, I would like to create this item that is vegan, and then I make that recipe. But it kind of all started with this recipe, which is so delicious and vegan from the start. So at the shop, it's really about intention. Are we filling a hole? Does somebody want something else that's vegan? Do they want something that's gluten-free? Can we do it? So we kind of start from that place rather than turning the car in the opposite direction once a recipe is already vegan. We did veganize our sugar cookie recipe at the shop during the pandemic when the eggs went up. So then we were like, well, if we're going to use vegan butter, we may as well go all the way. So there are exceptions, but that's basically, yeah, that's it.
Anybody else?
Oh, up here and yeah. Oh, wow. A lot. Yeah. There's, we can count. The peanut butter cookies, vegan. The sugar cookies, lemon lavender cookies. There's a vegan chocolate silk pie recipe that's very good. There's a vegan pie dough recipe. In the pie section, you can definitely make a fruit pie that's killer with vegan pie dough, and that I give you it's a slightly different method because everything has to be frozen rather than cold when you're making vegan pie dough. So you need a little bit extra time. But yeah, there's a lot of vegan stuff in here. Yeah. And I think a lot of them would be easily adapted if you have products you love. Hi.
Hi. So you briefly mentioned gluten-free, and I was embarrassed to ask because the book is called Fat and Flour, but if there's hope for my friend whose daughters, is there hope for the gluten-free with baking?
Yeah, of course there is. I think it's the same purpose is that, like, if you're going to make something gluten-free, I think you should start from making something gluten-free. In this book, there is the tofu co-op cookie has a vegan, you can just swap gluten-free flour. The brownie recipes would be a very good contender to swap in gluten-free as long as you don't have to make them vegan as well. Really easy to make banana bread gluten-free. Those are great contenders. The pie dough is where you get a little bit trickier because you need that structure. I haven't devoted enough time to creating a gluten-free pie dough. Maybe that'll be my next project. But I would say in something like a cookie, like a brownie, a banana bread, a loaf cake of any kind, it's an easy swap. I like the Bob's Red Mill 1-to-1 flour blend for that reason. Some of the gluten-free flours employ milk powder in them, so if you're lactose, you might want to pay attention to that to make sure you're not getting one. But yeah, gluten-free flour is flour still. We can't say that, so it's okay.
Is swapping easy? Swapping between a vegan product that you're using to substitute butter, and then, or if you want to go with butter?
If it's just butter, I think it is quite easy. Yeah, as long as you have one. It depends. Is butter the flavor? You know, when there's like a shortbread, shortbread is the flavor of butter. Really, that's the main flavor in shortbread. So you would want to choose a vegan butter that tastes really good. I wouldn't just put vegetable shortening in, right? Because that's technically a vegan butter, right? But it wouldn't taste very good. You want something that tastes good. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Uh-huh. Oh, there's not much difference in that regard. No. Yeah, you could definitely veganize. Chocolate chip cookie could be easily made vegan just by the egg replacer. You might have a slightly different texture in like the cakiness element. But no, it's a really easy swap, I would say. Yeah, as long as it tastes good. Don't use something nasty tasting. No, you'll start from a good spot. A lot of vegan questions. I love that. We get you after she goes.
What has been your favorite cookie to create or like,
invent? Cookie to create. The one that I make most often at home, which is crazy because I don't make cookies very often, is the classic soft chocolate chip cookies. I love that cookie recipe. It has a little bit of cornstarch in it. It also has a little bit of neutral cooking oil, like grapeseed, vegetable oil. It keeps them super soft, and it just has this wonderful texture that reminds me of those bagged cookies that you get, the ultra soft ones. I love those, especially, during that time. I'm like, I want that soft texture. So that would be my favorite one to get that texture, and the one I make most often, definitely. I also really love the peanut butter cookie recipe. It was a wonderful recipe to create because what we were looking for was a peanut butter cookie that wasn't dry. Peanut butter is a weird ingredient in a cookie because it takes up a lot of the moisture. And it's like a weirdly sensitive thing. It's kind of anti-chew. So when we were creating this vegan, crunchy, chewy peanut butter cookie recipe, we really wanted it to be flat like the rest of our cookies and super chewy. And we got there with the right ratio of sugars and the right ratio of peanut butter, and it tastes super peanutty. But it's not dry and crumbly and cakey like a lot of peanut butter cookies are after they've been sitting for a minute. So that was one of the most fun recipes for sure to create, and my baker Molly, who's named in the head notes, did a lot of work on it, and we were eating peanut butter cookies all summer long. Also, the next page has the vegan PB sandwich cookies on it. This recipe is truly crazy. It's not a Nutter Butter knockoff, really, because it has the chewy element and Nutter Butters are crunchy, but it does have the filling element that a Nutter Butter does, but it has more of it. They're nuts. They're very rich and tasty, and I would advocate highly for making that if you like peanut butter. You have a question.
Yeah, so is there a type of pastry that doesn't work well with vegan ingredients like bars?
Is there a type of what?
Is there like any type of pastry that doesn't work well with vegan ingredients like
I don't think there's any, the question is, I overbaked them because we were talking too much. But they smell very good. Forgive me with that. Is there a certain type of pastry that doesn't translate to vegan? I think so. I think one of the last holdouts was croissants, but Jen Yee at Baker's Bench has shown us otherwise. So I don't think that there's anything specifically that can't be made vegan these days. It's definitely. Oh, you want to do it? Thank you so much. Oh, you can take it out. Great. Yeah, we're gonna take it out because we overbaked them anyways because we were yapping. We can put the other one in. We already know what they look like. They're here. But yeah. So the question was: is there anything specifically that is vegan? That wouldn't translate to making vegan. And you know what? The truth is, they can even make meringues vegan now. Yes, with aquafaba, with chickpea liquid. Did you guys know that? You can even make vegan meringue with chickpea liquid. So it like the starch in the chickpea liquid from a can, there's recipes online where you just whip it with sugar and it makes a vegan meringue. So I'm going to say no. Yeah, not. It's a good question. I don't think so. Yeah.
You mentioned you went to art school. Are
Yeah.
there any elements of art school that you incorporate into your baking?
I mean, I think that like it's in everything, probably. Critical thinking of stuff is in everything. Definitely when we make something like a cookbook, the art school is in there for sure. I mean, especially in like when you get to the pie section, it's a direct reference to Wayne Thiebaud. And lining up all the plates. He's one of my favorite painters who passed away during the pandemic, but like these lineup of the pies and stuff is very much a reference to painting. And then, you know, I think that I like funny things like when we think of a cookie and I think of it like alliteration, it's, I don't know, I think that's probably like an art school thing too. Lemon lavender cookie sounds right. You're like, let's make it from, you know, it's like stuff like that. And then at my shop, especially if you come to the Culver City shop, I think you'll see it's a very eclectic space with a lot of art on the walls. We don't stick to like a canned, finished, designed space. It's very much like going into someone's house. So that's probably where it sneaks in. Yeah. I do like sometimes draw stuff when I think of baked goods, occasionally. Hi.
Hi. So I want to ask this question about one-to-one flour, which usually contains xanthan gum, but my daughter has a reaction to both gluten and xanthan gum, and I wondered if you had any suggestions about that.
Oh, I am not that familiar with xanthan gum, but I do know that there are some flours like buckwheat flour might not have it, and maybe sometimes rye flour if you can get like actual rye flour, but that does have gluten in it, I believe, a little bit. Buckwheat doesn't have gluten. It does have a color that will make things very dark colored, but it tastes delicious and nutty, like sort of hazelnutty. So that's a good one. But I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer than that. Yeah. If I was going to make something I would make like a banana bread and substitute buckwheat flour and maybe a little almond flour, because then you would have like a protein element along with the flour, and it wouldn't all be like, because buckwheat flour bakes sort of like black, brown. Yeah, dark colored. Yeah. All right. We satiated all of the questions. You guys probably want cookies. They won't let me give them to you. Sorry. But I can sign your books if you'd like. I'll be over there, I guess, and sign. And thank you so much. Is that Michael? Are we good?
You're good.
Do we need to talk more? Or are we all right?
No, we're good.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming.
Nicole Rucker, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Go buy a copy of her book. She'll be at the book soup tent to your right. Go
Yes.
visit her at the bakeries.
Please do.
Mother's Day's coming up, you know, so
Yes,
you
I
can
did.
either, if the cookbook's a good gift, or go to the bakery and
If
buy
you're
some
going to get this book for your mom, get it and bake something and give it to her, and don't make her do the work. Suggestion. It's not a trick gift.
All right, well, stick around at 3:30. We've got Kiana Roju.
Thank you so much for coming out to this talk. We're really excited to talk with Hannah and Paige about their new book, How to Giggle. And we should just get right into it.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, first I have a question. Are you familiar with each other's laughs?
Laughs?
Yeah.
That's all we know about each other.
Like I can hear Hannah's laugh from a mile away.
Can you impersonate it?
She's more of like a full body laugh. I feel like it's like a whine. She's more she's more like
It has an aftertaste. No, I think the key is if we can get each other to silent laugh.
Yeah.
You know, a silent laugh, that's just energy. So when we're doing our podcast and you hear silence, it's because Paige is going like,
I can't breathe. Yeah.
So we like to silent laugh. That's funny.
That
was a hard one to start with.
Well, sorry. Maybe we'll get it later on. I am curious. In the book, you guys write about all the things to do in life, like you talk about bowel movements, you talk about boyfriends, you talk about friendship, and you talk about how you got to where you are now. You've come a long way. So I wanted to first ask, what role did delusion play in your trajectory? I think we all know the famous TikTok, being Delulu is the Salulu. How do you use that to your advantage in your career?
I think like the part we wrote, I also said, I was delusional, but also stupid. And I feel like that was so true because when we first started and like even posting on Instagram, like I was never nervous to post on Instagram because I was like, no one's watching it. So it was like very delusional of me. And even now, like when I post, I really think of like my first like 2,000 followers, like I feel like I'm posting to them, and that's just like delusional. Yeah. So
I feel like if you're not delusional, you're never gonna accomplish anything. Yeah. Because we all have to start not good at what we do. Mm-hmm. Like before you become a comedian, you're someone who wants to be a comedian who's delusional. So we want to normalize, like, you're not delusional, you're being brave.
Yeah.
And especially stop waiting until you feel like you're over prepared for something, like just do it. So I think we want people to try things that they didn't think they could previously do.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Because that's the hardest part, is saying I want to do it. And 90% of people quit there.
Yeah. Do you ever get nervous about social media now since there's so many more eyeballs on you?
I mean, of course, there's like certain things where we're like, we probably shouldn't post that. But truly, like, not really. Like when we are videoing something and we're like, that's really funny, like it's immediately going on the internet.
I think also why we've done well in this and maybe not some other things.
Like what? Well, because they can't fire us from this. We are the bosses.
Be your own boss. I think also at the end of the day, we enjoy making people laugh. So when it's something you enjoy, you keep doing it in spite of like some of the nerves. Mm-hmm. But if you don't actually like something, I feel like people quit a lot because they're like, I don't need this extra stress. But like making funny videos is all I wanted to do. Sure. And it's the joy of creating.
Mm-hmm. That is a good segue to my next question, which is the importance of committing to the bit. You write about how this is very important for your friendship.
Look at Paige's outfit today.
Yeah, can we get like do you want to do a spin?
Thank you so much. I thought you were literally never going to ask me. I felt it was only appropriate coming to a college campus if I wore no pants. So
the only speaker today with no pants.
Yes, it's a record. What were some early bits in your friendship, and what are some larger bits in your lives?
Okay, early bits in our friendship. Like we obviously met on Summer House, so like we had different bits there that like no one ever really saw. Like the first time we laughed together, we were laying in bed, obviously, and I said, Hannah, are you hungry? And she said, yeah, I'm actually starving. And I pulled out a turkey panini from like my nightside table, and it was in that moment where I think we fell in love. And so like that was a bit that ran throughout Summer House that like no one else knew.
We had some bits make it on where Paige had these like chicken cutlets she would stuff in her bra. TMI, sorry. I didn't mean to expose you just there.
It's okay.
But we have nothing to hide. And then I would like throw the chicken cutlet at her. I thought it was funny. And it ended up making the cut.
Yeah.
And there were so many funny things we do, though, that didn't make the cut. And we realized, like, oh, we love comedy and making each other laugh. And that's where something like this book was created.
Sure. You also write about how it's sort of helpful if you need to do something scary. You can just think of something as a bit. Mm-hmm. What's an example of that in your life?
Our Giggly Squad tour.
This whole thing right now.
This honestly, sitting up here, I'm like, this is a bit. Look at my glasses. Hello. But no, like I had such an interesting tour this fall because like I had to go on beta blockers, and so like hyping yourself up and just being like, this is not forever, and like it's easier to get through certain things like if you're nervous.
Yeah, and I think people take themselves so seriously, and they think, if I'm more serious, I'll accomplish more. So the book is trying to frame, like, if you take yourself less seriously and make yourself laugh and consume life in a lighter way, you actually can be nicer to yourself and be more successful, not to, like, go full Mel Robbins on you guys. let her be the #1 person of the week. It's fine.
But you're catching up on the New York Times bestseller list.
No, let them. But yeah, my life is easier when I make fun of myself and the people around me.
I love it. Another important tenet of your success is decentering men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a round
Can
of
all the
applause
men
for
leave
decentering
right
men.
No, every man here supports women in the arts, and we love that for you guys.
Yes. Paige, I know you have had recent experience in this category.
Sure.
What are some ways that you decenter men?
I just don't look at them directly in the eye. I think that's probably like the safest thing. No, decentering men, like we didn't think that was gonna be like our whole thing. Like we didn't go into Giggly Squad being like, we hate men. It just like they did that to themselves. But like a perfect example is like Hannah got married, very off brand for us. I was like, are you sure? And when she posted her wedding pictures, where was her husband? We don't know. We never saw him. And it was just an example of like, well, I look good in the dress. Like it doesn't have to be focused around like a man's whole life. And I think like we are kind of the first generation that is like, oh, we don't need men for financial stability. We don't need them for this. We don't need them for that. And it's really like, if you want them, you can have them, but you don't need them. And
yeah, I also think that we were boy crazy. Like we're not here being like, we've never been distracted by a tall man before.
Right.
It's just, we used to make a lot of decisions based on the ultimate goal of like finding the perfect guy that will make you happy. And we realized once we started focusing on ourselves, we connected with better people.
Yep.
And like, I really feel like you will find a better partner when you've actually been focusing on yourself more.
Yeah.
But that's not what we were always taught with Disney. We're millennials. We
Right.
had to grow up with that stuff.
yeah.
Sure.
Those very good movies.
Yeah, they're fun. You are both self-professed fans of beta blockers. How do you manage anxiety, especially as maybe the stakes of your careers have gotten higher?
I think this like sounds so cliche, but truly like living in the moment and obviously taking drugs is really, really important for us. But like we talk about the podcast and like we meet the gigglers and we get so many stories from the gigglers of like, you helped me through, studying for finals, or you helped me through getting fired from my job. And I think what the gigglers really don't realize is that you guys have actually helped us 10 times more than we could have ever helped you. Like Giggly Squad for us truly is our therapy every week. And so I forgot what the question originally was.
She goes, so I have anxiety.
How to handle anxiety.
And now I got nervous.
And world peace. And world peace.
It was April 25th.
When in doubt.
I do think, too, yeah, as we've had more and more people come and watch our stuff or consume our content, we do get more anxious, so it's
Yeah.
important to show people, like, we're not superheroes. We have more anxiety, but when you overcome, like, when we performed in a big venue, you just get stronger. So it's, like, facing the things that are scaring you and knowing it actually does make you stronger and more
Yeah.
prepared. But, yeah, we're very nervous and stressed out a lot.
Like there was a moment when we were on tour where I was like, I can either cancel the whole tour and never do this again and let this kind of like win, or I can be pushed out on stage after a panic attack by my best friend and she'll say, the adrenaline will kick in, don't worry. It didn't.
We're glad to have you.
Paige had a panic attack before going on stage, and she's like, what should I say when I get on stage? And I was like, what if you just told them the truth?
Yeah.
And Paige was like, guys, I just had a panic attack. Has anyone else had one recently? The whole crowd's
Yeah.
like,
The whole crowd was like, we're having one right now.
we're all having one. So it was this kind of beautiful moment. And I think also having Paige with me on this journey has helped. And I think finding those friends that you could be honest with and be like, I have a stomach ache from stress, or like, I'm really in my head right now. And I think doing this alone would have been a lot harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a whole section about friendships in your book, and you kind of like lay out different types of friendships that come up in your 20s and your 30s. Do you have advice for people on how to find, your Paige or your Hannah?
I think like society, like for women particularly, like when we were in high school and college, it was always like, you have to have this big friend group. And if you don't have like 10 girls in your friend group, do you even have any friends? And it truly is finding that like if you have one good friend, you're so rich. So it's really finding that one person that you don't have to show up and be anything other than yourself, and there's nothing expected of you. We like the phrase like low maintenance friends, and we feel like we are very low maintenance. Like if Hannah calls me and is like, I can't come over, or like whatever, not that I would ever invite her over, not that we make plans like that, but it's like, yeah, great, cancel. So I think it's just like finding the people that you can truly be yourself with, and it's a hard journey, but like, it's so.
And that goes with relationships too. I think we realize it's not about like a guy on paper. It's finding a guy that lets you be you, and how friendships are as valuable, finding that person that you don't feel uncomfortable around. And also we met each other like in our later 20s. Yeah. Be open to like finding a new friend in life. Making adults is when you're older is hard.
Making
but
friends,
at least
yeah.
Sorry, making adults.
That is also actually extremely hard.
That is hard too. Sorry.
Next question.
Next question. We've lost the plot.
So you came from the Bravo universe. And I think sometimes it can be hard when you're like coming from a big institution like that with a lot of big personalities to carve your own personality out. How did you do that? How did you follow like your own path after Bravo?
Honestly, I'd like to say that we were like so smart and we had some plan. We literally didn't. It was just us being ourselves. And I think like when we met, we realized that we were so close and we had so much in common and we were so similar, and we would like watch episodes back and we'd be like, oh, they didn't get us at all, or like they didn't add any of our jokes in. And so I think like we just realized that, and really we didn't plan on having a podcast. Like we really went live every night on Instagram Live during COVID because we were so bored and we were at our parents' house. Like
reality TV also really motivated me because I actually had a really fun time when it was fun. And then but I did see that like they want to put you as a character, especially as a woman. Like you're either the like drunk one, or you know, the annoying one, or the fun, easy one. And women are so much more multifaceted, and that's why after reality TV I was like, wait, I can go on stage and show a woman that is human and has multiple sides to her. So it really motivated me to like want to take up more space.
I love that. When they were sort of pushing those roles on you, did at any point you think, I am that one? Or were you just like, I'm out? Like,
we blacked it out.
You blacked it out. And you also don't know until you watch it. And you're like, oh, that's okay. They could have told me I was cast as that.
Right. How did you maintain your friendship on the set of a reality TV show? I mean, it's high pressure. You guys had just met. What was that like?
We trauma bonded. Yeah. And I think we realized that like our humor was way more highbrow than everyone else's, and that they weren't really going to get our jokes.
There were things called storylines that you're supposed to stick to, and we would just start riffing, and they would be like, we don't need any of this right now. We really don't. But I remember the first night we filmed, we get back into bed, and I was like, are you scared? And she was like, I'm scared. And we start whispering about everything going on. And then we realized there's microphones in the back of the headboard of the bed. And I was like, we're fucked. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, our season, we're done. They got everything.
Yeah.
And then we were able to kind of have each other's back. And I think overall we cared about our friendship at the end of the day.
Sure. Right.
Yeah.
How important is your relationship to your family and your parents? I don't know if everyone has listened to the audio version of this, but we get 2 cameos from both of your mothers. What role has that played in your life?
Our moms were obsessed with them. Like we would die for them. We can't do anything without them. And it's just, they're so important to us because they were really the first people in our lives that were like, you can do whatever you want to do. And I think that is so important as a female, like having someone when you're younger being like, whatever your goals are, like you can absolutely reach them. And so like calling your family and being like, I'm going to go on a reality show is not like the most normal thing to do.
They were definitely nervous, but they were like, we support you expressing yourself however you want to.
Yeah.
I love the teenage angst happening over there. I love that.
Did you either of you have an emo phase by chance?
I did
No?
not.
Paige did not. Did I?
I love the color pink.
But yeah, my mom, was a middle school principal and just like a badass woman. And I always looked up to her and I realized, like, why would I make a decision when I can ask my mom who knows more than me?
Yeah.
So she really helped me through everything in my life. And I'm very lucky to have her.
It's amazing. Okay, we are going to a little game that I came up with. I know that you were recently on Fallon and played charades there.
We're the queen of charades.
I can't give you John Hamm and Patrick Schwarzenegger.
It's okay, we don't need them.
But I can ask you, I'm going to change the name of a game I think we all know very well. Kiss, Marry, Kill.
Love it.
And I'm just going to present to you a few different like trends from TikTok, wellness stuff, and you can tell me which one you like. Okay. Number 1, cold plunges.
Kill.
Once I found out that they're not as beneficial for women as they are for men, don't ever bring it up to me again.
Okay, so
if
kill.
it looks cool on your Instagram story, I support women in the arts. But
No.
no.
All right.
Don't give yourself pneumonia because someone on TikTok said it helps your anxiety. You know what gives me anxiety? Jumping into cold water.
Yeah.
Dry brushing.
Kiss. Because,
Kill.
like, okay. I like it, but, like, who remembers to do that? No one.
My day's never gotten better. No one's ever been like, wait, you look amazing. And I'm like, yeah, I dry brush.
Hannah doesn't own a brush.
I've never brushed anything.
Morpheus 8.
I don't know what that is.
I think it's like a facial, but it like lasers your skin.
It's like a scary facial.
Oh, Mary. I don't even need to know what it is. I want it.
I'll kiss it because I support women in STEM.
Hannah, I'm going to say this. Hannah, like, does not have a skincare routine. She just washes her face. I've never seen her break out.
Moisturize.
Yeah, but you've never had a pimple.
Do you
I have
use
other problems.
face wash or?
I do use face wash. I'm not a man. But she has like a 47-step skincare routine.
And I'm constantly breaking out.
Yeah.
The doctors haven't solved
Look,
everything yet.
Cetaphil, there was never a problem. Why are we trying to fix it?
Yeah.
I feel that. Magnesium.
Love.
Do you actually use it though?
Yeah, I sometimes make those sleepy girl drinks. Sleepy
with the
time.
cranberry
You knock
juice?
yourself out
yeah.
at night.
Yeah. I love drugging myself.
I want to support it, but I haven't done it consistently to be able to tell people to use it.
Hannah doesn't need help falling asleep.
I could fall asleep right now.
You're a good sleeper, right?
Yeah.
That was a nice breeze. I'm like, oh, that felt good.
She's a good sleeper.
The let them theory.
Well,
we have current beef with her.
yeah, we're probably the only people in America that aren't very happy with her. No, I love.
We love letting other people be number one in the New York Times bestseller.
Yeah, let her. Literally let
her.
Yeah.
Sound baths.
Okay, every time on TikTok, you know, like when you scroll and someone's live on TikTok and it's like a psychic, or I stop at the sound bath people, and I listen for a while.
Yeah.
I don't click in because I'm not there yet, but I stop.
You're
and
not
listen.
commenting?
I'm
The
not
date of your birth and birth
No.
date? I love a sound bath. I wish there was more sound baths. When she was having a panic attack, I tried to put on like a spa sound to make her feel better, and she's like, "Get your phone away from my face."
Tongue scraping.
Love tongue scraping. Everyone should be doing it.
What does it do?
It gets all the bacteria off of your tongue.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Apparently, but then I'm like, I forget to wash it. So then I'm like, am I getting my tongue dirtier from my tongue scraper?
Yeah, disgusting.
Sorry about that. Everyone's upset.
Beef tallow.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I love a TikTok trend and I love the TikTok shop, but there are some things where even I'm like, girls, we've gone too far.
All right. Well, that concludes our game. Stuart over here is going to take questions from the audience.
Amazing.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Let's do it. Oh, they're coming at me. So first of all, the rules about the questions. I have to hold the mic. You all know the thing. But here are some questions that were submitted. First of all, by fans via Threads. You all hip to Threads? If you're not hip to Threads, it's it's a text-based social media app that allows users to share text updates and get.
But
Right.
how long did it take you? You were born here, but raised in Detroit. How long did it take you to get acclimated to L.A. to the point at which it felt like home?
Well, so first of all, y'all, this high school we went to is like the greatest high school.
It is.
Imaginable. It's like a classic high school in Detroit, Cass Tech. But yeah, CT #1, second to none. But anyway, of course, shout out to LA. I know y'all got great high schools. But anyway, like I said, every time I've been coming out here, every time I've been out here, and obviously I'm a parent. I have a kid out here as well. My family is out here, so it definitely feels like home. But so does Detroit, though. It's nothing like being at that part of home too. So it's like a dual thing,
And speaking of Detroit, for those of you who care, Detroit lost against the Knicks. However, the Lakers are up by 9 right now against the Wolves.
They are.
So there'll be periodic updates from me.
Yeah.
Just a few. Let's talk about this process of yours from being born here, growing up in Detroit, and when he talks about our high school, Dinah Ross went to our high school. Lily Tomlin went to our high school. So it's coming from a school that has produced some top tier performing artists.
Yeah. Jack White too. White Stripes.
Exactly. It's from White Stripes. So is that the reason why you chose that school, to be able to explore yourself in that way, or did you discover yourself in an environment that has created so many legends?
Nah, my mom just went to that school, so I was like, let me just go to this school. And I think that that was just a bonus, but I was just feeling it out as a kid. I mean, when you're in 8th grade and, you just going with the flow kind of. So, but I was happy I went there. I think nothing happens on accident. That's the beautiful thing about life. It's like sometimes thinking can slow you down. I realize that thinking can sometimes be the lowest level of using your instincts and just going with the flow. So I am a person who, I've been told I'm an overthinker, but I don't look at it like that. I just like to think things through. But sometimes when things just naturally happen, to me, that's the easiest and most beautiful way to go with life. So that's how it's always been for me when it came to crucial moments, especially like going to high school, going to rap for Kanye at the radio station, and, that led me to my record deal. Just going with the flow. And there are times where I didn't and went against the grain. And sometimes I was successful still. And then there are some times where I failed miserably. Well, you never fail that miserably unless you because you're still alive and you still have opportunity. But I realized that even if you fail by doing things your way, it doesn't hurt as bad as not listening to yourself. So it's the biggest advice is that always take your advice first and foremost and everyone else's with a grain of salt, because nobody's ever really been where you've been directly ever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, that's real talk. But at the same time, you do have to go through a process of the fire. And I'm just curious, what did that fire look like for you? So I understand you're the shiny diamond now, but what was that pressure and that cold process like?
It's a process that has been multiple times in life. It's a process that I'm sure we all go through, the growing pains. You know what I'm saying? When it's, when it feels like, when really it feels like you almost want to end your life, where it feels like it ain't worth it and things aren't going your way, or it feels like it's impossible, you know what I'm saying? And there have been times in my life where I felt like I was at a wall and I either had to climb it or it was going to fall on me. You know what I'm saying? So to me, those times are the times that help mold you and make you. And, they teach you more than you could learn from a professor or from anything else. Life can be the greatest teacher and the greatest professor. So I've gone through multiple times like that in my life. I've gone through that. Actually, that was the first time that I actually got into reading books. And one of the first books I read that really helped me out was The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success by Deepak Chopra. Asking It Is Given by Esther and Jerry Hicks, The Four Agreements, The Alchemist. Those were the books that helped me realize the power of my mind and the infinite possibilities that there were. So, you know, I always believe that there is a golden thread from where you are now to get to wherever it is you got to go, no matter what odds are against you, no matter what people say. If you can think it, it's a reason that you even have the thought of it. So I'm very thankful for all of those moments. As much as they have hurt me, as much as I've been brought to tears, as much as I've been questioned everything about my existence, making it through feels just so great. And yeah.
And I appreciate your candor. You know, one of the things that your fans, you know, such as myself, love about you so much is the fact that you're so genuine in your lyrics. There are different songs that mean different things to me when I hear them, but I'm curious as to when you think about the lyrics that you've written over the years, which ones are the most autobiographical? Which songs are the most personal?
I don't fuck with you, saying I'm just playing. Ass. No. As fun as those songs are, you know, I always try and put a little bit of inspiration in songs. You know, I have songs that are straight up like, you know, one man could change the world. There's a song I got called Nothing Is Stopping You. You know, that's kind of like my story of how I rapped for Ye and like was able to, you know, come at a crossroads in my life where I chose this path that I'm on now. And, you know, all songs just have so many, I've done so many songs that have so many different meanings to them. So it's hard to really like pick one. One of my favorites is one I did with Nipsey Hussle called Deep Reverence. Yeah. And just cause, you know, it's because of the time me and Nip met. We were kids, and we met at Howard's homecoming. And then we did the XXL freshman cover together in 2010, and we was homies ever since. And even if we didn't talk to each other all the time, he would always hit me up or I hit him up. And he loved the relationship I had with my mom. It was like, he always would hit me up like, oh, I heard that song you did about your mom and this. And on the day before he died, he commented under a picture of me and my mom. And we were working on that song, and I couldn't find an inspiration for the song. Like, I was trying to finish it. And I remember getting, you know, people hit me like, yo, finish the song. And then he passed. And I was like, damn, I never finished that song. And that taught me a lot because I was like, I need to quit acting like life is always going to be here. You know, I need to quit like being like, I'll do that later. I'll go check that out later. I'll go support them another time. You know, one of the only guarantees is that we don't know how much time we have left here. So, you know, you never want to look back, wish you woulda, coulda, shoulda, did anything. So when I got a chance to talk to his brother, Sam, and he was like, nah, finish the song. Like, y'all was meant to finish it, bro. Rocked with you, so I finished it. And I had the inspiration to finish it based off of all of the things that were transpiring. So that's one of my favorite songs for sure. Yeah, Deep Reverence.
What is your writing process like? And is the process for writing a song similar or different from writing a book?
So different. A song you limit it to 16 bars or 32 bars, or trying to you can ruin a song by trying to do too much. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of
give us an example.
Give us like. To me, Biggie Smalls and Pac, they were some of the greatest rap artists of all time because as masterful as they were, you could tell that their first priority wasn't showing off how good they were. It was making the greatest song that they could possibly make. And there are times where that takes more skill than like writing the craziest hyperbole, metaphor, triple entendre. Sometimes it's about the song hitting you on a different level of being a soundtrack to whatever it is you're feeling, right? And to me, Biggie Smalls is the blueprint of like a lot of modern rap, and Pac in a different way, but Biggie's flow was more like, you hear it in so many artists today, especially a lot of female rappers kind of sound like Biggie, because Biggie wrote Kim's raps, and people sound like that. So like you hear Nicki Minaj, it's like it kind of has a reminiscence and trace of that, you know, and that's a whole nother debate. But my point being is that writing a song, you kind of want to make sure you make the best song. Writing a book, you kind of are able to go wherever you want to go. It's a limitless opportunity. And even when I was writing this book, I didn't know how to like organize it, because it was kind of like each chapter was all over the place. But then when I was able to tie in the points that I was hitting in a chapter and realize that it wasn't so much about the order, like most books, it's really just about getting the message across, I was able to like finish it. It took a couple years, but yeah, it was definitely a completely different process writing.
What triggered you wanting to be an author? You said it took a couple of years. Was there an event that happened to you a couple of years ago, or was it just an opportunity finally with your schedule?
Well, I sat and did a podcast with my bro Jay Shetty, and at the end of the podcast, he was like, "You got to write a book," and I was like, "I want to write a book one day." He was like, "Man, you might not get that one day, man. You got to write it right now." He was like, "You have to, because." You know, he was like, I've never told anyone that I've done an interview, bro, but he was just like, there are so many people who can not just relate to your story, but don't know how to get from point A to point B to point C in their life, and don't know how to, they didn't have the mom that you had. They didn't have your grandmother was a World War II captain. They didn't have that and they need that. And you have a lot of gems that you might not get across in your music, you know what I'm saying? So he was just like, I encourage you, and I'll help you. He was like, I'll put you in I'll help you like figure it out so you can get it done, and he did. And he wrote the foreword to the book as well. So shout out to my brother Jay Shetty, who I feel like is, one of the most inspirational modern day authors and just gurus of self-help and mental health and all of those practices. And so that was what like planted the seed of me writing the book. And then me realizing when I had my son, when Noah was born and he's my first child, how fast he was growing, I realized that time isn't always as abundant as we think it is. And so I realized that I had to do any idea that I have to do it as soon as possible. And that was why I did the book. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, let's dive into it a little bit. The 5 core practices that you outline: accepting, strategizing, trying, trusting, and manifesting.
Yeah.
How did you land on those 5?
Well, this book isn't really about my life story. There are tons of stories from my life about it, but it's really about a human being who needs to remember some of the core things in life that they may have forgotten along the way. And along the way, meaning passing through the birth canal and being born in a world where you're getting hit with so much information consistently. It's a book about rediscovering yourself. It's a book about accepting where you are and realizing that just because you accept where you are doesn't mean you have to settle for where you are. And that a lot of times we get self-reserved and hold ourselves back and realize that we scared of failure. But the only time you fail is when you don't try and when you give up, and no one has taught us to strategize in this life sometimes for the things we want to do. And I think that once you really find out how to strategize and be who you are, be who you're meant to be, you can find a mentor, whether you know them or whether you just admire them from afar. And when you are on a pursuit of happiness, when you're on a pursuit of something that you've been after and you see it start to manifest, to me, it's one of the greatest qualities, one of the greatest joys of life. So I've been able to see most of my wildest dreams come true already. And I feel like I've been fortunate enough, by the grace of God and in the name of Jesus, truly to like actually see my pursuit of happiness come true in a lot of ways, you know? So it was really important for me to put this book out because I wanted to live way longer than I live, you know, and hopefully it does impact people, and, you know, whoever is reading it holds on to something they remember. It can always come back to something, because to me, those are always the best reads. But that's the whole point of the book. It wasn't like a vanity thing. It wasn't like, oh, I need to write a book because that's where I'm at in my career. Oh, it's an opportunity to make money. It really was just to get those points off, because I don't know how much longer I'll be here, but at least this will be here, you know?
Of the 5 core practices that you identified, which one is the most difficult to practice for you?
Trusting. You know,
Why?
The thing about that word trust is that you is in the middle of it, you know? It's because I say this in the book, you know, having faith in yourself, that's like, it's like walking on an invisible bridge. You can't see it, but you have to trust it's there to get you to the other side. And trusting those things sometimes are harder than they are at other times, especially when things are going against you, or you think they're going against you, right? Because you can make plans and like God laughs at you. It's one of the things my grandma used to always say to me, like, you know, you don't always get what you want, I realize. You get what you need. Sometimes those things align. Sometimes what you want is what you need. And sometimes what you need is not what you want. And that hurts the most. That is when like life gives you these gut punches. And you have to, sometimes they can ruin you. Sometimes you never bounce back of it because your mentality is that, oh, the world fucked me over. It's, oh, you know, the world tore me apart, and you have a hater mentality now, and you hate, and that's what you're projecting. You got to remember that you're a walking magnet. So even when things don't go your way, you are in control of your happiness. You feel what I'm saying? Not to sound cliche, but it's like you really got to understand that you have to separate your life from what happens to you and how you feel. You got to quit tying those things together. And an example of that is like, oh, this didn't go my way. I'm like fucking mad about it. I'm pissed. Like days go by, weeks go by. I'm depressed. Man, life isn't fair. This is like what you projecting out. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like you got to separate that and realize that you actually got the power to be like, oh, I'm feeling good. You the plug. You know what I'm saying? You the drug. You don't need to get high off of something else. Like you are the drug. You know what I'm saying? You could get high off of yourself. So it's like you got to understand that you got the power to feel however you want to feel, no matter what's going on. And when you do that, things start just happening around you that you can't explain. But I'm telling you, that's one of the things that they didn't teach me that I had to learn the hard way, is that it starts with you for real. You know what I mean? You got to have that mindset no matter what. And if something doesn't go your way and you feel terrible about it, which happens to me all the time, you grieve it and then you get over it. You don't let it bring you down.
How do you get over it? Everyone has coping mechanisms, right? What is your coping mechanism? Because you have included some interactive self-help tools in your book. Can you talk a little bit about, yes, you have to get from point A to point B, but what's the bridge to get there?
Well, I'm glad you asked that.
That's why they pay me the little bucks.
Yeah. Well, that's what this whole book is about. It's about you going out in the world and having a layer of armor on you, so when these things hit you, you're able to take it off and be fine. You may be bruised up, but you're not ruined. You're not decapitated. You're not like dead. You know what I mean? And a lot of these things are secrets that a lot of people that I consider successful. You know, I remember when I got a chance to talk to Kobe before he died at a party. And he was telling me how, just like I do, how he meditates every day. And he was literally, it was like he was describing it like exactly like how I would say to myself. And I was just like, that was one of the omens in life. You know, you have to pay attention to the omens. The omen is a sign that you're on the right track. I'm going to tell you another story about an omen in a minute. But when you find what works for you, for me, I like journaling. I'll tell you why I like journaling. I more so do gratitude journals. I write down how I feel sometimes, like, oh, I'm feeling mad about this, or this person pissed me off. Sometimes that works more for other people. I also like to say it out loud. But when I journal, it's just an opportunity for me to gain clarity of what it is I want or desire in this world. I don't even say want that much, because when I say I want something, I'm acknowledging to God that I got the lack of it, instead of realizing that it's already mine. So I say, like, it's gonna be nice when I get this, you know, or like, these are my desires. Like, man, I can't wait. Okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm happy that I'm in the process of whatever it is I'm going through, right? What that does for me is that it is the direct communication to God. Now imagine if God is an all-knowing power, whatever you believe in, and you have to communicate, you have to have a relationship. That's one of the biggest problems in any relationship is communication. You have to communicate what it is you're trying to do down here. And when you do that, I feel like you have the best chance of it actually manifesting in your life. Imagine if God was somebody who was listening to you at all the times, but you saying things like, life fucking sucks. And God's like, all right, I'm going to hand you that. Life sucks. Fucking no one likes me, shit, or I'm ugly, or whatever it is, right? That you say these things and imagine that that's what you get, or that's more of what you see. And I'm telling you, like, I'm speaking from experience. Everything doesn't always happen the way I want it to. I'll keep it real with you, but I'm just prepared for it all, and it's just way more of a pleasurable life. So that's what this book is about, is like simple things. And I give you examples of how I do them, how other people do them. And it is really a life changer and like a game changer. For anyone who feels stuck in your life, not knowing how to get to the next level, the highest version of yourself, like, this is the type of book that I feel like would be a very crucial and important investment for sure.
Absolutely. I did read it. And, you know, the thing that I love about is that you are so transparent in your own story as you're starting to inspire others. And, you know, when I look over my life,
or
and
this
like
mythology
I said, I went
that
to
they
the
are
same high
these consummate consumers of knowledge, and that they are, you know, just, you know, mainlining information, and that they are a step above, that they're smarter than all of us, and that interaction over the years with these guys is that it's really not usually true. It's just simply not. Like, a lot of that, some of them, sure, are smart guys with a certain unique way of thinking, but it is integral to their entire sort of value proposition, and when they maneuver the halls of Congress, or they're lobbying, or they want to close a deal, that they need to be perceived as these sort of great holders of knowledge. And yeah, that's why I kind of laugh to myself every time I'm like, you know, read the 10 books that Elon Musk says that you should read to get. I'm like, Elon Musk hasn't read those books. Maybe at best, he's like 10x'd it on an audiobook while he's like driving in his Tesla somewhere here and there. And maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I'm being too cynical.
Jensen was obsessed with The Innovator's Dilemma by Clayton Christensen. And
Yeah.
he actually did get me to read it. And it's a little dry, but I will say it completely changed the way I saw everything. So this is the book that coined the term disruption for business, you know, concepts like disruptive business concepts. Overused and tired buzzword that is now meaningless, but actually Christensen meant something very specific and different. Christensen's examples were not high tech. In fact, his best disruption example was the Honda dirt bike that was first introduced in the United States in 1962 or 1963. The Beach Boys wrote a song about it, My Little Honda. And nobody wanted it, except for teenagers. So they were selling this dirt bike to teenagers in the United States, and they asked the guy at GM, do you want to go in the dirt bike market? He's like, no, I'm not going to sell, I'm selling Cadillacs to businessmen. I'm not going to sell a dirt bike to a teenager. It's a small market and there's no money in it. And in this way, Honda was able to thrive and ultimately raid the US automotive market from below. And this is exactly what Jensen looks for. His entire career. So he really did read and absorb the lessons of Clayton Christensen's book. Christensen was 6'7". He's this towering Mormon guy who played basketball at university. And he wrote something like 10 books. But in many ways, The Innovator's Dilemma is a boring book. I struggled to get through it. But I took away from it something very important, which is that often the technology of the future will look like a toy or even a joke, right? And disruptive phenomena happen all the time, not just in technology. Trump is a disruptive phenomenon. His campaign looked like an absolute joke in 2015. Nobody would have predicted. But what disruptive phenomena have in common is they rapidly improve along attributes that nobody's paying any attention to, and are not the mainstream attributes that you think are what is needed to succeed. And then they become the dominant player, both in technology and politics and even kind of like society. I mean, Christianity, early Christianity was a joke. The Romans were making fun of it. They were doing graffiti, making fun of it. They never could have dreamed it would take over their society. And so I think Jensen sees the world in this way and wants to corner the market on disruptive technologies, and not like as a buzzword, but actually stuff that looks like toys, stuff that looks like it might lose money and has no potential customers at all. He's very good at that. That's what AI was. He invented the AI hardware market. There was no such thing. And he was serving 40 people at first, all of whom were intellectual outcasts. I mean, they could barely get university academic posts. They were lobbying to get $10,000 research grants. This was not so long ago. 12, 13 years ago, you couldn't get $10,000 to study AI. And so I think Jensen saw that, and he was like, these are the guys. Right? This is Brian Wilson riding the dirt bike. Like, I can use this to become like Honda. And he did it. And it really came from reading, at least in his particular case. He really understood the literature much. I think you're right, by the way. I think like 95% of people that I talk to are talking in recycled buzzwords and have not read the source material. And I can tell when somebody's actually read it because it's so different than what you think it is based on the business press. If you actually go and read this book, its message is so radically different than what you would expect from what's called disruptive technology, and very few people actually get it.
Yeah, Jensen is a really interesting guy, and he's also interesting because I don't think he doesn't need to be, sometimes he is loud, but he doesn't need to be as loud as some of the other guys who are, training the models, and like Sam Altman, who are really having to make the case for the generative AI paradigm in general. Like you said earlier, right, like Jensen's selling the shovels if this is the gold rush,
yes.
Right? And that's the smart business play, because again, who knows where a lot of this stuff is going to wind up. Generative AI could go any which way. And not to say there are a lot of really smart folks in Silicon Valley, and the Innovator's Dilemma is a really interesting book because it comes up a lot too. My previous book was about the iPhone and all of the sort of the innovators involved in building the iPhone. They almost universally also cited the Innovator's Dilemma. So.
The other thing, Andreessen, who actually has done all the reading, is a complete scam artist. So you can have both those things, right? You can actually do all the reading and still be a hustler. It doesn't actually stop you from cheating people. So,
I mean, it's interesting to have all these conversations about innovation. We're thinking about companies like NVIDIA that are huge, right? We always talk about the biggest companies, but the reality is, as Sam Altman points out, like the new companies, the new billion-dollar companies are going to be one person using AI really well to disrupt traditional businesses. And so when you start thinking about that low-end disruption that Christensen wrote about, that's folks sitting in their room figuring out how to use these agents themselves to do that. And I think that's like a radically different and decentralized world than we're used to, where products are flying at us right and left, not through glossy marketing campaigns, not through well-articulated theses. Actually, like I run a software company, we build software, and like you release stuff to market before it's ready to be released to market, because you have to do that to raise funding, because you have to prove that people will use it to raise funding, et cetera. If you're building, sophisticated AI software, potentially dangerous AI software, and it's not completely ready to market, this isn't like, you're building to a release of an iPhone and it better work 100% when people get it, right? This is you're releasing it to see if people will use it. That's just a radically different climate than we've ever been in. And I think, one of the big topics that we've sort of hinted at but haven't gotten to is like, how do regulators think about that world? And Jensen Huang's a really interesting outlier in that example, because if you're building the hardware, you're not responsible for that.
Oh,
right? If you're building this,
he's trapped in the political hell right now.
yeah,
He's like,
well, you're responsible for getting your chips to market, and you're pulled into the fray. But the way people use it, the actual end risks are not something you are necessarily on the hook for, the way that the software writers are.
Yeah.
And so it's this interesting position to be in, where you can sort of take a moral high ground without necessarily having to own the entire downside.
Sean, you just set up my next question really well.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I'll let you go.
Okay, just real quick, because it's to the anecdote that actually I think it was in the Guardian write-up of your book. I haven't had time to read the book. I very much look forward to reading Stephen's book. But that scene, in which Jensen blows up at you over that, to me, I read that as like, yeah, maybe he's exasperated. He wants to get back to what he's doing, but it also does sort of point to me to this frustration with being confronted with that moral dimension, where I don't want to have to explain this to you. Maybe my technology will eradicate hundreds of thousands of jobs. Maybe it will. I don't want to engage with that. That is not my job. Just as you're saying, I think maybe I want to remain at distance from this. Don't force me to touch this third rail, or don't force me to sort of engage with this potentially very, thorny moral dilemma that does lie at the heart of developing this technology at all, right?
Yeah, he's avoiding that for sure.
Yeah.
So I have a question about scale for the panel, and the first time I came across the word compute, I think that was like 7 years ago, and I was just looking at it like, is that a typo? It's just like, it's a very strange term, but it actually is incredibly crucial to understand that like enormous resources and infrastructure is going into the deployment of AI. And I wondered if you could share your thoughts. How is this different from, say, digital revolutions past, the telecommunications, GPS, the World Wide Web? Is it any different?
I think it's closer to the invention of electricity, right? So compute is the ability of the microchip to do math. And how much is that worth? And how much math do we want it to do? In the AI era, the amount is like 100 times more than it has ever been before. When you go and ask ChatGPT to write you a term paper, it's like turning on your microwave oven for an hour. That's how much electricity the equivalent uses, or that was true for previous model. They're getting more efficient, but as they get more efficient, people just make even more sophisticated demands. Animate this video of my family in the style of like Studio Ghibli. It actually is, it's like turning on every light in your house for like a week, right? So the demands for compute are, in some sense, demands for electricity. Jensen at least sees it as a new industrial revolution, where data goes, what he builds is an AI factory, and data goes into the factory, and intelligence comes out. So he sounds like Thomas Edison when he talks about this stuff. So this is basically, I think, correct. It seems like the demand for computing power looks like the demand now for like petroleum, okay? Like this is gonna be like the industrial commodity of our time. And so providing this at great scale is going to be a huge, huge business. It's why NVIDIA is the most valuable company on the planet. And to the point where like Facebook is like going to co-locate its data center, its computing center, like right next to a nuclear power plant, right? Because that's how much power it needs. They need the entire reactor to power these requests coming in from the public and businesses like, hey, write me a term paper, schedule me a vacation, animate this thing. It's incredibly computationally intensive, and it doesn't seem like that's going to go down. Jensen got his start in 3D graphics. And one of the things they found early was no matter how well they made the graphics in the video game, there was a certain kind of customer who just would never be satisfied. They always wanted the graphics to be better, and they would pay actually almost any price for the graphics to be better. And at NVIDIA, they basically had it written on the wall, like everybody go out and look for what the thing that is equivalent to graphics are, where no matter how much computing power we throw at this, the only response from the customer will be to ask for more. And they finally found it. It was intelligence, right? It's AI. No matter how smart you make the machine, the customers just come to it with increasingly sophisticated and complex requests. And that's the industrial revolution that we're living through now. That's what's powering it. Ironically, it was the gamers who paid the tax to make that possible. And the reason the gamers did that is because they were addicted to the product, right? They just couldn't pull themselves away from the video game, and they turned into like basically what like hot rodders used to be, except for computers. They would like build an entire computer system around a graphics engine, like an NVIDIA thing, just like some hot rodder and a Camaro would go build an entire car around like a V12. And this was what fueled the AI. This was what provided the capital for the AI revolution. So now we're all gamers in a certain sense, like even if we don't want to be. We're all going to come to the machine with just these complex requests, these increasingly complex requests, and it's really just starting. I am old enough to remember there was a time where I would go on the internet, right? There was a part of my life that didn't happen on the internet, and then there was a part of my life that kind of did happen on the internet. They were kind of like cleft, say the late 90s, early 2000s. And then with the introduction of the iPhone, it just collapsed, and I was always on the internet. Right now, I go use AI kind of when I feel like it, but it's not completely integrated into my reality. You know, and I think probably in the next 10 years from now, it will be omnipresent.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you can get it.
I mean, I think it's a fascinating question about what the scale actually means for society, because what you're describing there is not just, you know, you're co-locating with a nuclear reactor, which will lead for demand for more nuclear reactors, which will lead for, you know, decreased demand for people to live near those nuclear reactors, right? Like, you can play out the societal implications of requiring lots of real estate for data centers, lots of electricity and generation of all of that. And then you know, you can start to think about the societal implications for jobs of computers being able to do knowledge work. And you can see all of these things. Like we see this, right? There are knowledge workers today who are actually not getting work as a result of AI. Like this is not in the future. When I produce a PowerPoint slide deck now, I generate 50 slides using AI. I don't pay a graphic designer. I don't license tons of software. I don't even have an intern running between me and the graphic designer, learning the craft of whatever the heck it is I do, right? We are eating jobs already, and we're going to eat lots and lots more of them, and we're eating resources. And so we can already see that in front of us, and it raises real questions about, like, does society like that, right? Is society willing to keep that party going? Because AI exists at the pleasure, to some extent, right? You can argue how much of it is internationalized, but like what society will tolerate and what it'll allow and what will be regulated and what won't. I think society wants more and more and more. I think they found the addiction. And as a result, we can already start to spin forward, like, what does it mean when lots and lots of knowledge workers are the ones who are out of work? It's very different than when prior technological advances left blue-collar workers out of work. We're going to have people who can't make the mortgage on their third home and can't pay their car note, and they want society to pay for that, right? That's like a very different political demand, right? We're no longer talking about universal basic incomes for people for people to make ends meet. We're talking about people who feel entitled to a certain status in society. They're the ones who are actually going to be losing work in this wave, and they're going to fight back politically. They're going to resist that. They're going to be like modern day Luddites in the positive version of your story, but they're going to have resources and to some extent connections and political power. So when we start thinking about this as a scale problem, I think it scales into the political arena, it scales into the legal arena, certainly scales in the environmental arena, in all sorts of ways that we can see, but we often don't slow down to try and process.
Yeah, I'll just hopping off of both what both of you said is that I mean, there's also no reason that we need to accept any of sort of the deterministic lens. Like none of this is preordained, right? Like this is the companies would all like us to think that that AI is going to be like water and everybody's going to be using it all the time, and that it's just this is the vision of progress, quote progress, that has been sold by a class of people that have interests in selling that vision for 200 years. It's basically what the first factory owners were doing, and you can see echoes in the writings of that day when they're saying, oh, we're really close to having a fully automated factory, a fully autonomous factory. You can find writings in 1835 by folks who were believing, who said, we need to keep just pouring money into this technology. All this nasty stuff that's happening with labor, with the environment, it's a speed bump because full autonomy and a world of plenty is right around the bend. It sounds remarkably like the conversations that the CEOs of the AI companies are putting forward with AGI and abundance. Abundance is the new buzzword that we should be aspiring to. And we don't often stop, or we don't stop often enough to ask, do we want to lease an entire nuclear power plant so that kids can cheat on their homework? Is that something that we want in society? Do we want more power plants, coal-fired power plants, to be extending their leases when they would have let them fall off, so that we can auto-generate images that are basically sophisticated ripoffs of work that the artists who came before are not getting compensated for? Do we want to erode the labor markets for artists, for writers, for the creative industries? Like, we can answer these questions. As Sean was saying, we can submit each of these to the political process. I think a lot of the things that we've run into that have been very problematic in the last 10 years are quite plain for us to see when we gave far too much power to Silicon Valley. And we watched what happened when they unloaded, Facebook and social media, and our kids are using it and growing up with it and experiencing this toxicity and not having to answer for any number of social ills. So this model comes when you have a top-down model of technological development where there's no or few democratic inputs. And what the Luddites were fighting for were more of those inputs, more seats at the table, more chances, and that's what artists and workers today are fighting for too, for a chance to have some say into how this technology shapes our world. And I don't think we need to think that we don't have a say. We can have a say. And in fact, there's a lot of historical precedent for technologies that were reined in or constrained or regulated.
Great. I have one more question for the panel before I open up for Q&A. And this question is, we all know it sometimes takes a while between submitting a manuscript and seeing it on shelves. And I was wondering if there's anything that has happened, any developments, things in the news that you wish you had the chance to include in your book. I'm sorry if that might have been a lot of things, but maybe just narrow to one.
So I turned in my book in October, and then things got really hot. None of that's in the book. DeepSeek, tariffs, Trump, none of it's in there. In China, my book came out in China, and they rushed it to translation. So it actually came out 4 months before in China, and it came out here. I think this actually gets to my point. Yes, there's a huge amount of stuff. And maybe, at least for this particular work, a static printed document is not the right way to do it. I thought about this a lot as I was writing it even. I was like, damn, okay, so I've got 200 hours of interviews. I've talked to every major kind of NVIDIA executive, all these microchip designers, all these gamers, all these people. And I now have to balance, what does the reader want here, right? And am I going to be too technical? Am I going to be too financial? Because I know the guy who's a microchip designer is going to want something totally different from this book than the investor who owns it in their portfolio. And that guy's going to want something completely different than a teenager who's reading it because they want to read a biography of this guy. And so what I started to think of myself is what if they brought that to the table to me? Rather than me having to make these editorial judgments, the reader was like, hey, here's what I'm interested in. And then AI took the knowledge base that I had built and wrote the book on the fly to meet the demands of the reader and what they wanted, which is now a possibility. Could the book actually evolve in this way? And I'm just constantly kind of reporting and then kind of shoveling the reporting into this knowledge engine that produces bespoke kind of reading material for each reader. Anyway, I know it sounds insane, and I think I've been hanging around Jensen too much, but I actually think something like this is approaching a possibility. I would experiment with ChatGPT a lot while I was writing this book, and I would write 4 or 5 paragraphs, and I would be like, write the next one for me. And it couldn't do it. I mean, it could reproduce something, but it just couldn't write it in my voice. The tonal shift was obvious. No matter how hard I tried, I could never get it to write the next paragraph. But since then, O3 has come out, and this O3 system is close. I'm feeling the heat. It can do my job. And I don't know what to do about that, right? There's a couple things I can do. I just embrace it completely and completely change what I do. And just accept that, my John Henry moment has come and I have to kind of pivot and work in a different kind of way. But the other thing I observe is that you are all here. And you came to see us, right? You could have just read our books, but you're interested in us, in the authors, right? And I noticed this with chess players too. AI eclipsed chess players 20 years ago, and yet oddly, chess players are arguably more famous now than they ever have been. In fact, they're almost like celebrities. And so I think even if O3 can beat me, and I think it will pretty soon, or something like it, I think people still might want like a human being attached to it. As you say, I don't see people reading books written by AI or watching movies. I mean, I see the product, but I have yet to see anyone generate any kind of organic fan interest in anything that they do. And perhaps it's for the same reason that nobody wants to watch two chess computers play a game against each other, even if it's the best possible game in the world. It's just boring. There's a human emotion and drama that we want attached to it. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. I hope so, anyway.
So I got a couple of thoughts. I submitted my first draft October 1, and I took it back November 1st to November 15th, which of course Donald Trump was elected in the interim. The book's a forecasting view of politics in the future. So I got to throw away a chapter I had written on disputed elections. I pre-wrote it.
No.
Right? Nobody wants to read a history of disputed elections when there wasn't one.
Yeah.
So I had 10 days to kind of figure out where Trump was going to take America that would be relevant when people bought the book basically in April.
Did you guess right?
And directionally, it's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, look, directionally, it's right. You can all, please buy the book just to keep me honest, or keep me in my house. But no, in reality, like directionally, it's right. But I lack all the texture and examples that I would have used if I wrote it today, because the examples are insane that we've just lived through. They're crazy examples that are the logical extreme of everything we've ever talked about. Now, I would argue that, you know, part of the reason why I wrote the book last year instead of waiting to see how the election went was because I wanted to actually do the history piece and go back and figure out how did we get here and what are all the factors that matter. And everybody who's picking up their pen today to write about the crazy world we live in is going to have a super recency bias about just what they've experienced, what we've experienced in the last 90 days with the reshaping of government and tariffs and all this kind of stuff. So I think that, you know, that's one element that's been very real for me. The other piece I would just highlight, and I thought a lot about this. So as an experiment, right, like I build software, we've developed software at my company, Hence, that summarizes what's going on in the world and writes you a personal daily briefing of what's going on. So I just released an AI-generated newsletter and went from 0 to 1,000 people following it in like 5 days. And it's all AI-generated. I say it's AI-generated. Like we're not pretending it's anything other than that, right? And it made me think a lot about the book writing process, because if I can release AI that summarizes what's going on in the world, nobody needs to talk to humans about it or read. What I realized I did in the book that has some lasting relevance for other writers is there's a lot of first-person stories in the book, and increasingly people will read stories from the book and say that was what they remember, not necessarily like the takeaway about society or how to operate business. And I think that storytelling, that weaving in the human voice, is the thing that's going to keep it all relevant. So maybe it's not that we need different professions, it's actually that we need to think a little bit differently about the ways we tell stories in the future when we're competing with the fact that AI can summarize what's going on around us pretty handily. It's up to us to bring it to life, and that may be a lot more first person than writing in the voice of God.
Yeah, so to answer the first question, so I filed my final manuscript. I think we made the final changes to it in early 2023. And so the book is about a human uprising against machines. And about like 3 months later, right here in L.A., the Writers Guild and SAG took to the streets waving signs like "No AI," like anti-machines, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" Like, looking for a corollary here. But so yes, I even wrote my publisher. I'm like, I could add a little chapter in here. He's like, "No, the book's done. It's done." But to the second part of the question, I was recently asked by the Columbia Journalism Review. They're doing this survey on like journalists and how they use AI or don't use AI. And it made me think much about the same question. And ultimately, to me, it comes down to the question of like, what do you want to automate about your job? And if I think this could apply to any number of jobs. And I think, as I kind of went down the list, like I think there are certain defensible uses of AI for, a journalist. If you wanted to have it, run a copy edit on your, obviously you're not going to use it to gather new information. It can't, that's like maybe the one thing that it cannot do. AI is a conglomeration. It's a statistical model that is based entirely on an assemblage of past data. So it cannot tell you, the new it cannot gather new information for you that you would want to report on. So as far as a journalist is concerned, that piece is safe. But I don't know. What do I want it to do? Write a headline for me? No, I want to do that myself. I certainly don't want it to write the copy for me, and I want to write, the word. And I read a newsletter now. It's called Blood in the Machine, and I could subject parts of this to AI, and I ultimately decided after giving it a think, I don't want to. I don't want to use AI to do any of it. For that reason, I think that we're all hinting at and gesturing at is that, what we write, we create, we make art in part to form communities and to have communal responses to the human experience. And if we pull the human out of that, then if it just looks like down the line it's going to be a bunch of algorithms watching other algorithms and getting machine made. If it's all catered to our biases, what are we pulling out of this? Like, what are we actually getting? So I think it's more important than ever, at least for me, the way that I'm looking at this, to use as much humanity in the mix as possible. And I have a lot of confidence that I think, the spirit of the work, if not the economic foundations, that's what we have to fight for. But whenever the question is put, will AI erase art? No, it's not going to. The human needs to be in the mix. We just have to fight to make sure that human can still, feed their kids.
We're coming up on time, and I'm really, I think we could take a super short question, but also I'm wondering if maybe it might be for the best if everyone took their questions to our authors at the signing panel. I mean, what do you guys think?
We'll take some questions.
We can take, if you want, we can take one question if there's a.
He was very.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fascinating lecture. I have one correction, though, Stephen. The My Little Honda by the Beach Boys came out in 1964.
Sorry.
It did.
Yeah. I believe you.
1964, their first dirt bike didn't come out until 1968. It was a street bike.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. That was great.
Got it. Right.
Okay, we've got right in the front. Thanks.
You mentioned that there is historical precedent for technology that has been reined in.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, how much time do you have? There's some really good ones. We decided that we would rather not chew a hole in the ozone layer, and we regulated the use of certain chemicals and refrigerants. Nuclear power has been regulated globally, and nuclear weaponry more so. Television, there were periods in the 80s especially, and other countries currently do this. They regulate what kind of advertising can be run on TV and TV ads. There are municipalities that have declined to allow the usage of facial recognition technology in public spaces. The police can't use facial recognition technology in San Francisco. CVS has banned facial recognition technology. So there's a lot of piecemeal examples across the year. I mean, there's labor laws. So there's been a lot. It's just not always obvious because the story is very powerful of the inexorable march of progress and technology. But no, we can decide how we want it to unfold, and
Bengio and Hinton, who were the Turing Prize winners, who have subsequently become very
flat.
concerned about AI.
Doesn't mean these have to be flat. You take a whisk, you take a KitchenAid hand mixer or stand mixer with a whisk attachment, let it run for 5 minutes, it'll be exactly like that all over again. So you can do it ahead, and you can salvage it if it starts going flat on you. And so I'm going to flip them one more time, just so one side doesn't get too brown, but I really am making sure now that the middle is getting cooked. So we don't have raw bean dough, but also if you accidentally serve people undercooked lentils, they will live. They will not be food poisoned by this. So don't stress too much about it, but try to make sure they're not cooking too quick. You see what I mean by the self-garnishing? You can see the colors, all of those are already poking out, so you don't need to throw parsley on at the end because you can still see it.
What are some other things you have on your menu at the pop-up?
Ooh. So on our menu at Jaconi, we are doing a residency, so it's 1 month. We just finished weekend 2 yesterday. We're rotating some stuff out, but our things that are not leaving the menu per request of everyone is a Swahili biryani. So if you've gone to an Indian restaurant, you'd be like, biryani, finally, something I know. It's different. So in Kenya, the biryani is a very saucy situation. So we don't mix the rice. So the bottom, you have that colorful yellow and white saffron basmati. And then on top is like a very luscious, slow-cooked gravy that we do with short rib. So it's spices, it's yogurt, short rib gravy, lots of crispy shallots on top, and then fresh herbs. So that's been everyone's favorite, so that's definitely staying on the menu next week. Question?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I missed anything, but what is something that you put that they go together like that?
As far as to shape?
Yeah.
It's chemistry. The beans, they are gravitating towards each other, and so nothing is separating. But this is why we soak it. If you were to take lentils right out the bag and whip it, they haven't released any starch. They're hard, and so it'll just be lentil gravel, lentil sand. It's from that soaking process. They're soft, and they create their own little self-glue. So they are self-binding. Because a lot of people are like, okay, these are light and fluffy. There has to be a leavener, baking powder, baking soda. It's just beans. They don't need much else. So I'm going to pull out this batch. Now that our oil's all tempered, we'll let these two go a little longer. I don't think the edge of this pan is hot. And then we're going to do more. And so for folks who are intimidated or maybe have been burned on the wrist too many times by frying, the first thing you need to do is realize the further you stand away from your oil, the more likely you are to get popped. The farther you're plopping it, you're going to have that splashback. So number one tip to not get any oil splash on you is to be close, which feels counterintuitive, but be close to it. The less it's dropping, the less it's going to come back on you. So tip 1, stay close. Number 2 is don't do it to your face. So don't plop it this way where if it does splash at all, it's going to hit you. Make sure it goes to the left, to the right if you're left-handed, to the back. I do it to the side for these. So then if the oil splashes, it's going to go over there. It's not going to go on me. So stay close and drop it away from you. This goes with everything. You're frying chicken. Away. Samosas. Away. Just keep it not towards your face. And you don't have to worry about being splashed with the oil. I'm just going to do little plops. Make more footballs. I'm going to pull these guys out. And 2. Let's see. I'm going to break one open for you guys so you can kind of see what the inside looks like, which is going to be light and fluffy and just like fully done. No idea where these cameras are. It's here. Oh, I see it moving. There we go. Very nice. And so what you're looking for is just like no raw dough in the middle and nice crisp outside. And then when you're ready to serve it, it already is salted. That's good. But if you like salt like me, you're just going to do a very light sprinkle while they're still hot. If you garnish or sprinkle salt on your food after it's cooled down, as soon as you pick it up, salt's going down. So while they're still warm, give them a really light sprinkle for final seasoning. So as soon as you bite on the outside, it like hits your tongue and like all your senses are awakened and it's like joy. And then you scoop it and it's like, okay, now we're having a good time. So make sure you season while it's still warm, but go really, really light because they're seasoned in the middle and we don't want to overdo it. So we're going to give these a flip. Are we allowed to serve? Because if you say no, I'm going to still do it. But, like, I'm just curious what our lane of order is. See, now our oil is going. The first batch, I'm sorry if you get the first one. The oil was a little hot, so it might have absorbed a little more. But now we're running. This is very much in that lane of, like, the first pancake, you know, but if you wait till the end, they're going to be good. The oil is perfect temperature. They're going to be nice and crusty outside, fluffy inside, and then you will have your own little taste of Nigeria. Thank you. I think that's a yes.
Question for you?
Yes.
Hi. Can you use any lentils, or does it have to be pink lentils?
So each lentil has its own chemistry. If you've ever cooked the yellow ones are so much grittier and like sandier. And like I said, if you like that, cool. This is very much legume land. Every legume has its own flavor profile. It's gonna behave differently chemistry-wise. It'll still be delicious, it'll still be edible. But like if you want light and you want like air and whip, the red lentils are amazing because they're split. They're like in half and they're really thin. And so they soak nicely and they just fluff up really, really well. So if you're not doing the lentils, I would actually suggest doing it with the original, with the black-eyed peas. And if you don't want to skin black-eyed peas, because I do not blame you, there's West African grocery stores all over L.A. that sell them already skinned for you. They're going to have a longer soak time because beans are a lot larger than lentils. But if you're soaking overnight anyways, it's not going to make a big difference. So give it a soak and then try making it with that. But the red lentils, they're super cheap, they're super accessible, and they're quick. So I would suggest sticking with them if you could.
Hi, my name is Susan.
Hi.
My family is Zambian,
Ooh.
and I grew up eating chapati. I love it
Yes.
so much. I was wondering if you have any recipes in your book or any side dishes that you think go together really well.
Yeah, so chapatis, this is kind of like our biryani thing. Chapati you'll have in India. It's not the same one you're going to get in Kenya. Kenyan chapatis are laminated, so there's like layers. You put fat in between the flatbread while you're rolling it. So it's soft, it's tender, it's like a little flaky. Are your guys laminated or do you guys just roll them? You also, with fat? So you guys are laminated too. So in Africali, we have 2 recipes for chapati. One is a garlic butter chapati. So at the end, you brush it with like very delicious garlic butter. And the other one is a pumpkin chapati. So instead of making bread with water, you use pumpkin puree, which has a lot of moisture, delicious flavor, and actually makes a softer chapati because it's pureed veggies. It's not going to evaporate the same way water does. So it's like more foolproof. So if you've never made chapatis before, I suggest trying that one first. And then to eat with it, my grandmother, who I carry her name, Keanu, she's very adamant that chapatis go best with sauteed cabbage. And so we have a recipe in the book called Coco, my grandmother's cabbage. And it's very, very simple. You just take some shredded cabbage, some carrots, onion, massage it with salt, which is her trick. Because cabbage, if you ever cooked it, it's so bulky. Unless you're a caterer, you will never have a pot big enough to make a big pot of cabbage. So what she does is she massages the cabbage in a bowl with salt. It pulls out some of the water, so when she goes to saute it, it all fits in the pan. But also, you know, the cabbage is well seasoned, delicious, because you eat raw cabbage all the time in salads and tacos. So Coco's cabbage is the best side to eat with chapatis. Thank you. Any chance to talk about my grandma's recipes are great. I think we have 3 of hers in the book.
We have another question.
Yes.
Hi, I wanted to know, what do you enjoy to drink with this? What pairs well?
With these? Oh, That's tricky. I'm not a big drinks person. I'm like water and tea all day, every day. So I would say, because akara is also very much like a breakfast item, and even though it's not West African, I do think that Kenyan chai is the best warm beverage you could ever have. We have a recipe from it. It's actually, I learned chai from my mom. I learned a lot of cooking from travel, cooking classes from my grandma, but my mom taught me how to make chai. Kenya grows tea the same way you're like, oh, chai is from India. The British, once they got their hands on some tea, they're like, oh, we like this a lot. And they're buying it from China. And the thing is, when you're a buyer, the other country sets the prices. So the Brits wanted their own tea supply. And so from their colonies, the two climates that could grow tea were India and Kenya. So a lot of people know about Kenyan coffee, but if you travel to Kenya, most Kenyans aren't drinking coffee. They're drinking chai. And they're drinking chai minimum 3 times a day. It's a huge part of culture. So we have a recipe for Kenyan chai in the book. My family are cattle ranchers, so our version is like very like, it's half milk, half water. But a warm cup of chai, these, and a piece of bread, that's pretty solid morning, if I have to say so myself. Okay, so these are done. What I'm gonna do is cut them in half for y'all, just so we can like demo them. But yeah, that's how you make lentil akara. Thank you so much.
So maybe we'll actually bring some of these over to the signing line. So,
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so purchase your copy of the book and you get to try some. See, we're thinking. But ladies and gentlemen, Kiana Moju, check out her pop-up. You can taste all the food. And thank you guys all for coming out to the 2025 Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. 30 years, here's to the next 30 years.
Oh yeah, we're closing you out. I forgot we're closing you out.
All right. If you are a fan of Netflix, and if you're a fan of their Emmy-nominated show Shadow and Bone, which is based on the best-selling series by Lee Bardugo, you are going to love our next guest. He is an author, poet, and actor hailing from the Midwest and is best known for his leading role as Matthias Helvar. Did I say that right? Yeah. In that very show. Now, Blue Graffiti is his debut novel, right? And he's going to be interviewed about it by Academy Award-nominated screenwriter, filmmaker, and executive producer of Shadow and Bone, Eric Heiserer. So let's give a big Festival of Books welcome to the man of the hour with Eric Callahan Skogman.
You travel along, there's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes
I feel sort of like far away from you all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's a little more distant, isn't it? It's been a while though. I'd love to catch up.
Yeah, let's catch up.
Hi guys, but anyway, this is remarkable. I've been so excited to talk about this novel with you, and now I get to do it here on a lovely day outdoors with a bunch of onlookers.
Yeah, it's honestly chalked this day up to being just another one of the insane moments along this book tour, but just in life in general. I went to school here from 2016 to 2019, so can you guys hear us all right? That's okay? Thank you for being here, by the way. But yeah, I went here for 3 years, so to be here speaking and having people show up, any people at all. I mean, my girlfriend's here, but other than her, thank you guys for being interested in the book, and Eric and I. So
you went to high school here?
No, I wish. No, I went to high school over in Green Bay, Wisconsin, a tiny town next to it, but studied, got my MFA, Master's in Acting here in USC.
Here you see.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the high school thing for a bit, though, because I want to know what fires forged the kind of person that decides to leave little Wisconsin and, you know, pursue acting, and then also write something like Blue Graffiti?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm from a town called Seymour, Wisconsin, and it's I usually tell people Green Bay because some people know about Green Bay, but absolutely nobody in their right mind knows about Seymour, Wisconsin. But it's a tiny town, 3,500 people, and you know, I think essentially I was always a little bit crazy. I was always very emotional and a very dreaming kid. I always wondered what on earth could possibly be out there. I kind of had a sense that where I was from wasn't the full picture. And although it was such a rich way to grow up in a sense of just so much freedom, so much time, so much, it's just truly out in the middle of nowhere. And it really afforded me the ability to dream and to love story and to fall in love with cinema and TV, like shows and these things that started to fill up my life and inspire me. And, you know, I was a little boy who was like watching the Oscars when he was like 10 years old in the basement alone, like crying, like what it must be like to be out there and to explore the world. And I think that kind of longing, amidst all like the solidarity that I had and the time spent to dream and notice the details of everyday life in a place like Seymour, was kind of the lifeblood that came to kind of imbue Blue Graffiti.
I get that. I get the poetry that's just sort of, it permeates through that novel a lot. But I also don't want to gloss over the fact that towns like Seymour, like the town that I grew up in Oklahoma, the expectation is quite the opposite of the kind of pursuits that you took. You know, sports.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Like, what kind of pressures did you feel just from your peers, from your culture, from the little society there?
That's a good question. Honestly, I think I felt there was a lot of pressures everywhere. I was kind of sensitive to that when I was young, but I don't think I fully grasped the full picture until much later. But you know, I think, and some of this I think I adopted onto myself, but there was always this kind of responsibility that I felt from where I was, but also I was like, I can do this. I can be kind of this American golden child, kind of small town, high academic achievement, high athletic achievement. Kind of being a sensitive kid, I was very in tune early on, and even when I was getting bullied and trying to figure out what exactly was the currency where I was living, you know? Because I loved all this stuff. Like, I always loved art. I loved writing, theater, dancing, singing, whatever it was. And I also loved sports, but where I was from, sports and academics was the currency. So I was like, okay. So the basketball players are like heroes in Seymour, Wisconsin. I'll just go be a basketball player, and I'll try to be the best basketball player I can be, and then everyone will respect and like me and leave me alone for the most part.
And then you say, I want to be an actor too, and they're like, wait, what?
Yeah, well, that happened when I was in high school, and I wanted to, you know, join choir and be in plays, and I loved writing. It was always this, which I didn't understand at the time, but it really ostracizing like thing for me to be a part of or to desire. And it became apparent to me that the individuality wasn't exactly always celebrated. Of course it was in certain corners and places, but at large, I was made fun of so much for wanting to be in choir in high school, you know, and that's just the truth of the matter. I was an outcast on my basketball teams and football teams until I was a little bit of an upperclassman and, you know, was putting together results on the court and on the field where people really didn't have anything to say to me anymore. But still, those people would be like, yeah, but kid loves theater. I can't stand him. It's so strange.
It is strange. And yet that also ends up being the sort of the seeding ground for a lot of inner conflict that I picked up on with Cash, with your protagonist and Blue Graffiti. I want to talk a little bit about that as a debut from someone who is already known for, you know, a role as a professional actor, how that had to be an interesting gear switch for you. Like, in my experience, they're both expressions of art, but they're also two different distinct muscle groups. And I wonder if you want to talk a little bit about how one informed the other for you, and, you know, how did that work?
Well, I think maybe at the beginning, there was a certain amount of ignorance that just a great amount of ignorance that I had about writing novels in the first place. For whatever reason, I had the audacity to think that I could write one, even though I hadn't ever. And, I just written them. But at that point, I had written a ton of poetry. The thing is that I always writing was my first love. Writing was always the way that I kind of reconciled with the world, whether it was writing indistinguishable, incomprehensible poetry to my mother when I was like 6 or 7 years old. I'd just like pass her this piece of poetry that I had intentionally made meaningless to see if she would react, and she would just be like, "Callahan, this is really great, but I don't know what this means." and then she'd give like a long pause, and she'd be like, "Do you know what this means?" I'd be like, "Mom, I don't have to describe my poetry to you." That would ruin it. but so I always loved that, and it was kind of. I always felt like I needed to express more of myself or what I was seeing in the world around me, and I think, I think where acting and writing kind of comes from the same impetus in me, where it's like they're different crafts, but they're still coming out of this desire to take what I see in the world and in myself and kind of detail it in a way or reflect it in a way that can help other people as well. I think. In the times of my life where I felt very alone, or I felt like I'm struggling, or if I felt like I need to be heard or seen, I think art in general has always been the way I could best do that. And I think it's the same desire that pushed me to want to be on stage and tell those stories that also made me want to pick up a pen and be like, well, maybe I can write a novel, and maybe I can make it very specific from the place that I'm from and carry all these themes that I've carried near and dear to my heart and soul throughout my life. And what better way to kind of share myself, but also share the people and the places that I love most in this world, and kind of make it indelible and kind of leave it there and say anyone who ever needs to know can just go read that book, or you know what I mean, and kind of live forever in that way.
Did any of those basketball players read it?
I don't know, man. I try to get some of my best friends to read the book. They can't read it. It's like, what does it take to get men to read? Period.
Right.
Anymore?
At all.
It's just like, dude, you've known me for 20 years. You say you love me. You can't read. You can't read my book. But
you're like, well, I don't novel love you.
Yeah,
like, wait,
exactly.
what?
Exactly.
It's
That's
only
a
a
whole
line they
different
can't
level.
cross. Yeah.
But hopefully, I joke about that. But I know a lot of people from back home read the book, and I mean, just to be here, the book seems to have resonated with a lot of people in a beautiful way, and that so much more than I ever could have anticipated. So it just has made it way beyond worth it.
Well, you've already sort of insinuated that it's been, at least slightly autobiographical. Like you pulled inspiration from your time in Seymour in Wisconsin, and I imagine other characters are amalgams of people that you went through all that have. But there's also a real poetry to it. And one of the things I loved about your expression of Cash is that he has a very rich, visual vocabulary. He is sort of a poet experiencing the world. There's a time when I think he just steps aside and ponders, wow, what was your quote about the billions of bones, the weight of billions of bones buried in the earth? It's like the way that the history suddenly hits him. And then you go into a scene in a conversation where someone asks, how do you feel, Cash? Sad. That's it. Mad. And that's this Wisconsin dude as you can get, where he is just cut off from communicating any of that internal landscape with anybody else. And I just want to say thank you for writing this after Shadow and Bone, because I would have been very self-conscious handing you stuff.
The scripts. I appreciate that. No, I think that I think first of all, there is I draw from a lot of my own life in the book, but not in a way like none of the Cash isn't me. The characters aren't anyone in particular. It's just that, all of these memories, all of these dreams, these landscapes, these details that you've picked up since you were a kid, they kind of become this wave of inspiration when you're sitting down and you're really trying to let it flow through you. All these people kind of rose to the surface from, wherever they had first spawned in my life, and they kind of came together to form this tapestry, which was insane. But as far as Cash is concerned, I think that that I wanted to imbue him with that characteristic in particular. That is definitely something that I've experienced in my life.
Right.
It's like, and it's something that frustrates me about myself, to be honest with you, but that I've come to understand and accept. It's like I have this crazy inner dialogue that's going on about the world. Like when I'm sitting here with all of you, like I'm thinking about your red hat and the grass and the leaves that are scattering here, and who's here that I love, and like the tents, and I'm at USC, and you and your glasses and whatever. It's like nonstop in here, and it's always like it's details, and it's
right.
I really, really love the beauty of life and in the details, and it's like I spend maybe too much time poetically pondering like the state of my life and the universe and how I see it, and then you could be sitting across from me, or someone could be sitting across from me, and they could say, "What you thinking?" And I could have the audacity to respond with nothing, or like, "How you feeling?" And you say, "Good, man." But that's what Cash does. It's like you spend all this poetic time with him and this prose. He's like, "Dude, you think about the world like this?" And then you're sitting across from your buddy at the bar, and he's like talking about, growing up and death, and he most of the time all that Cash really utters or brings himself to utter is a, "Yeah, man." It's
Right.
like, what is that? But that is something quintessentially Midwestern, small town American that I've certainly carried with me.
Well, I guess I think it's a generational thing that gets passed down to us of the wall that you put up around sort of external communication of any of those kind of feelings. And so you end up, particularly with somebody who has all those thoughts and feelings that you do, that they just sort of like turn into this maelstrom of like, you don't necessarily know what to do with them. And thankfully, you express them in art. Like they can have different effects from people if they go untouched for too long.
Yeah, I think that seems to be I'm thankful that I have that, because otherwise I truly don't know what I would be doing with all of the craziness, So, and hopefully it touches someone else who is like, "Wow, that kind of stuff is going on in my mind, or weighing on me, or makes me emotional." Or I see someone who's 80 eating a bagel on the side of the street waiting for a bus and also start weeping. Or something ridiculous,
It's the sad Keanu meme all over again. Yeah. I'm going to compliment you a little bit more about something. And I don't know if you remember this anecdote, but it's interesting when Blue Graffiti came out, and, I started bugging my friends to read as well, and discovered how many men in my circle wouldn't read. That there were plenty of like, wait, Matthias? He wrote it. Wait, and Brandon Taylor edited it? I'm like, yeah, this is legit. And I watched people sort of reevaluate their concept of you. And I got to have a little of that sort of, pride, I would say, and that I didn't have to go that far. It's because you gave me a small window into that when we were shooting for 3 days in Vancouver for some extra Nina Matthias scenes. And you came to me at a time when an actor with a question to a director or a showrunner, you kind of brace for the worst, because there are plenty of times when it's like, "Hey man, what's in my pocket?" "Oh no, you're one of those," and you just have to deal with any number of issues that could never be like, why am I here? What's my motivation? You're like, okay, well that could be a legitimate question, or it could be that you want to make sure that the whole scene is about you, and it's not. Whatever the case is. But you came to me, and I remember the question you asked me at the time is like, "What is he hiding?" And I asked you to unpack that for a bit. Maybe you don't remember this. And you said, "What is Matthias hiding from himself in this scene?" And I thought, that is a damn good question. I actually have the answer, but I'm so happy you asked it. And the fact that you thought about that meant that you were a storyteller first. So it made total sense to me that you went down this route.
Yeah.
I touched on Brandon briefly. What was your experience working with him?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that's true. I think that's like that's the beautiful part about acting in general, and that does relate to writing. It's like the holistically thinking about all of the story and what's going on and what best suits the story, not your character, but like, you know what I mean. As far as working with Brandon, an unnamed at large. I mean, when I think about like, when I first wrote the book and I first some miraculously got an agent and people to read it, and they started to like the book, and then he started sending it around. I didn't really have, I don't know what I thought, but I didn't have any expectations. And when I first wrote the book, I first of all never dreamed of it being published, and I was like, oh, I'll do it under a pen name. And
how dare you?
Yeah, and some people might read it, but that wasn't really the point. I kind of wanted to write it for myself, but also for the people I loved most, and then it kind of went from there. So when like Unnamed wanted to work with me, and it was truly firsts across the board. I didn't know how anything worked as far as a novel, and again, the ignorance comes into play, and this belief that I could do it somehow, and whatever. So I was steeped full of that. I think when I first met them all and started working with them, and then I just learned so much. So to answer your question, it was incredible, like really, really incredible. Like
awesome.
To work with them. Brandon and Allison edited my book, and they had, incredible insight and incredible technicalities that I wouldn't even like be interested in trying to pretend that I have. I just like, what's the point? But like they do. And so when they filled like the draft of Blue Graffiti, the first draft that was edited by them, and all of their words and marks were over it, there was like one brief moment where I was just like, this is how I die. Like the wave of emotion that fills you, and just like, how am I ever going to implement or understand or find this to be cohesive? And then just like breathe through that for like 5 minutes, and then started editing it with two people who are brilliant and understanding and patient and more than capable. The Blue Graffiti became what it is today. It would never have been that without them. So again, it's that thing of getting the ego out of the way so you can actually listen in and kind of hear the divine almost of like what's the best idea, and what is the best sentence, and what should be cut, and kind of not attach yourself to your version of the art, but like, what can it be, and who's here to help? That's what editors are for, and it was beautiful working with them.
I can imagine. I think it's so hard when you first get that marked up manuscript to see it and react to it this way. But in hindsight, I think that with people like your partners at Unnamed, and the kind of artists that they have backed before, and the kind of stories that have been published from that group, it shows that they don't invest that amount of time unless they really love it. And so all those markups, as weird as it sounds, are a type of like love letter back to you of like, this is how much we care.
Yeah, absolutely. Versus
the network notes I get, which is this is how much we care about what just got the Nielsen ratings, and so we want you to make it look like that.
Right. Yeah, if you get your manuscript back and there's not much on it, you're kind of I dropped the ball here somewhere big time. But it's totally true. It's a collaborative effort, and so necessary, and I think you'd have to ask them, but I think it was a very smooth and seamless partnership, and one that I really enjoyed.
Do you have the bug now? Are we going to get another novel?
The bug is here to stay. It's a disease.
Excellent.
But I've written a couple more books. One of them I just submitted over to my agent a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
It's actually a prequel to Blue Graffiti.
Okay.
Yeah, and Cash he's in 8th grade, so it's something I very much enjoyed writing, and it's a time of my life that I very much was impactful and that I remember. But there's that, and then there's another one that I've written, which I won't go too much in detail, but there's others on the horizon.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll just honestly be there in the morning, and I'll just be like thinking about, I'm just like, don't know what to do with my life or whatever it is, and I'm just like, there's something that I do know how to do, and I think I could sit down and just write another book or see if it's any good, or I don't know. I feel like I'll be doing that for a long time. Whether or not anyone ever reads any of these things is a different story, but I certainly enjoy the process enough to do more.
Well, I think you found a home full of readers here, so you're among friends,
which is remarkable, honestly.
Yeah. And beyond that, what else are you doing? How are you filling your days? How are you finding other joy in this dystopian future we're living in?
Yeah, well, it's interesting you say that. I wish we had more time, because we could talk for hours about this dystopian future.
We could. I'll need a drink first.
Yeah, it seems to be like the cornerstone of many of our dinner conversations and
Yeah.
But honestly, I think how do I say this in a cohesive, shorter way? I think that I have a lot of passions and I have a lot of ambitions. I am learning more in my life how to manage those two beasts of desire and ambition and wanting to constantly make the most out of myself and to represent myself. It goes back to this little kid sometimes where I'm just like, what am I trying to prove or what am I trying to accomplish and for what reason? I think I'm trying to, over the past couple of years in acting, for example, it's like I've had some challenging times. Like, from a career standpoint, I've had things that were filling up my future that looked very bright and promising and like right on line with the vision, right? And I've had those things be right here and pulled away, or you have these opportunities, or you get pinned, you get called back, you're right there. It's like perfect. You see this whole thing lining up for you. It's like, yes, now I will be validated as this growing actor that I am becoming in my life, which I'm sure of, but I haven't been able to prove yet. And then it goes away, and then you're kind of left with the remains of, yeah, that's all fine. If you get the role, that's okay. And if you publish the book, that's all right. But what is it really you're after? And I think it's like, it is finding the joy and the gratitude for the little things in life that actually make life beautiful in the first place and make art worth pursuing. And I think I hope I haven't lost every single person in this audience right now, but that's kind of what I've returned to the most. It's like, what's filling me with love, and what are the challenges, what are the desires, and what are the little moments made up of that make life worth living, apart from these things that I sometimes so desperately want to accomplish that I start to shake, Well,
I'd say, like, in acting, the audition process, like the road to success in that field, and especially in casting, is really, it's all hinging on someone else's expectation of the role that you're trying to fulfill, and therefore it's this constant barrier to entry to the thing that you're there to do, and the sort of the occupation you're trying to inhabit. Whereas, novel writing, that allows you to generate the art yourself, that there's not this expectation that somebody else has already put upon you. You have your own, of course, and that can be quite steep. And you have, like you said, like the sort of the ignorance or the naivete about that going in. But sometimes in that case, that ignorance can be your own protection, because not knowing what you don't know allows you to make the kind of risks that you would in writing a story about cash, and hopefully that's freeing in a way that I think the barrier that you run up against when you're called back a second or third time and then you're the runner-up on something but you don't get the job. I mean, that hopefully that gets that's more liberating.
It is. Writing is kind of the artistic salvation in that way, honestly.
Yeah.
That's really kept me afloat. I'm trying to curate a poetry book. It's something I've been saying for like a decade, because what happens is, like, I've written so many poems at this point that it's like you get the collection down, and then all of a sudden, like right about when you're like, okay, this is it, it's like, oh shit, I've written like 30 other ones since then, so let me see if I can. And then, like, it just like perpetually keeps going. But what I've done is I've filled there's 2 notebooks in particular, 2 little journals that I've filled with these poems. And I probably have like 200 poems in these things, in these little journals or whatever. And I was going over them the other day because I am going to put them together and put them out in some capacity. But it's just like,
we'll hold them to that.
Yeah. It's like this, I had that thought where I was like, wow, this has been so important to me. No one's ever read these poems, most of them. I mean, I have a Patreon where I share them, some of them, but it's like I have hundreds that I've never shown, and they're just scribbled in my handwriting from and I know where I was here and there and that. It's like, and in those times of darkness or confusion or even joy, it's like that's always been there for me. It's like, and that's not going anywhere. And that's just the creation that I'm sure you know of as well, where it's like that's the thing that that's where the love is, and whether or not people consume it or tell you it's brilliant or, that's a different thing.
All right. I think we're going to do some Q&A very soon, but I gotta have one more question for you. I want to be a journal nerd for a second.
Okay.
So you said you have these journals full. What's is there a particular type of journal you use? Is there a particular type of pen? Are you a fountain pen guy? Like, come on, tell me.
I was thinking about the pen question recently, actually, but I have so many different eclectic pens.
Okay.
So I can go anywhere with that, but I like a smooth write. I like when I can write fast.
Okay.
Ballpoint is going to make me nauseous.
Okay, good.
But yeah, but the journals, like, I think it's so important. I love finding them, and when you know, you kind of know. I love leather journals, and like I love that some that have history. I sometimes I'll take one that I wrote in all this past year, for example, and I just like scraped the fuck out of the cover and made it like more raw and like rugged, as if it was just like nearly destroyed, kind of that raw artistic kind of maniacal. I just like to look at it before I write and be like, yeah, that's the truth. That's life right there.
That's fantastic.
So yeah, it depends.
All right. All right, great. Well, then we'll.
That's great. Let's see if anybody has any questions for Callahan. I see you way over there. I'm coming around. I'll go this way. I got to hold the mic, so tell us your name and your question.
My name is New. Hi, Callahan.
Hey there.
Hi. I'm just wondering if you can talk about your writing editing process when you're writing Blue Graffiti. What's your routine like, and how long did it take you to write the book?
So the first draft of Blue Graffiti I wrote in about 4 weeks. I was like, really? Eric's having a heart attack.
What? I'm done.
Not that it was any good, but I did it in 4 weeks. How I like to write is kind of, you can see it stylistically in the book, but it's very, I just like to sit down and do it and try and remove myself from it as much as possible. It's very stream of consciousness. It lends itself to the poetic kind of prose that Eric mentioned earlier, but it's very much so like when I wrote Blue Graffiti, one of my literary heroes is Jack Kerouac, and it's not actually true that he wrote Blue Graffiti in 3 weeks. Not Blue Graffiti, God. I wish, but no, he on the road, it was this legend that he had written it in like 3 weeks or whatever. And before I knew that was not the case, and he was actually working on it for years, and then that was just the manuscript that came many years later. I thought it was real at the time, that he was all jacked up on like ketamine and stuff or whatever it was, or coffee, which he swears was just coffee. But I was like, I could do that. I could do that if I just like set how long would it take me if I wrote 4,000 words a day? And so I was like, oh, that's about, a month. And I was like, let's do that. So I just held myself to that. And as far as routine, copious amounts of coffee. I love writing for hours in the morning, drinking coffee, and just kind of getting that buzz of life and inspiration, and just really getting out of the way of all of the multitudes of things that could be like, oh, this isn't very good, or this is going to be a major plot hole, or you sure you want to use that word there, or structure it this way, or end the chapter there. It's like I rid myself of all of that and just write as fast as I possibly could, with an inkling of where the story was going to go, and trusting my own innate sense of storytelling.
You just outrun your inner editor. You
Yeah.
Just
Basically.
stay ahead of them.
Yeah, and then so when I wrote Blue Graffiti, I wrote it all in 4 weeks, and I never went back once. And then I went, and I wrote my other books this way as well, but then I went back, and it was like, all right, let me clean up this mess, which is a different process. But I guess when I'm writing, I want to feel very romantic, and the early morning coffees and the late night, I would travel somewhere usually to do it, and be in the unknown, and at night have the wine and have the city or the night, and just kind of write as much as possible and get lost in it.
Thanks for that. And what does that look like, Callahan? Like, are you at a desk, or are you at a cafe, or are you sitting at the beach, or are you where are you when you're writing it?
Usually at a desk, or usually at a desk. Maybe sometimes outside, or maybe on a balcony or something. But over my computer, locked in, usually alone, and and just diving into it as much as I can, because for whatever reason I can get very lost in it and enjoy the feeling of getting lost in it. So yeah, just isolation in a place that inspires me, basically. And but I don't need to be at a specific place, specific chair, specific thing. But I kind of have to make myself just go.
That's great. Thank you. Another question here. Tell us your name and your question.
I'm Kira. This is either going to be a really easy question or really hard.
Okay.
Who's your favorite poet?
Very hard.
Sounding hard so far.
Oh man. Can I give you a few? I love Allen Ginsberg. I love Patti Smith. I love Mary Oliver. I love Robert Frost, Walt Whitman. I even love Kerouac's stuff, but I just feel like I love anything he does. I don't know if the poetry's any good. Those are some of the ones that pop in my mind first. Yeah.
Well said. Time for one or two more questions. Hi, your name and your question.
Hi, I'm Alexis. This is my friend Amanda.
Hi.
So I kind of wanted to know if you had any words of wisdom for someone that's kind of struggling to get to the point where they're comfortable with the words that they write, not necessarily for other people, but simply for themselves.
That's a great question. I think that you have to know and you have to believe that whatever it is that you want to say, or whatever it is you're trying to say, that number one above everything is that it's worth saying. No matter if anyone ever tells that to you or ever reads it, or all the poetry that you've written that no one will ever see, it's that what you are saying and what you are trying to get out of you as an artist and as a writer, whatever you're wrestling with or whatever beautiful dream you have, like, trust that it deserves to get out, and it deserves to live, and it deserves to dialogue with you about whatever it is. And I think it's just trusting yourself that don't stand in the way of that. Don't judge yourself don't judge yourself ever, really, but don't judge yourself certainly before you've even done the thing. It's like, get it out there, and whether or not you like it, whether or not anyone else likes it, is really kind of make it a little bit beside the point. Make it like, this is the process. This is what brings me joy. Remind yourself of that. And I think the words will just come. And I'm someone, like, I don't care how complicated your sentences are, or how, I can read, Fitzgerald, or I could read a 5-year-old. And it's just, it's really about the truth of it's the truth. It's like, what is the essential thing they're saying? A sentence can be very simple and be more impactful than someone who's dancing all over the place, So there's no right way to do it. There's no form you need to follow, so remind yourself of that and just let it go.
Great answer. Thank you. Hi, your name and your question.
My name is Shanti. So I'm the kind of writer who's really inspired by music. So I was wondering that if you listen to music while you write, if there are any songs in particular that inspired you?
Great question. Yeah, when I was writing Blue Graffiti, for example, the band that I was listening to the most was The National. I love lyric heavy, amazing like songwriters, and when I'm writing, I like that as well. But what I'll do is I'll usually play the same thing or the same artist over and over and over again. So it's really the feeling that's embodying something behind me. And so I'm not listening so much to the words, and it can kind of just be, it's like if you put classical music on or something, and it becomes that. So yeah, but I'm always playing music. I'm always playing music, and I like to when I'm right. But every once in a while, like, the silence is a little bit easier to get lost in. So it depends, but I would say, yeah, for example, Blue Graffiti was The National for me.
Fantastic. Well, I think that wraps it up for us.
That went by so fast.
It did. Thank you so much, Callahan.
Thank you so much, you guys, for showing up. I appreciate you.
Thank you. And Callahan will be
Eric.
signing his book over in signing area 8. So one more time, a big round of applause for Callahan Skogman and Eric Heiserer.
Thank you.
Hey, and that wraps it up for this year's Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. And we want to thank our hosts here at USC for having this beautiful festival here. Also, special thanks to Jimmy and our audio crew, Michelle and our stage management crew, our video friends, our security.
And that's it for the 2025 LA Times Festival of Books livestream. We hope to see you next year for our highly anticipated sequel, the 2026 LA Times Festival of Books livestream. Thanks so much for reading. Guys, it's upside down.